Sister-in-law, I am really not a fool anymore, I have recovered my memory. 5 years ago, Yifan was in a car accident, and he fell from a genius to a fool. 5 years later, his 7 brothers and 3 uncles died on the battlefield on the same day, 10 loyal martyrs in one family. Yifan's fiancée broke off the engagement at the funeral, and the beautiful sister-in-law who had not yet married announced, "If you don't marry, I will. I am willing to expand the Yi family." Yifan was a little nervous. "Sister-in-law, don't be like this, I'm really not a fool." Chapter 1, A Family of 10 Loyal Martyrs. Jiangnan, a somber atmosphere blanketed the Yi family's south ancestral estate. At their head seat, the patriarch Yi Changfeng sat expressionless. In front of him, 10 urns were lined up neatly on a long table. Beside him, a 3-star general in camouflage stood solemnly. His face was grave as he opened the stack of death notices in his hand and began to read aloud. Yi Zhenguo, 48 years old. Killed in battle in the northern zone on July 28. Body not recovered. Yi Zhenghua, 43 years old. Killed in battle in the eastern zone on July 28. Body not recovered. Yi Lingtian, 27 years old. Killed in battle in the southern zone on July 28. Body not recovered. Yi Lingjun, 26 years old. Killed in battle on the southeastern frontier on July 28. Body not recovered. 10 death notices, read one by one. By the time the reading ended, the hall was as silent as a tomb. 3 generations of the Yi family, 10 heroes, all fallen on the same day in 6 different war zones across the empire. The near extinction of the Yi family suffocated the very air. Boom! Boom! Overhead, 36 fighter jets roared in tribute, circling above the estate. 19 ceremonial salutes thundered across the sky. Alarms wailed. Flags were lowered to half-mast. The nation mourned the Yi family's sacrifice. But no ritual could change the fact the Yi family's heroes were gone. Old General, the 3-star General Ning Yu bowed solemnly to Yi Changfeng, his voice hoarse. The enemy's plan this time was far too meticulous. None of us foresaw this tragedy. Please accept my condolences. 10 of the Yi family's finest, elite warriors ambushed and killed on the same day, in different military zones. Even a fool could tell this wasn't a coincidence. This was a targeted extermination, a complete purge of the Yi family. Ning Yu glanced behind Yi Changfeng at a young man, the last remaining bloodline of the Yi family, Yifan. 5 years ago, Yifan was the most terrifying martial genius in the nation. But after a mysterious car accident, he had become mentally impaired, a fool. Now, he sat on a stool hugging a pink Peppa Pig plushie, vacant eyes and a silly smile, completely unaware of the sorrow that filled the room. But no one noticed the jade pendant on Yifan's chest suddenly glowed with a flash of golden light, and a faint cracking sound followed. Thin cracks spread across the jade's surface, then with a soft snap, it shattered completely. Several streaks of golden light burst from the pendant, instantly merging into Yifan's body. In that moment, a gleam of clarity flashed across Yifan's previously dazed eyes. Damn! I actually sealed myself for 5 whole years. Seriously. 5 years ago, at only 15, Yifan had already stepped into martial cultivation, breaking through the transforming force, entering control, and surpassing into the Grandmaster realm. He was without doubt the #1 prodigy of his generation in Daxia. But while studying how to use talismanic arrays to break into the martial lord realm, Yifan was suddenly struck by a vehicle. In the resulting spiritual backlash, 2 of his 3 souls and 6 of his 7 spirits were sealed into the pendant on his chest. Only 1 soul and 1 spirit remained, keeping his body barely functional like a confused child. With a shattered soul, he lost all his abilities. His intelligence regressed to that of a 7-8-year-old. To outsiders, Yifan had become a total idiot after the accident. But Yifan knew it was just a temporary seal. Without external help, he could only wait for the soul-locking talisman to lose effect. That wait lasted 5 long years. Now, with his soul completely restored, his intelligence and talent returned instantly. His lost power surged back, and his cultivation soared, now reaching the pinnacle of martial lord realm, ranking him among the top 10 fighters in all of Daxia. Staring at the 10 urns before him, Yifan's expression turned dark. 3 of them contained the remains of his uncles, and the remaining 7 belonged to his 7 older cousins. Behind those 7 urns stood 7 beautiful women dressed in mourning. They were the fiancées of his fallen brothers. Eldest sister-in-law, Yu Linglong, the female war goddess of Daxia, strongest woman of her generation. Second sister-in-law, Ling Yinchu, heiress of the Ling family, one of the four great houses of the capital. A financial powerhouse. Third sister-in-law, Shen Mango, an international superstar, goddess of billions of fans. Seventh sister-in-law, Su Yixue, heiress of the Su family, a pharmaceutical dynasty dominating the southwest. Though the men they were to marry had perished, these 7 women still came to attend the funeral. This deeply moved Yifan. Begin the funeral. Patriarch Yi Changfeng's deep voice gave the order. The 7 women each picked up an urn and slowly walked toward the courtyard. By this time, the vast open area outside the Yi estate was already packed with people. An old general's lifelong service ending in such a tragedy for his family. The guests could only sigh in grief. Everyone, the sons of the Yi family, died serving the nation. Their sacrifice was honorable, Yi Changfeng said into the microphone after stepping up. As long as I live, the Yi family will not fall. But before he could finish, his voice cracked. His heart, already heavy with grief, broke. White-haired mourning the black-haired. 10 heroes gone. The Yi family nearly wiped out. This nearly 80-year-old man was on the verge of collapse. He swallowed the lump in his throat and looked at the young man by his side. Yifan, his only remaining hope. Even if he's a fool, at least he is still alive. Sigh. He no longer hoped Yifan could achieve greatness. As long as he could pass on the Yi family's bloodline, that would be enough. After the funeral, he would arrange Yifan's marriage with the Shen family. If a child came of it, even better. Even if not once he passed, the Shen family would at least protect Yifan through his remaining years. Everyone present was moved to tears. Poor old general. The Yi family once helped found the empire, and now this. 10 warriors from one family, all killed in ambush on the same day? There's no way this wasn't deliberate. This was a purge. There had to be a traitor. And whoever planned it must be high-ranking. Sure. Don't say such things. You want to get yourself killed. Just as the commotion began to rise, 2 figures suddenly stepped onto the stage. Everyone apologizes for interrupting, one of them said, but since so many people are present, I would like to make an announcement on behalf of my daughter. It was Shen Jingguo, second son of the Shen family, with his daughter, Shen Yufei, at his side. As you all know, the Yi and Shen families arranged a marriage years ago. But now that Yifan has become a fool, our Shen family has decided to break off the engagement. We ask for the patriarch's understanding. His words were calm, but they struck the room like a bombshell. A wave of uproar surged through the crowd. What? The Yi family had just suffered devastating losses, and now the Shen family chose this moment to call off the marriage. Wasn't he this kicking someone while they are down? Unbelievable. The Shen family's cutting ties this fast. Honestly, I can understand. The Yi family is finished. Any family close to them might be next. If they don't cut ties now, they could be first in line to get purged. But still, couldn't they wait? How is old Master Yi supposed to take this? Whoosh, whoosh. All eyes turned toward Yi Changfeng, full of worry. You. Splat. Yi Changfeng could only utter one word before vomiting a mouthful of blood and collapsing backward. The nearly 80-year-old patriarch of the Yi family finally fell. And the Shen family's retreat was the final straw that crushed him. Chapter 2, We are willing to bear the Yi family's bloodline. Beside Yi Changfeng, his adopted son Shujian, whom he had taken in many years ago, hurriedly reached out to support him. Father, please take care of your health. Don't worry, Shudong and I will continue to uphold the Yi family. Shujian was the adopted son of Yi Changfeng, and Shudong was Shujian's biological son. Since Yi Changfeng's own sons and grandsons had all served in the military, most of the Yi family business had been managed by the Shu father and son over the years. Behind Yi Changfeng, Yifan, who had now fully regained his senses, clenched the Peppa Pig plush tightly in his arms. He was trying his best to suppress the fury raging inside him. His burning gaze locked onto Shen Yufei. She and Yifan had grown up together, childhood sweethearts. Their relationship had always been very close. 10 years ago, the Yi and Shen families had arranged a childhood betrothal for them. Everyone in the southwest and even throughout the empire knew that Shen Yufei was the designated bride of Yifan. Yifan had imagined many people might abandon him, but never Shen Yufei. Especially not at a time like this. Yufei, you're not going to be my wife anymore? Shen Yufei gripped the hem of her dress, unable to meet his eyes. She looked down in shame and whispered, I'm sorry, Brother Fan, I can't marry you. 5 years ago, when Yifan became a fool, she had never thought of breaking off the engagement. After all, the Yi family was still a towering force then. Even if Yifan had lost his mind, his future wouldn't be too bleak. But now? The Yi family was nearly exterminated. Nothing remained but an 80-year-old man on the brink of death and a mentally challenged fool. If she entered the Yi household now, what future could she possibly hope for? Shen Yufei composed herself, and when she finally looked up, there was a trace of sorrowful determination in her eyes. If only you weren't a fool. Yifan stared straight at her. If I weren't a fool, would you still marry me? The deep emotional bond from growing up together still made him cling to a shred of hope. Shen Yufei hesitated, But before she could finish, her second uncle, Shen Jingguo, cut in coldly. HMPH. Stupid fool, stop dreaming. Even if you're back to normal, so what? Do you think the Yi family is still the same as before? Do you think you're still the prodigy you once were? Even if you fully recover, the Yi family has only you left. Do you know how many people want you dead? How long do you think you can survive? I won't let Yufei become a widow. His words were harsh, but they struck Yifan like a thunderclap. He was right. The male members of the Yi family had all perished on the same day. Combined with his own accident 5 years ago, the truth was clear: someone was trying to wipe out the Yi family completely. If he showed signs of returning to normal, his enemies would strike without hesitation. Even if he could fend them off, the real masterminds, those who had orchestrated the massacre, would be spooked and go into hiding. In that instant, Yifan's gaze darkened. He had made up his mind. He would continue to play the fool, using his facade as cover, and secretly uncover and destroy every last one of those responsible for the Yi family's destruction. Blood would be repaid with blood. As for Shen Yufei, let fate decide. Shen Jingguo, seeing Yifan's silence, let out a mocking chuckle. Right, I forgot. You probably don't even understand what I'm saying. He turned toward Yi Changfeng, who still had blood at the corner of his lips. Old Master Yi, I trust you understand the situation. Please let the Shen family and Yufei go. Gasps filled the crowd. Shen Jingguo's aggressive stance stunned everyone once more. The Shen family's going too far. Sigh. The Yi family's completely fallen. Once the Shen family backs out, who else would marry a fool like Yifan? There's no hope left. Poor old Master Yi, by the look of him, he doesn't have much time left anyway. Hey, Lao Zhang, didn't you say the fish at Donyang Tower is amazing? Let's go grab a table before it's full. Wait, the funeral isn't even over yet. Isn't it inappropriate to leave now? What's the point? This funeral means nothing anymore. Better to butter up Xu Jian and his son. Let us go. More and more people in the crowd began getting up. At least a quarter of the guests started making their exit, openly and without shame. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes. That was the brutal truth. Yi Changfeng, his face pale and lips trembling, leaned heavily against Xu Jian. He tried to speak, but no sound came. Yifan stood on the stage, his eyes icy as he watched those leaving. He silently committed every one of their faces to memory. Soon you'll regret everything you did today. Down below, the 7 mourning beauties, still holding the urns of their dead fiancés, stomped their feet in anger as they witnessed the unfolding scene. They exchanged looks, and then, under the lead of eldest sister-in-law Yu Linglong, stepped onto the stage together. Their voices rang out in unison. Shen Yufei, won't marry him? Then we will. I, Yu Linglong. I, Ling Yinqiu. I, Shen Mango. I, Su Yixue. We are willing to marry Yifan to bear the next generation of the Yi family. 7 firm and passionate declarations exploded like thunder across the stage. They were like 7 sharp swords, piercing the shroud of darkness above. The crowd fell into complete silence. The footsteps of those who had begun to leave froze in midair. Many people had their mouths open but had completely forgotten what they were about to say. Among the 1,000 spectators, everyone seemed frozen in place. The only things moving were their eyes, wide with disbelief, all locked onto the stage on the 7 breathtakingly beautiful women. 7 brothers, all dead. And now, their fiancés are willing to bear children for their youngest brother-in-law? Chapter 3, Sister-in-law, please don't do anything rash. I'm not a fool anymore. Hiss. Fuck. I've never seen this before. 7 sisters-in-law want to enter the Yi family at the same time and marry that idiot Yi Fan. Nimmer. Are these beauties out of their minds? All the Yi family members died in the battle. This is the best time to get rid of the Yi family. That's right. Any one of the 7 of them is extremely beautiful, the best in the world, but they are going to marry that idiot Yi Fan together. How can we live like this? How courageous. You actually don't abandon the Yi family at this time and bring honor to the Yi family. Not necessarily. I don't think it's that simple. They announced it so openly, probably just to save some face for the Yi family. Let us wait and see. Those who were about to leave, seeing the sudden change, actually retracted their steps and quietly retreated back to the compound. The actions of the 7 beautiful sisters-in-law were like throwing a huge rock into a lake, splashing huge waves. Shen Yufei suddenly raised her head and stared at Yu Linglong and others with burning eyes, as if she wanted to see through their souls. She couldn't understand what these genius girls were thinking. Now everyone is trying to think of ways to distance themselves from the Yi family, but they are going against the current and are tightly tied to the Yi family. Seeing Yu Linglong and others come forward and put 7 hands on Yi Fan's hand, Shen Yufei felt empty in her heart for a moment, as if she had lost something very important. Yi Changfeng tightly grasped Yu Linglong's hand, his voice choked with sobs. Linglong, Yinchu, thank you, thank you. Regardless of whether it was true or not, Yu Linglong and others stepped forward at the critical moment and announced this decision, which at least saved the face of the Yi family and made Yi Changfeng not so embarrassed. Yu Linglong looked at Yi Changfeng sincerely and said, Grandpa, I am still your eldest granddaughter-in-law, but I am marrying a different person. Leave the rest to me. After a pause, Yu Linglong turned and looked at Shen Yufei with sharp eyes. Shen Yufei, as Yi Fan's wife, I declare that your engagement with Yi Fan is void from now on. Roll. Domineering words burst out from Yu Linglong's mouth, accompanied by the murderous aura surging from Yu Linglong's body. Everyone at the scene felt their hair stand on end. Fuck. Why do I feel like the temperature has dropped several degrees in an instant? As expected of Daxia's #1 female warrior, her aura suppresses everyone. If Yi Fan is still the evil genius he was back then, the 2 of them would really be a perfect match. Let's wait and see. Maybe Yi Fan will suddenly wake up and recover one day. The atmosphere at the scene instantly began to reverse after Yu Linglong and others expressed their opinions. The 7 gorgeous granddaughters-in-law of the Yi family protect their husbands with domineering spirit, which gives people a glimpse of hope. Most people are happy for Grandpa Yi. But in the crowd, Zhao Qianlong, the son of the Zhao family, had a very gloomy expression. Fuck. What the hell? Damn it. I've been thinking Su Yixue for so long. I thought I'd have a chance after all the people in the Yi family died. But now. Zhao Qianlong waved his fist angrily. Did Su Yixue get her head stuck in the door? She chose to marry a fool, and as his sister-in-law. Next to Zhao Qianlong, another young man wearing glasses also looked unhappy. Mr. Zhao, don't get excited. Maybe things are not what we see. Su Yixue may just follow everyone to do a face-saving project. They should not really marry Yi Fan. If they all want to marry Yi Fan, it will be very troublesome for my father to completely control the Yi group, and we will not agree to it. The young man with glasses was none other than Xu Jian's son Xu Dong. The Yi family was almost wiped out, and the happiest ones were the father and son. Taking advantage of the fact that the Yi family had no successors, they could openly and legitimately take over the Yi group completely. But the sudden decision made by Yu Linglong and others somewhat interrupted their rhythm. That makes sense. Humph. If Su Yixue dares to have any intimate behavior with Yi Fan, I will kill that idiot in a minute. Zhao Qianlong snorted coldly. In his eyes, crushing Yi Fan to death is as easy as crushing an ant. By the way, Master Xu. Tonight, my Zhao family is organizing a business banquet. The boss of the Xia family in the provincial capital will also arrive. Maybe Master Xu can find an opportunity for cooperation. The whole scene was already in an uproar, and the core protagonist of the incident, Yi Fan, was surrounded by 7 stunning sisters-in-law at this time, and his face still seemed confused and calm. But in fact, huge waves had already surged in my heart. Damn it. I have just woken up and I am about to inherit my brother's beautiful sisters-in-law? Sister-in-law, don't do anything rash. I'm not a fool anymore. But Yifan also knew that today, his 7 sisters-in-law openly announced in front of so many people that they wanted to marry him. Whether everyone believed it or not, those enemies who attacked the Yi family would definitely choose to believe it. If Yu Linglong and others had not announced this decision, the enemies of the Yi family might not have touched them. But when they announced that they were going to marry Yifan, the enemies who wanted to deal with the Yi family would definitely not let any of them go. Since they have implemented the operation of eradicating the Yi family, they will never give the Yi family any chance to turn things around. They will eliminate any close forces that may help the Yi family rise again. In this situation, Yifan was afraid that he would not be able to refuse even if he wanted to. Well. Yifan sighed, his eyes flashing with a deep look. Whether it was to protect his 7 deceased brothers or to consider his own future, he had to become stronger as soon as possible and make the Yi family return to its glorious heyday. Only if you are strong enough can you avenge the extermination of your family and protect your 7 beautiful sisters-in-law. Funeral. Grandpa Yi Changfeng's loud voice brought Yifan back to his senses. At this moment, Yi Changfeng's emotions were also affected by Yu Linglong. His voice became loud and the haze in his eyes disappeared. All the teams in the compound began to move, escorting the 10 loyal martyrs of the Yi family to the Yuncheng cemetery. Outside the Yi family compound, Shen Jinghua and Shen Yufei had already left. Seeing that Shen Yufei was in a bad mood, Shen Jinghua comforted her earnestly. Yufei, second uncle knows that you and Yifan have a good relationship, but you also know the current situation. The Yi family has no hope. The Shen family can't follow the Yi family into the water. Although Yu Linglong and others announced that they would marry Yifan, do you think that is possible? They are just trying to save face for the Yi family. Oh, right. Young Master Zhao is organizing a business banquet tonight. I heard that a big boss from the provincial capital is coming to Yuncheng to invest. Young Master Li called me before to invite you. Why don't you call me back now? The young Master Li that Shen Jinghua mentioned is none other than Li Yunyang, the eldest son of another wealthy family in Yuncheng, the Li family. The Yi family fell, and this was a chance for Shen Jinghua to find another supporter for the Shen family. Shen Yufei looked exhausted, and shook her head lightly. No need. Second uncle, I'm a little tired, I'll go back and rest first, and I'll go to the business banquet tonight by myself. After saying that, Shen Yufei got into her car dejectedly, started the car and left the scene. Shen Jinghua looked at Shen Yufei's back as she left, and couldn't help shaking his head. Alas. Yufei, you are still too young. For the sake of the Shen family, second uncle has to do this. At the Yuncheng cemetery, after watching all the guests leave, Yi Changfeng finally let out a long sigh. Linglong, Yixue, thank you for today. The Shen family suddenly broke off the engagement at the funeral, which almost brought the last bit of dignity of the Yi family to the ground. Fortunately, the 7 granddaughters-in-law supported the family and saved some face for the Yi family. Now that the funerals of my 7 grandsons are over, you all can go too. Alas. Until this moment, Yi Changfeng still thought that the decision announced by Yu Linglong and others was false. Yu Linglong, Su Yixue and the others stood still. Su Yixue stepped forward and said to Yi Changfeng, Grandpa. We said we want to marry Yifan, and we're not kidding. Although Ling Qian and the others have died for their country, the Yi family's incense cannot be cut off. We are willing to expand the Yi family and continue the bloodline. Yi Changfeng looked at Su Yixue and the others, his eyes swept over the faces of the 7 girls one by one. Seeing the serious expressions on the girls' faces, Yi Changfeng was a little confused. Why are you doing this? What do you want? Yu Linglong took a step forward and said to Yi Changfeng respectfully, Grandpa. We are members of the Yi family in life and the souls of the Yi family in death. Those people plotted against the Yi family so hard, we can't just let it go. The 7 of us sisters have discussed it and agreed that each of us will take turns to accompany Yifan for a month. We must leave more blood for the Yi family and make those people pay the price. Phew. Yifan was behind Yi Changfeng. When he heard Yu Linglong's words, he almost vomited blood. Are these 7 sisters-in-law serious about this? Each person will be with you for a month? What do you think of yourself? A cedar? As if she had noticed Yifan's mood change, Yu Linglong suddenly turned her head and stared at Yifan with burning eyes, with a hint of doubt in her expression. Seeing that Yifan still had that confused look on his face, Yu Linglong frowned slightly. Was it her illusion? Just a moment ago, Yu Linglong seemed to feel the violent fluctuation of Yifan's aura. If Yifan was still a fool, it would be unlikely for him to mobilize the fluctuations of his own breath, right? After hesitating for a few seconds, Yu Linglong took 2 steps forward, stared at Yifan and said, Yifan, I don't know if you can understand what I am saying now, but don't forget that you were once the #1 genius in Dacia. You could stand at the top before, and you can definitely do it now. We 7 innocent girls have decided to marry you. From this moment on, we are your wives. Our fate is tied to yours. If you still have a clear mind, cheer up quickly, protect the Yi family, and avenge your uncles and your brothers. Also, whether you are really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, the 7 of us have chosen to follow you. If you dare to let any of us down, I will chase you to the ends of the earth with a knife in hand. Chapter 4 I will definitely not let you down. Listening to Yu Linglong's words, Yifan was moved, but his nose couldn't help but feel sore. Risking being looked at strangely by the world, 7 girls chose to marry me at the same time. What determination and courage did it take? What reason do I have not to cheer up? Su Yixue was somewhat moved by what she heard, and she advised, Sister-in-law, isn't this too harsh on Yifan? After all, his IQ hasn't recovered yet. Yu Linglong's eyebrows moved. The previous examination confirmed that Yifan's brain was fine and his nerves were not affected at all. We must have missed something. I recently contacted Lei Qinjue, the great Xia medical saint. He will definitely be able to find a solution. I will ask him to treat Yifan at all costs. Invite the great Xia medical saint to treat you? Yifan had an idea. If Lei Qinjue came, he could just cooperate with him to carry out a plan. Yifan had checked just now, and although Grandpa's body seemed fine on the surface, the hidden injuries left by the battles when he was young and such a heavy blow were about to overwhelm Grandpa. If Grandpa doesn't take care of himself, I'm afraid he won't have much time left. Although Yifan himself is a master of medicine, he has to play dumb now. He wants to take care of his grandfather, but it is not convenient for him to do it himself. If Lei Qinjue comes, he can use Lei Qinjue's hand to take care of his grandfather. Thinking of this, Yifan waved the pecky in his hand and said, Great. Great. I want to be cured, I want to be cured. At this moment, Yifan still needs to continue pretending to be stupid. Yu Linglong frowned, feeling that something was wrong, but couldn't put her finger on it for the moment. The other 6 beautiful girls looked at Yifan with eyes full of heartache. Su Yixue took a step forward, stretched out her hands and hugged Yifan in her arms, and said gently, Yifan, don't worry, we sisters will definitely find a way to cure you. Even if we can't cure you, we will take care of you for the rest of your life and give birth to many big fat boys for you. By the end of the conversation, all 7 girls blushed. Although they made that decision in a hurry at the funeral, they were virgins after all, and they would still feel shy when talking about those boudoir matters. Yu Linglong was the oldest, already 26 years old, and was calmer. Grandpa, this is how we arranged it. Yixue is in Yuncheng, so she will take care of Yifan for the first month. Then Qing Ruolan from the provincial capital Huarju will take care of Yifan for the 2nd month, and then for the 3rd month. Yu Linglong told everyone's plan, and Yi Changfeng couldn't stop crying as he listened. Good girl. Grandpa thanks you. While speaking, Yi Changfeng knelt down directly towards Yu Linglong and others. The 7 sons of the Yi family died. Logically, the affairs of the Yi family should have nothing to do with these granddaughters-in-law who have not yet married into the family. But they were willing to sacrifice their innocence to continue the Yi family's bloodline. This is a great favor. Frightened, Yu Linglong, Su Yixue and the others quickly helped Yi Changfeng up from the ground. Grandpa, no. No. If we work together, the Yi family will become even stronger. Yi Changfeng stood up from the ground, looked at Yifan with a serious face and said, Yifan, remember, no matter whether you can recover in the future, you must be good to these 7 girls, understand? If you dare to let them down, Grandpa will kill you with his own hands. It is easy to add icing on the cake, but difficult to provide timely assistance. In such a difficult time, how could Yifan forget the kindness his 7 sisters-in-law have shown him and the Yi family? Yifan secretly swore in his heart, I will never let my sisters-in-law down. But you will have to suffer for a while. Oh. Yifan replied, and outsiders seemed a little at a loss. Su Yixue felt a little distressed and pulled Yifan towards her. It's getting late, so I'll take Yifan back today. Zhao Qianlong happened to organize a business banquet tonight, so I can just take Yifan around. When Yifan heard the name Zhao Qianlong, he was suddenly stunned and a familiar picture appeared in his head. 5 years ago, Yifan was in a car accident. At the last moment before he fainted, he saw that the person driving in the cab was a man with a scar on his face. Just now in the Yi family compound, Yifan saw the man with the scar standing next to Zhao Qianlong. Back then, my car accident was definitely related to the Zhao family. There was a sharp flash in Yifan's eyes. In this case, if we want revenge, let us start with the Zhao family. In the Yi family compound, Yi Changfeng had just returned home and almost collapsed on his chair. Looking at the empty courtyard, Yi Changfeng couldn't help feeling sad again. Guard Captain Ling Feng stood aside respectfully and reported in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, according to intelligence, Xu Jian and his son in the Yi group have recently stepped up their plans to contact major shareholders and intend to transfer the assets of the Yi group. What do you think?" Yi Changfeng waved his hand. "I've known about their little tricks for a long time. The Yi family doesn't care about hundreds of billions of assets. But now, since the 7 girls are here to protect Xiefan, I have to leave something for them. You should pay more attention to the company's situation and make sure things are under control." "Yes." Ling Feng answered. His lips moved twice, and when he saw the family portrait hanging on the wall, his voice choked again. "Mr. Yi, the young master and his men must have been ambushed. Those people are too cruel." Yi Changfeng leaned weakly on the chair and said helplessly, "I know that too, and I can roughly guess a few of the people who participated in the attack, but now the Yi family are, what can I do if I know it? No matter whether a family is prosperous or lonely, the thing it fears most is having no successors. Mr. Yi's influence in the army is indeed very strong, but all the talented and potential male members of the Yi family are now dead. What can Yi Changfeng do even if he has great prestige? Could it be that the Yi family relies on a fool with an IQ of 7 or 8 years old? Moreover, even if the 7 granddaughters-in-law chose to continue marrying Yifan, it would only temporarily lead to the decline of the Yi family. Unless the 7 girls can give birth to Yifan's children as soon as possible, and the old man of the Yi family can live for at least another 20 years to ensure the growth of the 4th generation of the Yi family. If that's the case, perhaps the Yi family still has a chance to rise. It would be great if the young master could recover from his idiotic state." In a dark courtyard somewhere in the northwest, an old man was kneeling devoutly in front of a Buddha statue, holding a few incense sticks in his hand and praying respectfully. At the door, a young man in camouflage uniform waited for the old man to stand up before taking out a stack of documents and saying, "Mr. Zhang, there is news from Yuncheng." The funeral went smoothly, Yi Changfeng behaved normally, and there was nothing unusual in the northern Qianlong army. However, at the funeral, a small incident occurred. The Shen family and the Yi family broke off the engagement, but Yifan's 7 sisters-in-law announced in public that they wanted to marry Yifan and expand the Yi family. What do you think should be done? Kindness? After hearing the report from his men, the old man snorted coldly, emitting the majesty that only a superior could possess. "How dare you? Don't they know what will happen to the Yi family? They must be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. Isn't the Su family in Yuncheng? Let them see what happens if they get close to the Yi family." The old man paused and continued, "Also, keep a close eye on Yifan. If he shows any abnormality, take action." While speaking, the old man gestured to his subordinates to touch their necks. 1 second ago, he was worshipping Buddha devoutly, and the next second, he treated human life as worthless. One sentence determines a person's life or death. In Yuncheng, at this time Yixue brought Yifan back to her residence. After changing clothes, she was taking Yifan to the banquet organized by the Zhao family. "Yifan, when we get to the scene later, please don't talk nonsense, okay? Just stay beside me and I will protect you." Yixue gently hugged Yifan's arm, her eyes full of heartache. Once upon a time, Yifan was such a dazzling genius. "Okay, sister-in-law." Yixue was stunned for a moment, then she reached out her hand and gently tapped Yifan on the shoulder, blushing and saying, "Still calling me sister-in-law? From now on, you have to call me wife, do you know?" Chapter 5 Zhao Qianlong's Provocation. "Okay. I have a wife again, that's great, I'm so happy." Yifan was dancing with joy like a little child. Yixue felt distressed when she saw this. Once upon a time, this youngest brother-in-law was a genius. He and Shen Yufei were a perfect match, and they were known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of Yuncheng. But now, at the most difficult time for the Yi family, the Shen family actually chose to abandon the Yi family. "You must pamper this man well, the Yi family cannot fall into decline. Well, be good, Xiaofan. Yixue will only be your wife forever. Su Yixue hugged Yifan tightly in her arms, allowing her waves to cover Yifan's face. This was the first time Su Yixue had such close contact with a man. Although she was a little shy, she was very determined. But what Su Yixue didn't realize was that when her heartbeat quickened, a warm current flowed into her body, warming and nourishing her body, making her feel like she was bathed in a spring breeze. At the same time, Yifan also felt a warm current feedback in his body. Deep in Yifan's dantian, a flame flickered with the fluctuations of the warm current. After the warm current passed through the flame, it turned into martial arts energy, infiltrating into Yifan's tendons and veins, rapidly improving Yifan's strength. This is the secret of how Yifan reached the Grandmaster level at the age of 15. The mysterious flame in the dantian, as long as it comes into contact with the girl, when the other party has emotional fluctuations, Yifan can obtain a warm current, which is transformed into martial arts energy and quickly improves his strength. Usually, even when there is no contact with the girl, the flame will automatically generate a warm current, which is transformed into martial arts energy and improves Yifan's strength, which is countless times faster than the normal training speed. Miss Su, the head of the family and the second master are both inside, please go there alone. Yifan was checking his martial arts energy when a housekeeper came over and said to Su Yixue. Su Yixue frowned, I'll be there right away. Su Yixue knew why her second uncle and the others were looking for her. She had announced in front of so many people today that she was going to marry Yifan. Such a decision would bring disaster to the Su family. Xiaofan, wait for me in the car first. Don't run around. I'll come to find you soon. After Su Yixue arranged Yifan in the car, she turned around and walked quickly towards the banquet hall. Yifan looked at Su Yixue as leaving back, and a firm look appeared on the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. Sister-in-law, start from the moment you decide to protect the Yi family and me. I, Yifan, will definitely give you the best prosperity in the world. In addition to the mysterious flame swaying in Yifan's body, there is also a huge power that can shake the world behind the ring that he got that year. It's just that Yifan has not activated it yet. Yifan has the ability to protect. From now on, those enemies who want to destroy the Yi family, tremble. At a table in the corner of the banquet hall, the second son of the Su family, Su Mingho, said to his eldest brother, Su Honghai, angrily, Brother, isn't that girl Yixue making a fuss? She actually announced with Yu Linglong that she was going to marry that idiot Yifan. Yes. Who doesn't know the current situation of the Yi family? Anyone who gets close to the Yi family now will be dead. It's good enough that we didn't add insult to injury. Why did Yixue drag the entire Su family into this? The third son of the Su family next to him also had a look of resentment on his face. On the internet, the news that Yu Linglong, Su Yixue and other 7 sisters-in-law publicly announced that they would continue to marry Yifan has begun to explode across the entire network. This is completely putting the Su family on the spot. Brother, it's time for you to take care of Su Yixue. If you ask me, Su Yixue shouldn't continue to be the president of the Su group for such behavior. She should be driven out of the family directly and not implicate us. The core disciples of the Su family were all angrily accusing Su Yixue. Su Honghai, the head of the Su family who was sitting at the top, did not speak until everyone had finished speaking. Then he said calmly, You may have forgotten how our Su family developed back then. If it weren't for the protection of the Yi family, would we have the Su family we have now? I think Yixue did nothing wrong. Su Honghai's words instantly silenced everyone at the scene. Back then, the Su family was just a small workshop in Yuncheng. It was by chance that the old man of the Su family met Yi Changfeng. Then, with the support of the Yi family, the company gradually became a famous pharmaceutical company in the southwest region. Brother, you can repay a favor, but not in this way. If Yifan was still the enchanting genius he was before, I would have no objection to Yixue marrying him, but now. Su Mingho had just opened his mouth when he received an email. After reading it, his face changed instantly. Brother, look, a supplier has suddenly announced that it refuses to cooperate with us. I also received news here. The channel dealer said that a big shot has called them and wants to completely ban our Su group. In just a few seconds, the core executives of the Su family received a lot of feedback from suppliers and channel partners. More than half of the partners suddenly announced the termination of cooperation with the Su family, playing a trick of cutting off the source of funds. It is obvious that those behind the scenes have started to take action against the Su family. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Su Honghai frowned as he listened to the continuous reports. From the moment Su Yixue announced the decision in public, Su Honghai had actually anticipated the result and was not surprised. We originally wanted to cooperate with the Xie family in the provincial capital this time, but now it's probably gone too late. Our Su family was really harmed by Su Yixue. While everyone was sighing, Su Yixue stepped over from the doorway, bowed to everyone and said, I know what everyone is worried about, but what I want to say is that our Su family originally relied on the Yi family to develop. Now that the Yi family is in trouble, we have to help. Even if our Su group is defeated, why not start our own small workshop again? As human beings, we should know how to be grateful. If anyone feels uncomfortable because of my decision, you can sell your shares and leave with the money. I won't stop you. Although Su Yixue was extremely gentle in front of Yi Fan, she was decisive and swift in front of the core senior executives of the Su family, and shocked everyone with just one sentence. Tonight, I will do my best to promote cooperation with the Xie family. As long as we can promote cooperation with the Xie family, our Su group will not collapse so easily. At the door, after Su Yixue left, Yifan also got out of the car and walked towards the banquet hall. I have been in a daze for 5 years, and now I have finally woken up. It's time to get to know the world again. Hey! Isn't this the idiot from the Yi family? Why are you here? As soon as Yifan stepped into the door of the banquet hall, Zhao Qianlong blocked Yifan with a wicked look on his face. Why, are you hungry? Do you want to come in and find something to eat? While speaking, Zhao Qianlong and his buddies looked at each other, with a sneer in their eyes. Come on. Don't say we don't know how to care for the mentally retarded. Let's buy young Master Yi a drink first. While speaking, Zhao Qianlong threw a cigarette butt into their wine glass and stirred it twice, then spit a few mouthfuls of saliva into the glass, and asked his buddies around him to add some ingredients. The wine in the glass turned into urine yellow, and then he handed it to Yi Fan. Come on. Drink it, it's delicious. Chapter 6, Flirting failed and was X. Oh. Yi Fan took the wine glass in bewilderment, raised it up and looked at it against the light for a long time. Is this the way to make fine wine? So beautiful. Such a silly look made Zhao Qianlong and others laugh at him. Yes. This is the wine I made for you, drink it quickly. Zhao Qianlong urged Yi Fan, with a gloomy look in his eyes. A mentally retarded idiot, and 7 beautiful sisters-in-law announced that they all wanted to marry him. Why? If it was before, when the Yi family was still at its peak, even if Yi Fan was a fool, Zhao Qianlong would never dare to bully him like this. But now the core disciples of the Yi family have been wiped out, leaving only this idiot, so who would say anything if he was bullied? Yi Fan put the wine glass in front of his nose and smelled it. Just when everyone thought Yi Fan was really going to drink it, Yi Fan suddenly said, no, there's still something missing. At this moment, a cleaner happened to pass by with a bucket for washing mops. Looking at the dirty black water in the bucket, Yi Fan quickly scooped half a cup of it with a wine glass and shook it. This should be perfect now. Zhao Qianlong and the others were stunned for a few seconds when they saw their wine in Yi Fan's hand turning into turbid black, and then they burst into laughter. Har har. You're really a fool. Yeah. Damn it. He actually drank the water used to wash the mop. That mop was just used to mop the toilet. Yi Fan must make a fool of himself at my grandmother's house today. Quick, get your phones ready, record the video clearly and upload it to the internet. Let's see how Yu Linglong and Su Yixue can have the nerve to marry Yi Fan. When everyone was eagerly waiting for Yi Fan to drink it, Yi Fan suddenly took 2 steps forward and walked in front of Zhao Qianlong. Before Zhao Qianlong could react, Yi Fan suddenly pointed the wine glass at Zhao Qianlong's mouth. Zhao Qianlong instinctively wanted to dodge, but he found that Yi Fan's wrist had grabbed his neck, like a pair of iron clamps, making Zhao Qianlong unable to move at all. He didn't know which tendons Yi Fan had pinched, but Zhao Qianlong's mouth involuntarily opened into an O shape, and all the wine in Yi Fan's glass poured into Zhao Qianlong's mouth. Gulp. Zhao Qianlong swallowed the full cup, including the cigarette butt, in one gulp. As if he was afraid that Zhao Qianlong might get upset, Yi Fan even reached out and patted Zhao Qianlong on the chest. Drink slowly, don't choke. How is it? Does it taste good? Yi Fan opened his innocent big eyes and asked Zhao Qianlong naively. Shit, Zhao Qianlong jumped up on the spot after realizing what was happening. You son of a bitch, you idiot, why the hell don't you drink? Shit, Zhao Qianlong was almost mad with anger. He pushed Yi Fan away angrily and yelled at him. At this moment, Zhao Qianlong felt so nauseous that he wanted to turn his stomach over and rinse it with water. Damn it! He knew very well what was in the wine glass just now. There was his own thick phlegm in it, as well as those of several of his buddies. The key point was that Yifan also added black water from mopping the toilet. How could he drink such a glass of filthy stuff all by himself? My wife Yixue told me not to drink. I am very happy that you treat me to good wine, so I want to treat you too. Yifan looked at Zhao Qianlong with a smile on his face. There was an innocent smile on his face, but he sneered in his heart. You bunch of trash want to fight with me. 5 years ago, Yifan inherited not only the power of the torch to improve his martial arts strength, but also the experience of 13 big men in dealing with things for 100 years. Yifan had already mastered the tactics and means. Dealing with people like Zhao Qianlong is a piece of cake. Hiss. The group of people who were watching the show around reacted at this time. Zhao Qianlong had intended to insult Yifan, but ended up shooting himself in the foot by drinking such a cup of filthy stuff. While everyone was shocked, they were also a little curious. Is Yifan really stupid, or just pretending to be stupid? Several of Zhao Qianlong's friends couldn't help wanting to vomit. It's so disgusting. Zhao Qianlong jumped up in a rage. Fuck, what are you still standing there for? Beat him up, I'll take responsibility if he dies. He actually tried to play tricks on me, his courting death. As the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Qianlong has been the center of attention since childhood. When has he ever been insulted like this? While yelling at the bodyguards and buddies around him, he reached out to grab his throat, trying to spit out what he had just drunk, but it didn't work at all. Apart from dry heaving, he couldn't spit out anything. Even, Zhao Qianlong could feel the liquid churning in his stomach, emitting a strange stench. Crash! Around Zhao Qianlong, several bodyguards and Zhao Qianlong's friends immediately rubbed their hands, preparing to attack Yifan. Yifan's eyes flashed. Are you planning to use force? If I don't show some skill, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Stop! Who dares to touch a hair of my brother Fan? Just when Yifan was about to take action, a sturdy figure quickly flashed over from behind. After the iron tower-like body approached, without any hesitation, it stretched out its hands to grab Zhao Qianlong's 2 bodyguards on both sides, and then smashed them together. Bang! The 2 sturdy men, who were about 1.8 meters tall, were knocked unconscious by the blow. I, Wang Fugue, am here. Why don't you try to touch my elder brother? The man who came was called Wang Fugue, a brother of Yifan who had grown up together. When his grandfather was young, he was Yi Changfeng's adjutant, and the 2 families had a very good relationship. Wang Fugue had been following Yifan since he was a child, and when Yifan was still a genius, Wang Fugue was willing to be his younger brother. 5 years ago, after Yifan fell from grace as a genius, Wang Fugue did not change his opinion. He still followed Yifan loyally and helped him get out of many troubles. Wang Fugue is almost 2 meters tall. He has been strong since childhood and has a good foundation in martial arts. At the age of less than 20, he has already reached the level of martial arts control. He is considered a top-notch master in Yuncheng, and he is very protective of his children and has an extremely stubborn personality. 3 years ago, because a guy called Yifan a fool, Wang Fugue fought with him day and night for 3 days. Since then, no one dared to provoke Wang Fugue easily. At this moment, Wang Fugue suddenly appeared and knocked the 2 bodyguards unconscious with one move. The people who had gathered around took a few steps back in fear. Mr. Zhao. Several buddies around Zhao Qianlong hesitantly asked Zhao Qianlong about his opinion on how to deal with the situation. Zhao Qianlong also knew that with Wang Fugue coming, he might not have the chance to fight at the banquet. Disperse. Humph. Can Wang Fugue protect him for a while? Can he protect him for a while? Give the orders, let the brothers bring more people, wait until the banquet is over, find a chance to kill him. If he doesn't die, that bitch Su Yixue won't agree to marry me. Damn it, take me to the toilet, I want to vomit. Although Zhao Qianlong was unwilling, there was nothing he could do at this moment. Brother. Are you okay? I just came back from another place. I have heard about the Yi family's affairs. Don't worry, even if the Yi family is gone, Lao Wang will definitely protect you desperately and won't let those beasts hurt you. Wang Fugue turned and looked at Yifan, and said sincerely, Brother, you should have been a child of destiny, but those beasts are blind. Let's go and find my sister-in-law. Hee hee. Big brother, you are so lucky. Although Shen Yufei, that bitch, broke off the engagement, all 7 beautiful sisters-in-law married big brother. Har har, if you were sober, you would definitely be laughing. As Wang Fuguei hooked his arm around Yifan's shoulder and walked inside, he kept chattering like a machine gun. The first part was fine, but the last sentence made Yifan frown. Am I that kind of person? Chapter 7. A fool actually knows a big shot. The moment Yifan frowned, Wang Fuguei seemed to sense something and turned around to look at Yifan suddenly. That determined look seemed to be saying, right. Bro, you are that kind of person. Brother, why do I suddenly feel that you are different today? Do you think you are awake? Wang Fuguei grabbed Yifan's arm and shook it with a look of surprise. Yifan was a little surprised. Is this kid so sensitive in perception? Old Wang, I want a drink. Although Yifan was very touched that Wang Fuguei still stayed by his side under such difficult circumstances, now was not the time to expose himself. Yifan will continue to play dumb until all the enemies who are against the Yi family are found out. Wang Fuguei's expression darkened. Okay. Big brother, I'll go pour it for you. Xiaofan, why did you come in? Are you okay? Wang Fuguei was just about to get up when Su Yixue hurried over from the other side of the hall. She had just finished dealing with the Su family's affairs. When she heard that Zhao Qianlong was bullying Yifan, she hurried over. Only when she saw Yifan and Wang Fuguei together did she secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Hello, sister-in-law. When Wang Fuguei saw Su Yixue, he quickly stood up straight and called her respectfully, but he changed the address from sister-in-law to sister-in-law. Su Yixue naturally understood what it meant. You're just being so annoying. Su Yixue rolled her eyes at Wang Fuguei. Did Xiaofan get into trouble just now? Is my elder brother the one who suffered a loss? Wang Fuguei quickly told Su Yixue what had just happened. When he heard that Yifan had made Zhao Qianlong lose face and drink the water used to wash the mop, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Yifan has been stupid for 5 years, and suddenly he has become so smart. Or was it just an accident? Sister-in-law, I feel that the aura of my elder brother is a little different from before. I vaguely feel that my elder brother has awakened, but the way he behaves doesn't seem to be the case. Alas. Wang Fuguei expressed his doubts. Su Yixue also nodded, don't worry. Sister Linglong will arrange for the great Xia medical saint Mr. Lei to come to Yuncheng to diagnose Xiaofan soon. By then, we will know the specific situation. Because of what happened just now, Su Yixue didn't dare to leave Yifan alone, so she kept Yifan by her side, constantly greeting business people from all walks of life in Yuncheng, and also introducing Yifan's identity. The purpose is clear. It is to announce to everyone that although the Yi family is now being plotted against and is in decline, our Su family still stands on the side of the Yi family and will always protect the Yi family. Even if Yifan is a fool, our Su family will do our best to protect him. When the business banquet officially began, Zhao Qianlong was helped out of the toilet and went on stage with a pale face. Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's business banquet is to provide you with a platform for communication. Seeing the trash can next to him, Zhao Qianlong couldn't help vomiting again. Today, in addition to all the elites present in Yuncheng, we are also fortunate to have invited Mr. Xia Hao, the president of the Xia group in the provincial capital. Our Zhao family is very eager to promote cooperation with Mr. Xia Hao. The Xia family's channels are all over the southwest. If our Zhao family has the support of the Xia family, it will surely take off rapidly. Next, please welcome Mr. Xia. Zhao Qianlong looked very proud. As a wealthy family in the provincial capital, the Xia family's influence spread all over the southwest. This time, they intended to enter Yuncheng. Countless families hope to cooperate with the Xia family and take off with the help of the Xia family's channels. Zhao Qianlong had obviously taken the lead, inviting Mr. Xia and organizing such a banquet. If Xia Hao wants to cooperate, the first choice will definitely be the Zhao family. Although this young master of the Zhao family has a bad character, his methods and abilities are really not exaggerated. Yes. The Zhao family has connected with the Xia family this time, so it will definitely take off. I'm afraid it will become the most powerful family in Yuncheng in the future. It's boring. Isn't this Zhao Qianlong's way of showing off today? Snap. 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 Amid the applause of the crowd, a capable old man in his 50s walked onto the stage, took the microphone and said, "Dear friends, it is a great honor to come to Yuncheng. Our Shia group plans to expand the market in the southwest, and we need your support. I came here today to discuss cooperation with you. Of course, the Zhao family is a good choice, but that doesn't mean that other companies have no chance. This one sentence made Zhao Qianlong, who was standing next to him, feel a little uneasy. What does it mean? I worked so hard to organize this banquet, but in the end, it still benefits others. However, the size and status of the Xia family were obviously much stronger than those of the Zhao family. Even if Zhao Qianlong was dissatisfied, he did not dare to show it. Su Yixue, Su Honghai, Su Mingho and others stood together. When they heard the conversation between Zhao Qianlong and Xia Hao, they immediately said in disappointment, "Alas! The Su family has no chance this time. Today's banquet was originally organized by the Zhao family. How could it be our turn?" "Yes. Yixue, are you really sure you want to marry that idiot?" While everyone was talking, they couldn't help but look at Yifan beside Su Yixue again. Yifan was standing next to Su Yixue at this time. His expression could not be seen, but he did not look like a person with normal IQ at all. Poor Yi family. While Xia Hao was speaking on the stage, his eyes casually glanced towards the stage below. When he glanced past Su Yixue, he suddenly saw Yifan beside Su Yixue. His eyes suddenly lit up, "Miracle Doctor." Xia Hao couldn't help but shout out with the microphone in his hand, which surprised everyone present. Xia Hao quickly said, "Excuse me, everyone. I have something important to do right now. I'll talk to you later." After saying that, Xia Hao handed the microphone to Zhao Qianlong next to him. Under Zhao Qianlong's shocked eyes, he took his assistant and trotted quickly towards the direction where Su Yixue was. In the direction where Su Yixue was, many company bosses and representatives had expectant looks on their faces, hoping that Xia Hao was coming to see them. They were even ready to shake hands, but when Xia Hao passed by them, he didn't even look at them. He stared at Yifan with burning eyes and approached quickly. At this time, everyone in the Su family also noticed that something was wrong. Could this Mr. Xia be here to see us? Is any of you familiar with Mr. Xia? Su Mingho was a little confused and turned to look at everyone. Everyone shook their heads, only the third brother said hesitantly, "When I attended a business forum in the provincial capital before, Mr. Xia and I shook hands once. Did he remember me?" Everyone rolled their eyes. There were so many people shaking hands at that forum, how could anyone possibly remember you? "Miracles Doctor, I finally found you. I never had the chance to thank you for saving my life." Amid everyone's puzzled eyes, Xia Hao trotted to Yifan, bowed respectfully and stretched out his hands to Yifan. "Are you here to see Yifan?" Everyone in the Su family was stunned, and now everyone was stunned too. A fool actually knows Xia Hao from the Xia family in the provincial capital. Su Yixue just announced in the morning that she was going to marry Yifan, and she reaped such benefits in the afternoon. If Yifan and Xia Hao have a special relationship, then the Xia family's partner in Yuncheng must naturally be the Su group. Chapter 8. This is a golden thigh. Zhao Qianlong, who came along, instantly lost his composure when he heard Xia Hao actually say that Yifan had saved him. "Mr. Xia, you must have recognized the wrong person. This is a mentally retarded idiot from the Yi family. How could he have the medical skills to save people?" Zhao Qianlong quickly spoke to dissuade Xia Hao, "Let's go. Mr. Xia, you should have heard about the Yi family's affairs. You must have recognized the wrong person. And it's best not to have any connection with the Yi family now." The 10 core members of the Yi family all died within one day. This incident has spread throughout Darshia and is no longer a secret. Xia Hao looked Yifan up and down carefully, then shook his head with certainty, "I won't make a mistake. 5 years ago, when I was on the verge of death, it was the miracle doctor who saved me. After not seeing him for a few years, how could the miracle doctor become a fool?" Xia Hao curiously turned his gaze to Su Yixue beside Yifan. Su Yixue quickly said, "Mr. Xia, my fiancé was in a car accident 5 years ago, and his intelligence was affected, so he became like this now." Su Yixue described Yifan's situation in detail to Xia Hao. Xia Hao connected the two and nodded, saying, "That's right. Young Master Yi was a genius before. His kung fu and medical skills were not bad either. According to the time calculation, he was in a car accident after treating me. That can't be wrong." The Yi family was almost wiped out, and 7 beautiful sisters-in-law jointly married the fool of the Yi family. This incident has spread throughout Dacia. Everyone feels sorry for the Yi family while praising the 7 beautiful sisters-in-law. Xie Hao never expected that the person who saved his life that year was actually the youngest master of the Yi family. Ms. Su, you seem to be in the pharmaceutical industry? Are you interested in cooperating with my Xie family? Xie Hao stared at Su Yixue intently, and his words stunned everyone around them. What's the meaning? Is Xie Hao planning to deliver enormous wealth directly to his doorstep? Mr. Xie, you mean, you want to cooperate with our Su family? Su Yixue couldn't help but get excited. But now, because of the Yi family, we have been banned by all the major partners, right? Those who deal with the Yi family will suppress our Su family to death. If you cooperate with the Su family, you will also be implicated. Zhao Qianlong was so anxious that he started to jump up and down. That's right. Mr. Xie, we can't afford to provoke those people from the Yi family. Mr. Xie, you should choose to cooperate with our Zhao family, right? Zhao Qianlong was so anxious that he wanted to reach out and pull Xie Hao away. I have worked so hard to organize such a big banquet, and I have spent so much time and energy, but in the end I have to make wedding dresses for the Su family. Originally, he could have killed Yi Fan and then successfully taken Su Yixue into his arms. But if the Su family and the Xie family cooperated, they would surely grow into the first wealthy family in Yuncheng in a short period of time, and it would be basically impossible for him to take Su Yixue. Humph! What's wrong with being implicated? If young Master Yi hadn't saved Xie's life, Xie would have been a pile of dirt by now, and there would be no Xie family today. Xie Hao turned his head and glanced at Su Yixue. Besides, Miss Su and Miss Yu Linglong, so many heroic women have not abandoned the Yi family, so what should I be afraid of? Miss Su, it's settled. The Su family will be the Xie family's only partner in Yuncheng, and all of the Xie family's channels will be fully open to the Su family. In the entire southwest, anyone who goes against the Su family is going against my Xie family. Xie Hao raised his voice and announced his decision loudly. Such a surprise from the sky made Su Yixue, Su Honghai and others a little dazed. I didn't expect that the idiot would bring such a big surprise to the Su family. Su Mingho looked at Yi Fan more favorably. The guests around were all envious. The Yi family is still the Yi family. Even though it is declining, its heritage is still there. Yes. As a genius back then, Yi Fan had many means. I didn't expect that Yi Fan also had extraordinary medical skills. Since he saved Xie Hao, he must have saved many other big guys. This is a considerable amount of resources. Su Yixue is still far-sighted, but I don't know what to do with those partners who banned the Su family. The Su family reversed the situation in an instant, and everyone's attitude towards the Yi family changed. Although Yi Fan is a fool, the Yi family may still have hope. What if Yi Fan suddenly wakes up one day? After Xie Hao announced his decision, he turned around and bowed respectfully to Yi Fan, saying, "Divine Doctor, thank you again for saving my life. The Xie family's ability is limited, and we can only help this much. Please forgive me, Divine Doctor." Although the Xie family is a super family in the southwest region, Xie Hao knows that the people behind the attack on the Yi family this time are at least those giants in Shanjing, and they are not people that the Xie family can afford to provoke. You helped my wife, you are a good man. Hug. Yi Fan stared at Xie Hao in front of him and remembered who he was. 5 years ago, before Yi Fan had a car accident, he went to the provincial capital to play and accidentally met Xie Hao, who was being hunted. Xie Hao was poisoned and stabbed several times, and was dying. Yi Fan saved him and killed the killers who were chasing Xie Hao. Xie Hao saved his life, and the Xie family took off rapidly in the following years. Xie Hao hugged Yi Fan with some regret, and patted Yi Fan on the back. Alas! Miracle Doctor, how did you become like this? Don't worry, you will definitely recover. As soon as Xie Hao finished speaking, a subtle voice suddenly rang in his ears. You did a good job, I won't treat you unfairly. Kindness? Hearing this familiar voice, Xie Hao's body froze instantly and he stood there in a daze. Is that the voice of the Miracle Doctor? Miracle Doctor, this. Xie Hao separated from Yi Fan and looked at Yi Fan in shock. Yi Fan didn't say anything, but just nodded to Xie Hao with a slight arc. Xie Hao was completely shocked. The Miracle Doctor wasn't stupid. But why did he pretend to be stupid? Xie Hao was originally a very shrewd person. Thinking of what happened to the Yi family, Xie Hao instantly understood. Is Yi Fan hiding his abilities and deliberately concealing his edge so that he can avoid being hunted down by his opponents? It's really brilliant. It is conceivable that if Yi Fan was not a fool, the Yi family would be destroyed today. Would Yi Fan be able to escape? Xia Hao broke out in a cold sweat, thinking of the night 5 years ago when he was chased by dozens of martial arts masters. Those killers were so powerful, yet they were easily killed by a 15-year-old boy. At that time, Yixue's strength was so terrifying, so to what level has Yixue's strength reached now? With such strength, means, strategy, and a genius with extraordinary medical skills, who also knows how to deliberately hide his edge, it probably won't be long before the Yi family will rise again, right? Those who deal with the Yi family or alienate the Yi family are probably in trouble. The fact that Yifan chose to reveal the news to him showed that Yixue trusted him. Vaguely, Xia Hao felt that he had found a golden pie. If I choose to support the Yi family and the Su family at this time, the Xia family will definitely become one of the super wealthy families dominating the Great Xia in the future. Thinking of this, Xia Hao could hardly hide his excitement, and bowed respectfully to Yifan. Don't worry, Master Yi, I will do my best and will do my best. As for Yifan's identity, since Yixue wanted to cover it up, he must have his reasons, and Xia Hao would not be so stupid as to reveal it. What should I do? Mr. Xia, what about the cooperation we agreed on before? Zhao Qianlong jumped up and down beside him, feeling like a clown. Chapter 9. Who is the Joker? He is bad, he is a bad man, he wants to steal my wife Yixue. Hearing Zhao Qianlong's words, Yifan immediately hid behind Su Yixue, pulled Su Yixue's sleeve and called out. Xia Hao's face suddenly darkened. He knew clearly just now that the young master of the Yi family was not stupid at all. He was extremely powerful and had extraordinary medical skills. Now that the Yi family was in great trouble, Yifan was deliberately hiding his brilliance and pretending to be stupid, so many things were difficult to do. Well, since young Master Yi has chosen to trust me, then let me do the things that young Master Yi cannot do. Bang! Xia Hao suddenly raised his hand and slapped Zhao Qianlong. Are you teaching me how to do things? When did I ever make an agreement with you? Hiss! Xia Hao suddenly attacked Zhao Qianlong, and this scene shocked everyone at the scene. As the CEO of a wealthy family in the provincial capital, Xia Hao's temperament and self-restraint are naturally needless to say. But now he actually beat Zhao Qianlong himself. As a rising star in Yuncheng, the Zhao family's strength should not be underestimated. No matter from which angle you look at it, there is no need for Xia Hao to take action. Just because of Yifan? Mr. Xia, why did you hit me? Zhao Qianlong was stunned by the beating. He covered his swollen face and stared at Xia Hao with a puzzled look on his face. He was puzzled. Why? Just because you want to think about Master Yi's wife, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Xia Hao glared at Zhao Qianlong coldly. Get lost. Okay. Although Zhao Qianlong was arrogant, he did not dare to be presumptuous under the suppression of Xia Hao's aura. After answering, Zhao Qianlong suddenly remembered that this was the venue of the banquet he organized. Where else could he go? Xia Hao also reacted, and after looking at Yifan and Su Yixue, he said, Mr. Yi, Ms. Su, you see, there is no point in staying at the banquet any longer. How about we go to another place to discuss cooperation? Su Yixue hadn't recovered from her shock yet. When Xia Hao reminded her, she quickly said, okay. Let's go. After greeting everyone in the Su family, Su Yixue left the banquet hall with the core members of the Su family, Wang Fugue, Xia Hao and others. Su Yixue and Xia Hao made an appointment to go to the company to discuss something, but she was worried about Yifan, so she asked her father to accompany Xia Hao to the company first, while she drove Yifan home. In the banquet hall, Zhao Qianlong's face became extremely gloomy as he watched Su Yixue and Yifan leaving. Damn it! My home court has become a joke. Zhao Qianlong was furious when he thought about how Yifan had fooled him before. It was all because of that idiot Yifan that he ruined my good deeds. How are the people I asked you to prepare going? Beside Zhao Qianlong, several bodyguards in suits and black clothes quickly responded, everyone is ready, we can start at any time. Zhao Qianlong nodded grimly, let's go. I'm going to make sure he can't go home today. At his own banquet, not only did he drink the water used to wash the mop, he also worked hard to find the Xia family for cooperation, but was intercepted by the Su family halfway. Zhao Qianlong was completely humiliated today. As Xia Hao left, the hundreds of guests in the banquet hall dispersed in an instant, leaving only a few left. Everyone came here today just for Xia Hao. Xia Hao has decided to cooperate with the Su family and has also insulted the Zhao family. There is not much point in them staying here. Su Yixue drove Yifan to her residence. Thinking about the close contact she would have with Yifan that night, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Although Su Yixue is already an adult, she is still just a girl after all, and she is still a little shy when facing those things. Su Yixue was driving while looking at Yifan next to her. His face was strong, with clear lines, and his eyes were full of wisdom, as if there was an invisible force that wanted to draw away people's souls. Yifan is really handsome. If Yifan could wake up now, countless girls would pounce on him. But Su Yixue didn't have any regrets in her heart. Marrying Yifan was her own choice. On the one hand, she wanted to repay the Yi family, and on the other hand, Su Yixue didn't dislike Yifan. Before, when Su Yixue was Yifan's sister-in-law, the two had met quite a few times, and Su Yixue had a very good impression of this handsome boy. "Yixue, my dear wife, what are you looking at? Am I pretty?" Yifan next to her suddenly spoke, and reached out to grab Su Yixue's wrist, which scared Su Yixue. He turned the steering wheel and the car swerved in the middle of the road, almost hitting the flower bed next to it. Su Yixue didn't know how to explain, she felt her heart pounding. Su Yixue instinctively wanted to pull her hand back, but when she saw Yifan's sincere eyes, she stopped. "I am his wife now. There will be such close contact from behind, not only hands but also other parts. I just don't know if Yifan knows how to do it. At that time, I have to take the initiative myself, which is so embarrassing." Su Yixue vaguely began to look forward to the arrival of the evening. At the same time that Su Yixue was shy, a clear warm current flowed down her arm and into her body. At this moment, Su Yixue felt that her whole body was full of strength, and it seemed that her vision and thinking were much clearer. What is going on? Before the banquet, when Su Yixue and Yifan hugged, Su Yixue had a vague feeling. It seemed that when she was in close contact with Yifan, she could feel a warm current that gave her strength. Su Yixue didn't think much about it at the time, but now, with such a clear feeling, Su Yixue had to treat it seriously. Is this the secret of Yifan's monstrous genius? You can gain strength by having close contact with him. If Shen Yufei gave up Yifan, wouldn't that be like giving up a moving treasure? Xiaofan, you are very beautiful. The son we will have in the future will definitely be very handsome too. Su Yixue held Yifan's wrist with her backhand and looked at him tenderly. Yifan stared at his sister-in-law in front of him, and a string in his heart was touched. It turns out that, apart from Shen Yufei, other girls can also be so gentle. I can't let down these sisters-in-law who are so gentle to me. It's good to have a son. I want to sleep with my wife and have a son. Yifan's words instantly made Su Yixue blush again. As Yifan finished speaking, his eyes suddenly swept towards the rearview mirror. In fact, Yifan noticed the following cars from the moment he left the banquet hall. They had been following him all their way and wanted to stop Su Yixue's car several times, but they just didn't find the opportunity. Yifan naturally had an idea of who sent the car behind. I made Zhao Qianlong lose so much at the banquet today. Even a big partner like Xia Hao chose to cooperate with the Su family. Zhao Qianlong will definitely not let me go. Yixue, my dear, I need to pee. Can you stop the car for a moment? When the car turned into an alley, Yifan suddenly said to Su Yixue beside him. But, there is no toilet nearby. Su Yixue stepped on the brakes, looked around, but didn't find any toilet anywhere. Grandpa said that boys can go to the toilet behind the trees. Yifan pointed to a forest on the side of the road and said, "Hurry up, I can't hold it anymore, I need to go to the toilet. Wife, please wait for me a little longer." After Su Yixue stopped the car, Yifan jogged all their way and quickly went into an abandoned park nearby. The driver leading the car behind Su Yixue was Zhao Qianlong. Seeing Yifan actually got out of the car on his own initiative, Zhao Qianlong's face darkened. Humph! He is such an idiot. He actually got out of the car on his own initiative in such a desolate place. He is courting death. Quick, everyone, follow him and kill him in the woods without anyone noticing. Chapter 10 Yifan asked me to kill you. Yifan entered the park and rubbed his face quickly a few times. Under the dim street lights, Yifan had transformed into a different person in the blink of an eye. At this moment, even if his biological mother came, she would not be able to recognize Yifan. After doing all this, Yifan stayed quietly behind an abandoned flower bed, waiting for Zhao Qianlong and others. In just a few dozen seconds, Zhao Qianlong, accompanied by a dozen strong bodyguards, chased in with flashlights. After looking around, they found Yifan standing behind the flower bed. But Yifan no longer looked the same as before, and even though Zhao Qianlong was standing in front of Yifan, he did not recognize him. "Did you see a young man coming in from outside just now?" Zhao Qianlong looked Yifan up and down and felt that the clothes Yifan was wearing were somewhat familiar. Yifan smiled faintly. "Oh. I just saw a young man rushing over there, just behind that rockery." Yifan casually pointed towards the flower bed. "Let's go. We'll outflank them. We can't let Yifan get out of here alive today. When we get out later, we'll take Su Yixue with us. I have to vent my anger today." Zhao Qianlong called upon his men and rushed towards the rockery quickly, without noticing that Yifan's face had become extremely gloomy at this moment. Yifan had seen clearly just now that the scarred man who hit him with his car 5 years ago was right next to Zhao Qianlong. 5 years ago, since they dared to cause a car accident to murder me, they wanted to do it to me again today and also wanted to defile Su Yixue. Then don't blame me for being rude. A hint of coldness appeared in Yifan's eyes, and he followed the direction where Zhao Qianlong and others went in. Zhao Qianlong led a group of people to search for Yifan in the weeds behind the rockery for a long time, but they couldn't find any trace of Yifan. Damn. Did that guy lie to us? Zhao Qianlong was a little angry. Damn it. There is only such a small place. Where can that bastard Yifan run to? Damn it. After Zhao Qianlong finished speaking, he turned around and suddenly saw the young man who had just shown him the way. It was naturally Yifan. Fuck. You want to die, you bastard. Didn't you say that person was coming in here? Where did he go? Zhao Qianlong grabbed Yifan's neck and scolded him coldly. "If you lied to me, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs today." The muscles on Yifan's face twitched twice, and he stared at Zhao Qianlong coldly and said, "That man did come in. But when he came over, he said something to me." Yifan's words made Zhao Qianlong and his men around him a little stunned. Yifan is a fool, what else can he say to others? What did he tell you? Zhao Qianlong let go of Yifan and stared at him. Yifan said calmly, "He said that some bad guys are chasing him and asked me to kill you." This sentence instantly made everyone present tense. What do you mean? After sensing the murderous aura surging from Yifan, Zhao Qianlong realized that something was wrong and called everyone to escape. But it's too late. Yifan's figure rushed into the crowd like a ghost. Bang bang bang. There was a dull sound of fists and bodies colliding in the crowd. In just a few seconds, dozens of people at the scene, except Zhao Qianlong and the man with the scar, all fell down, and there was no movement. The other bodyguards who followed Zhao Qianlong were not good people either, but they did not directly participate in the assassination of Yifan. So Yifan only destroyed their foundations, causing them to faint and they might have to lie in bed for the rest of their lives, but he still saved their lives. However, Yifan had already sentenced Zhao Qianlong and the scarred man to death the moment they entered the woods. "I mean to kill you," Yifan said without any expression, and rubbed his face twice with his hands. "They are all quiet now, it's much easier for us to talk now." When Yifan returned to his original appearance, Zhao Qianlong and the man with the scar were stunned. You are Yifan? You are not stupid. Are you pretending? Shit. Zhao Qianlong glanced at the bodyguards lying on the ground, his pupils dilated in shock, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Now thinking back to the banquet, why did Yifan make him drink the water used to mop the toilet? Everything now makes sense. 5 years ago, before Yifan got into a car accident, he was already a master-level genius. So what level did Yifan reach 5 years ago when he was pretending to be stupid? Zhao Qianlong was stunned and terrified. His legs were shaking uncontrollably and his heart sank to the bottom. Since Yifan is pretending to be stupid, he must still remember what happened 5 years ago. "I'll give you a chance, tell me. 5 years ago, why did you cause a car accident to kill me?" Yifan clapped his hands, leaned calmly on the railing, staring at Zhao Qianlong intently. Zhao Qianlong knew that Yifan was terrifying. At this moment, he didn't even have the courage to escape. Thump. The scarred man next to him was so scared that he knelt down in front of Yifan. "Master Yi, spare my life, I was wrong. At that time, it was Master Zhao who asked me to do it. I was wrong, please spare my life." Yifan didn't even look at the scarred man. A powerful energy surged in his hand, directly blasting the man into powder. The man dissipated with the wind and fell into the flowing stream in the park, disappearing instantly. This is also one of the functions of the fire in Yifan's body. Yifan only needed to activate his martial arts energy and connect it with the fire. Yifan's martial arts energy seemed to have its own fire attribute, which could directly blast the target into powder without leaving any trace. But Zhao Qianlong was stunned by such a weird scene, and was on the verge of collapse. Master Yi, I was wrong. I really didn't want to kill you. It was the big boss in the provincial capital who sent the people of the Liu family in the provincial capital to force me to do it. Master Yi, can you spare my life? I will obey Master Yi's orders in the future. Zhao Qianlong couldn't help but kneel down and kowtow to Yifan continuously. In Zhao Qianlong's opinion, Yifan was too terrifying. It's been 5 years since the car accident, and Yifan has been pretending to be stupid for 5 years. Zhao Qianlong also vaguely knew that the trouble with the Yi family this time must have been caused by the big boss in Beijing who almost wiped out the entire Yi family, but only spared the fool Yifan. But what they don't know is that Yifan, this fool, is the most terrifying existence in the Yi family. If I return alive, I must pass this message on as soon as possible. If Yifan didn't die, no one would have a good life. Who is the big boss in Shangjin? The muscles on Yifan's face twitched. Yifan knew the Liu family in the provincial capital. Old man Liu was his grandfather's most loyal subordinate. He didn't expect that he would be assassinated and the Liu family was the murderer. Once the situation in Yuncheng has been settled, it's time to go to the provincial capital to settle accounts with the Liu family. Young Master Yi, I really don't know anything about Shangjin. I only know that in Yuncheng, our Zhao family, Wang family, and the other Li family serve the big boss in Shangjin. Usually we follow the orders of the Liu family in the provincial capital. Young Master Yi, can you please not kill me? I promise not to tell anyone a word. Zhao Qianlong was in a very miserable state at this time. He lay on the ground like a dog, wagging his tail constantly. If I had known this would happen, why did I do it in the first place? Yifan was not at all soft-hearted. The energy in his hand instantly crushed Zhao Qianlong to pieces, turning him into powder and falling into the river. Only the dead won't leak secrets. Just as I finished doing all this, Su Yixue's voice suddenly rang out from outside the woods. Xiao Fan, are you okay? What took you so long? Su Yixue's voice was trembling, and she seemed to be groping inside with the light of her mobile phone. Chapter 11, Cut the Grass at its Roots. Yifan felt warm in his heart. He knew his sister-in-law well. She was most afraid of mice. It must have taken a lot of courage to come in such a dark night. Su Yixue really cares about me. Rare. Yifan put away his fierce aura and regained his cute look. My dear Yixue, I'm fine now. I'm out. Yifan responded and quickly disappeared out of the woods. When approaching Su Yixue, Yifan suddenly shouted, Wow! What a big rat! Where is it? Su Yixue was so frightened that she jumped up instantly, put her arms around Yifan's neck, and instinctively jumped into Yifan's arms. Yifan took Su Yixue into his arms, feeling the softness and fragrance of Su Yixue's body with his wrist. My dear wife Yixue, you just run away. You smell so good. Yifan sniffed Su Yixue's neck twice, making Su Yixue blush. You are so bad. You tried to scare me on purpose just now, didn't you? Su Yixue said coquettishly and reached out to hit Yifan on the chest. At this moment, Su Yixue was a little unsure. Was Yifan really stupid? Or was he pretending to be stupid? At this time, Yifan just had a silly smile on his face, holding Su Yixue and walking towards the vehicles on the side of the road. On the road, there were still a few drivers left among Zhao Qianlong's vehicles. They were waiting for Zhao Qianlong and the others to return triumphantly, but after waiting for a while, they actually saw Yifan carrying Su Yixue out. They immediately became confused. Where are Zhao Shao and the others? Aren't they going to hunt down Yifan? How come Yifan is out but they haven't come out yet? Could something have happened? Let's go in and take a look. After Su Yixue drove away with Yifan, the drivers left behind by Zhao Qianlong quickly searched inside the abandoned park. After searching for 10 minutes, they finally found the bodyguards unconscious on the ground behind the rockery. Hurry up and call an ambulance to notify the owner. In just a moment, the abandoned park became lively. Zhao Deqian personally led people over and all the bodyguards were sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. What worried Zhao Deqian, the head of the Zhao family, was that all the people Zhao Qianlong had sent out today were found, but there was no trace of Zhao Qianlong and the man with the scar. How could two living people disappear out of thin air? Keep looking for them. Zhao Deqian shouted angrily at the Zhao family's bodyguards. Zhao Deqian only has this one son. If anything unexpected happens to him, there will be no descendants. Master, there are hundreds of us. We have searched this place 8 times. We have searched every corner and even the river, but there is no trace of the young master. Zhao Dechang's men were also very depressed. How about we call the police? Idiot. Zhao Dechang kicked his subordinate in anger. Are you crazy? Why did you call the police? You called the police and said they were here to kill Yifan, and now he's missing. When Zhao Dechang's bodyguard captain heard this, he didn't dare to say anything more. What did the bodyguards who woke up say? Zhao Dechang coldly scolded his other subordinates. News came from the hospital. All of their answers were the same. After they followed Yifan in, they met a stranger, and then that stranger knocked them all out. They have no idea what happened next. After listening to his subordinate's report, Zhao Dechang couldn't help but close his eyes. There is actually a strange master appearing? He injured so many bodyguards, but only took away the scarred man and his son. Is his son in danger? What kind of opponent has come to find me? Or did someone from the Yi family take action? Go back. Block all news about what happened here today. Send all the members of the Zhao family to conduct a comprehensive search for information about the young master in Yuncheng. If you have any clues, report to me immediately. Zhao Dechang gave orders to his men with a gloomy face, still unwilling to give up any hope. Yifan. It's this beast again. I didn't kill him 5 years ago, but now he is causing trouble for the Zhao family. Snort. Anyway, the higher-ups are planning to silence you. You got away with it this time, but next time, I'll do it myself and see if you have any chance of escaping. Su Yixue sent Yifan back to her residence, and after settling him down, she hurried to the company. The Xia family is going to cooperate with the Su group. This is a huge opportunity for the Su group. There cannot be any accidents in the process of signing the contract. After Su Yixue left, Yifan explored the entire villa. Although Yifan was the only one in the villa, he still spotted several figures hiding in the dark around the villa. Some of them were bodyguards arranged by Su Yixue to protect Yifan's safety. There are few people that Yifan is more familiar with. They are the bodyguards of the Yi family and should have been sent by his grandfather. The Yi family is now in such a critical moment. Although the opponents think that Yifan is just a fool and have not taken action against him, no one can guarantee that the opponents will suddenly go crazy. However, these ordinary bodyguards could not keep an eye on Yifan at all. Yifan turned up the volume of the TV in the living room, then quickly flashed towards the back door of the villa and slipped out of the villa quietly without making a sound. Since he has taken action against Zhao Qianlong, Yifan will not give the Zhao family any time to breathe. While Su Yixue is not back yet, Yifan wants to go to the Zhao family and destroy them completely. Yuncheng, Zhao family compound. Zhao Dechang returned home feeling a little bored, and the big yellow dog at home came up to him and wagged its tail as usual. Get out! Zhao Dechang angrily kicked the big yellow dog away. The big yellow dog ran away in pain, feeling very depressed. What did he do wrong? Thinking of his son's experience, Zhao Dechang walked towards his study room irritably. Don't bother me. Zhao Dechang pushed open the door of the study and turned on the light. Seeing the scene in front of him, his pupils suddenly dilated. Yifan? Why are you here? In the room, Yifan sat on the armchair, staring coldly at Zhao Dechang. His venomous eyes made Zhao Dechang feel a little scared. 5 years ago, you, the Zhao family, didn't kill him. You should be regretting it now, right? Yifan's mouth twitched. He stood up and stared at Zhao Dechang. Zhao Dechang was completely confused. Aren't you stupid? You're not stupid. Are you pretending? You? Zhao Dechang instinctively wanted to reach out to open the door and call the bodyguard, but as soon as he reached out his hand, Yifan moved. Call out. A pencil shot out and nailed Zhao Dechang's palm to the door. Just as Zhao Dechang was about to scream, a rag was stuffed into his mouth, blocking out his screams. Answer my questions honestly, and I can save you some pain. Yifan approached Zhao Dechang and spoke coldly. The murderous aura on his body made Zhao Dechang's hair stand on end. Chapter 12, Zhao family exterminated. Zhao Dechang knew that he had no choice at all and could only nod forcefully. Yifan took the rag out of Zhao Dechang's mouth. Zhao Dechang endured the severe pain in his arm and said to Yifan in despair, Qianlong has died in your hands, right? Although he had already guessed the answer, Zhao Dechang still wanted to confirm it. What do you think? 5 years ago, he wanted to hit me to death with his car, and today he wanted to kill me again. Should I keep such a person to celebrate the new year? Yifan responded coldly. Yifan would never show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Being kind to your enemies means being cruel to yourself. Zhao Dechang closed his eyes in pain, as expected. What a pity. 5 years ago, after Yifan became a fool, he should not have been soft-hearted, he should have continued to take action and killed Yifan. Until now, the Zhao family died in Yifan's hands. Go ahead and ask. Zhao Dechang knew that he was doomed to die, but he felt calm. Since he is going to die, let Yifan and the people behind him fight to the death. I believe it will be a very exciting fight. Yuncheng, besides the Wang family and the Li family, who else is a vassal of the Liu family in the provincial capital? Yifan's words stunned Zhao Dechang for a moment. It turned out that Yifan had investigated the power behind him so clearly. Who said Yifan was a fool? He is the biggest fool. Yifan has been pretending to be stupid for 5 years. He is hiding his incompetence. If you don't move, it's fine. But once you move, you will become the enemy's nightmare. The Liu family's vassal families in Yuncheng are indeed only the Wang family and the Li family. But in addition to them, the Liu family has also arranged other masters in Yuncheng to monitor the movements of the Yi family at any time. However, I don't know where those people usually lurk. Zhao Dechang paused and continued, 5 years ago, I didn't kill you, I'm sorry, but what I want to tell you is that you can't beat them. Yifan ignored Zhao Dechang and continued to ask, who are the big boss families in Beijing behind the Liu family in the provincial capital? How much do you know? Zhao Dechang shook his head. We know very little about the big guys in Shanjing. The only time I saw a representative from Shanjing, he was wearing a mask, but everyone called him Master Zhu. I don't know who he is, but their power is terrifying. They can even easily decide the appointment of the governor of Yuncheng. But I know that they attacked the Yi family not only because your Yi family is too strong, but also because they seem to be looking for something. Yifan asked Zhao Dechang for a while, but didn't get any valuable information. The energy in his body circulated for a while, and Zhao Dechang was hit by the energy and turned into powder, which flew out of the window and was blown away by the wind. The next moment, Yifan's body turned into a ghost and disappeared from the Zhao family compound. It seems that the background of the big boss in Beijing behind the Liu family can only be figured out when I go to the provincial capital to investigate the Liu family. After Yifan left, several major events happened in Yuncheng in a short period of time. Zhao Dechang's younger brother and his family were driving home when they suddenly had a car accident and fell into the Yunsha River. Their life or death is unknown. Another core member of the Zhao family slipped and fell from the 18th floor after attending the meeting. Soon after, the news of the disappearance of Zhao Dechang and his son began to spread wildly in Yuncheng. Yuncheng, in the Yi family compound. Yi Changfeng listened to the news reported by the guard captain Ling Feng, and frowned. Is the Zhao family wiped out overnight? Zhao Dechang, his younger brother, and other core members all suddenly disappeared and died. This was obviously not a normal phenomenon. Yes. Ling Feng replied, and continued, according to our intelligence, Zhao Qianlong had intended to plot against the young master at the banquet, but ended up shooting himself in the foot. Moreover, our intelligence also found that 5 years ago, the young master had a car accident, and the Zhao family was behind it, but now the clues are broken. Yi Changfeng also roughly knew about the car accident that Yifan had 5 years ago. Although according to the accident appraisal results at the time, the driver who hit the person was drunk and hit the person accidentally, and was also sent to prison. But Yi Changfeng naturally did not believe that things would be so coincidental. However, whenever the Yi family used their power to investigate, they would always be obstructed by a mysterious force, and would be forced to interrupt at every critical moment. And now there is suddenly a clue, the entire Zhao family has been wiped out. Is this another coincidence? To be able to clean up the Zhao family so neatly in a short period of time, one must have reached at least the Grandmaster level. When did such a powerful Grandmaster appear in Yuncheng? Yi Changfeng muttered to himself as he looked at the information Ling Feng handed to him. What about that kid Yifan? Where is he now? Yi Changfeng suddenly thought of Yifan. 5 years ago, Yifan was already a powerful master. The Zhao family was wiped out. Could it be that Yifan had regained consciousness and took action? Young Master Yi has been sent home by Misu and is staying at home. Our people are on guard and protecting him around him. Young Master has never left Misu's residence. Ling Feng responded confidently. The few people guarding Su Yixue over there are all Ling Feng's capable subordinates, and their strength is at the level of mastering martial arts. Oh! Yi Changfeng sighed, a little disappointed. Pay more attention to the Su group. Those bastards who attacked the Yi family will definitely ban the Su group and kill the Su family next. The girl from the Su family protects the Yi family so much, so naturally they cannot let the Su family feel disappointed. Although the Yi family suffered a severe blow, as long as the old man himself is not dead, there are still millions of Qianlong troops supporting him, so he still has the ability to protect his master, the Su family. Yes. There is another situation. Xia Hao, the head of the Xia family in the provincial capital, recognized the young master at today's banquet and said that the young master was the benefactor who saved his life 5 years ago. Therefore, he chose to cooperate with the Su group against all odds. This should help the Su group alleviate some of the pressure. Oh! Xiaofan's medical skills were so great 5 years ago. He could save people, how come I didn't know that? Yi Changfeng found that even though Yifan had grown up, he actually didn't know anything about his grandson. This is a good thing. At this time, in the office of Su Group, Su Yixue, who had just signed the contract with Xia Hao, was staring at the mirror in a daze. Although she had already made the decision to marry Yifan and have children for the Yi family, when the time really came, Su Yixue was still a little nervous. When she thought about facing Yifan naked, Su Yixue's face turned red with shame. In the mirror, Su Yixue has a perfect figure, with curves in all the right places. She is a total stunner. How many young men in Yuncheng are thinking about her, and tonight, she will belong to Yifan. In the Yuncheng Royal KTV, Xu Dong and a group of young masters from Yuncheng sang and danced, venting their desires wantonly. After the song ended, a wealthy young man asked in confusion, "It's almost 12 o'clock, why hasn't Mr. Zhao come yet?" They had originally agreed to come here to celebrate after Zhao Qianlong had dealt with Yifan. As a result, this group of people waited for more than 2 hours, but there was still no news from Zhao Qianlong. Xu Dong also frowned and said, "I'll call Mr. Zhao and ask." But Xu Dong called several times and Zhao Qianlong's phone showed that it could not be connected. In desperation, Xu Dong called another acquaintance of the Zhao family, but the news he received shocked Xu Dong. "Master Xu, I'm afraid Master Zhao can't come. Zhao Dechang and Zhao Qianlong are both missing, and all the core disciples of the Zhao family have died in the past hour. The Zhao family has been destroyed." Chapter 13. That's not how you sleep. Xu Dong couldn't help but exclaimed. Just a few hours ago, I was talking and laughing with Zhao Qianlong. In such a short time, Zhao Qianlong disappeared. Others didn't know what Zhao Qianlong was doing, but Xu Dong knew very well that Zhao Qianlong was going to kill Yifan. He disappeared during the process of killing Yifan, and then Zhao Dechang also disappeared? How could there be such a coincidence? The only possibility is that an accident occurred in the process of killing Yifan, and then the entire Zhao family was implicated. Could it be that the idiot Yifan has woken up? Thinking of this, and thinking about what he and his father had done over the years, Xu Dong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Xu Dong and his father Xu Jian, as Yi Changfeng's adopted son and grandson, were protected by the Yi family. However, over the years when they were in charge of the Yi family, they had always been thinking about how to seize the Yi family's assets for themselves. If Yifan wakes up, he will definitely not let me go. Have you found out who did it? Xu Dong asked tentatively. An acquaintance of the Zhao family sighed and responded, "We don't have any clues, but according to a letter left in the family master's study, it was Zhao Dechang who robbed a woman of a master, and now is back for revenge. That man is called Fan Yi." Fan Yi? Hearing that it was not Yifan, Xu Dong breathed a sigh of relief, and then his eyes lit up. Another master-level expert has appeared in Yuncheng? If the price I offer is high enough and I ask him to kill Yifan and the old man in his family, then wouldn't I have nothing to worry about? Thinking of this, Xu Dong went from being worried at first to being delighted later. The Zhao family was wiped out. Although this incident was a great shock to Xu Dong, it was also an opportunity. "Mr. Xu, what's the situation with Mr. Zhao?" After Xu Dong hung up the phone, all the rich young men stopped their entertainment and looked at Xu Dong intently. The Zhao family was wiped out. It is said that Zhao Dechang offended a master at the grandmaster level. Xu Dong snorted coldly, "Humph. Yifan is really lucky. At the critical moment, he actually saved his life. But next time, I don't know if you will be so lucky." After Yifan finished dealing with the Zhao family's affairs and returned home, he had just finished washing up when Su Yixue also returned home. Su Yixue breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yifan was safe and sound. On their way back, Su Yixue had already heard about the Zhao family. Xiaofan, do you know? The Zhao Qianlong who bullied you has been dealt with by the bad guys and will never bully you again. Su Yixue was still somewhat suspicious. Zhao Qianlong only bullied Yifan at the banquet and then said he wanted to steal Yifan's wife. Within just 1 hour, the entire Zhao family was wiped out. Is it such a coincidence? Su Yixue also suspected that Yifan was the one who did it behind the scenes, but Su Yixue just asked the bodyguard she had arranged at the door, and he knew that Yifan had never left the villa during the time Su Yixue was away, so it was impossible that Yifan was the one who did it. But it's not Yifan, who is that mysterious Master Fan Yi. Was it just the right move? That's great. Finally no one is competing with me for my wife. That's great. Yifan happily put his arms around Su Yixue's neck and put his head forward with excitement. Although Su Yixue had made preparations, when the time came, she was still a little nervous, feeling the strong masculine scent emanating from Yifan. Wait a minute, I'm going to take a shower. You go to the bedroom and wait for me. After saying that, Su Yixue walked towards the bathroom with a blushing face. Yifan stood in the living room, watching Su Yixue's back as she left, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. Is this sister-in-law really ready to be my woman? Faced with such a beauty, should I go for it or not? 5 minutes later, when Su Yixue walked into the bedroom wearing a pink sexy nightgown, Yifan was already lying obediently on the bed. My dear Yixue, am I very good? Yifan looked at Su Yixue sincerely. Su Yixue looked at Yifan's innocent appearance, and the maternal love in her heart could not help but overflow. Xiaofan is the best. Poor Yifan, once a child of destiny. Now, perhaps, if the sisters work together, is it possible to wake Yifan up? Thinking of this, Su Yixue overcame her shyness, gently lay down on the bed, and then hugged Su Yixue in her arms. Xiaofan, come on. Yifan looked at Su Yixue's nervous and shy appearance, and found it a little funny, but he deliberately asked, Yixue, my wife, what are you doing here? Yifan raised his head and looked at Su Yixue intently. Su Yixue felt shy and embarrassed, but she understood immediately that Yifan's current IQ is only that of a child. He probably doesn't understand anything about matters between men and women, right? Let's sleep together, and then I will give birth to a big fat boy for you. Su Yixue guided Yifan. But Yifan said innocently, aren't we sleeping now? You don't sleep like that. Su Yixue was embarrassed and angry. She really suspected that Yifan was deliberately embarrassing her. So how should you sleep? Chapter 14 Shen Yufei came to apologize. Too late. You should take your clothes off slowly first. Yingning. Under Su Yixue's step-by-step guidance, a series of sounds that were not suitable for children gradually sounded in the room. When yin and yang combined and heaven and earth became one, a tear rolled down Su Yixue's eyes and she silently said in her heart, Ancestors of the Yi family, I, Su Yixue, have not let down the Yi family. I still become the daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Although he is not the previous Chilan, he is still Yifan, a direct descendant of the Yi family. As the two moved, a strong current of warmth flowed back to Yifan and Su Yixue. Yifan's martial arts energy was rapidly improving under the swaying of the fire. In a short period of time, his strength had reached the peak of martial master and was about to break through to the next level. Su Yixue was nurtured by the warm current, and strength was gradually gathering in her body, with a faint sense of martial arts energy emerging. Under Yifan's gentle yet rough movements, Su Yixue felt like a small boat, drifting on the sea, sometimes rushing to the top of the waves, sometimes sinking to the bottom of the sea for several hours. Outside the window, the moonlight seemed a little shy. Everything that happened in the room was hiding quietly behind the clouds. Outside the villa, the bodyguards of the Yi family and the Su family were listening to the noises in the villa. They all couldn't help but sigh. Although the young master has become stupid, his energy is still as strong as before. Har har. Miss Su will be blessed in the future. If only the young master could wake up as soon as possible, then Miss Su and the young master would be a perfect match. After everything was calm, Su Yixue had fallen asleep in Yifan's arms. Yifan was feeling refreshed at this moment. Looking at the beautiful Su Yixue in his arms, a string in Yifan's heart twitched. Su Yixue, from now on, is my woman. From now on, no one can hurt her except me. Yifan made the decision to take Su Yixue as his woman because of many considerations. On the one hand, 7 beautiful sisters-in-law announced in front of so many people that they wanted to marry me. If I rejected them ruthlessly, it would be a bit ungrateful and I would let down these sisters-in-law's kindness. On the other hand, Yifan's current strength improvement is too slow. Combining with Su Yixue will give him enough warmth in a short time to improve his strength. The situation of the Yi family is very dangerous now. The Yi family is almost wiped out and I am the only one left. If Yifan's strength was not strong enough, he would not be able to revive the Yi family, nor would he be able to protect the Yi family and these beautiful sisters-in-law, let alone avenge the dead spirits of the Yi family. Therefore, Yifan must become stronger as soon as possible. The swaying of the fire in Dantian is the best and fastest way. After putting Su Yixue on the bed, Yifan began to sit cross-legged on the bed, rapidly circulating the martial arts energy in his body. A deep look flashed in his eyes. Young Master Zhu from Beijing. Humph. Wash your neck well. If you dare to attack my Yi family, all my enemies, don't even think of escaping. In the provincial capital Huaju, the Liu family compound is brightly lit. Liu Ran, the head of the Liu family, sat at the top with a gloomy face. Is sheer how crazy? The Yi family has been targeted and may be destroyed at any time. Everyone is trying to ban the Yi family, but Xie Hao actually chose to stand with the Yi family and cooperate with the Su group. This is courting death. Too many things happened today. The Yi family was destroyed, Shen Yufei broke off the engagement. But Yifan's 7 sisters-in-law announced that they would marry Yifan at the same time, which was the biggest provocation to the enemies of the Yi family. An order was quickly issued to ban the Su group as a warning to others. But at this time, the Xie family chose to cooperate with the Su group, and also announced that whoever opposed the Su group would be against the Xie family. The meaning of this team is very clear. According to Xie Hao, it was because Yifan saved his life 5 years ago when he was still a genius, so Xie Hao wanted to repay the favor, explained the subordinate next to him. Liu Ran snorted coldly, I don't care what his reason is. Since he chose to help the Su group, he is going against my Liu family and the backers behind us. After a pause, Liu Ran continued, pass my order. Have the Zhao family of Yuncheng take action against the Su group at any cost. Yes, the subordinate replied. Just as he was about to make arrangements, he suddenly said with a heavy face, Master, I just got the news that the Zhao family has been wiped out. What? Liu Ran stood up from his chair in shock after hearing the news from his men. Didn't Zhao Dechang, the head of the Zhao family, talk to me during the day? How come the whole family was wiped out all of a sudden? The subordinate quickly handed the detailed information to Liu Ran. Zhao Dechang offended a master named Fan Yi. It is said that he stole Fan Yi's woman when he was young, so he was retaliated. What a coincidence. Liu Ran vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The timing of the Zhao family's extermination was too coincidental. Zhao Qianlong had just humiliated Yifan and was about to kill Yifan, but he was suddenly killed. If there was no solid evidence proving that Yifan was not present, Liu Ran would definitely think that it was the evil genius who had awakened from 5 years ago. Master, what should we do now? If the Su group fully cooperates with the Xie family, with the help of the Xie family's channels, it will definitely take off immediately. All our previous blockades will have no effect. The size of the Xie family is similar to that of the Liu family. And the foundation is deeper than that of the Liu family. If the Xie family fully supports the Su family, it will be very troublesome for Liu Ran to implement the ban order. HMPH. The Zhao family has been destroyed, but don't we still have the Wang family and the Li family? Let them join forces. No matter what methods they use, they can't let the Su group have an easy time. Even if it means that Su Yixue will be ruined, it doesn't matter. It would be best if we turn Yuncheng upside down. A gloomy look flashed in Liu Ran's eyes. Before, no one dared to underestimate the families of the 7 girls because they were the daughters-in-law of the Yi family, and everyone had to consider the influence of the Yi family in Daxia. But now that the Yi family has fallen, the family power behind those girls is not as important anymore. Now that the Yi family has suffered a severe blow, only when Yuncheng becomes more chaotic and the water becomes more muddy, can Liu Ran see the truth behind some things. Including whether Yifan is really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. Who are still supporting the Yi family. Yuncheng, it's late at night. But in Shen family compound, in Shen Yufei's room, Shen Yufei tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. When she broke off the engagement with Yifan today, Shen Yufei clearly saw the disappointment in Yifan's eyes. Did I fail him after all? Thinking of the little things she had experienced growing up with Yifan, Shen Yufei couldn't help but shed tears. Why did Yifan become a fool? If only he weren't such a fool. Shen Yufei also attended the evening banquet. Seeing Su Yixue and Yifan chatting and laughing everywhere, Shen Yufei felt very uncomfortable and didn't dare to go up to talk to them. If I had not broken off the engagement with Yifan, then I should be the one taking Yifan with me. But now, there's no going back. Shen Yufei fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, the first thing she wanted to do after waking up was to go see Yifan. Although she is not with Yifan, Shen Yufei still hopes that Yifan lives a good life. At Su Yixue's residence, when Su Yixue woke up, the sunlight shone into the bedroom. Looking at herself lying naked in Yifan's arms and the bright red peach blossoms on the bed sheet, Su Yixue was too shy to even raise her head. Won't he that make me become Yifan's woman? Will this fool in front of me be my man in the future? Do you regret it? Su Yixue asked herself in her heart, and she couldn't say it herself. Maybe the decision at that time was a bit impulsive, but at this moment, Su Yixue had already made up her mind. No matter what, she and Yifan would be husband and wife from now on, sharing honor and disgrace. Never regret. Wife Yixue, are you awake? Yifan watched Su Yixue open her eyes and said to her gently, Wife Yixue, I made you bleed last night. Does it hurt? Su Yixue, who was already shy, didn't know how to answer Yifan's question. You are so bad. Thinking about how Yifan used a mouse to scare her in the woods last night, Su Yixue seriously doubted whether Yifan was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. The two of them joked around for a while, got up, washed up, and were just about to have breakfast when the bodyguard said at the door, Miss Su, there's someone at the door looking for Master Yi. Yifan raised his eyebrows. Who would come to see him so early in the morning? Su Yixue was also curious, who is it? The bodyguard at the door looked a little strange. It's Miss Shen Yufei. What is she doing here? Didn't she break off the engagement with Xiaofan? Humph. Su Yixue became angry when Shen Yufei was mentioned. Yesterday, in front of so many people, the Shen family actually broke off the engagement in public without any regard for the Yi family's face. Do you still have the nerve to come to Yifan now? Chapter 15 I am already his woman, please don't harass my man. When he heard that it was Shen Yufei, Yifan's heart twitched. The girl who accompanied him in his youth had actually left a deep mark in Yifan's heart. But Shen Yufei's breaking off the engagement with him in such an occasion was just adding insult to injury. Although it was not Shen Yufei's decision, she did not stand up to fight for Yifan, which had already hurt Yifan. However, every time he thought of that girl, Yifan still felt a little sad and regretful. Let's go. Let's take a look. Su Yixue took Yifan's arm, tidied her appearance, and deliberately made her clothes a little messy, and walked out the door with Yifan. At the gate of the villa, Shen Yufei stood alone at the door. Seeing Yifan and Su Yixue walking out so intimately, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. After not seeing each other for one day, is Yifan already together with Su Yixue? Shen Yufei, why are you here? Didn't you break off the engagement with Yifan yesterday? Do you still want to mock my man again? Su Yixue did not give Shen Yufei a good look. The reputation of the Yi family should be maintained by everyone together. But the Shen family rubbed the Yi family's face on the ground in front of so many people yesterday. This is not enough, and they want to humiliate Yifan again today. Shen Yufei knew that her behavior yesterday had hurt too many people, so she did not refute Su Yixue's words, but turned her head and looked at Yifan gently. Brother Fan, I came to say sorry to you. It was not my intention yesterday. It was my second uncle's intention. When she said the last part, Shen Yufei felt like she was about to cry. Deep down, Shen Yufei loved Yifan very much. It was just that Shen Yufei's character was relatively weak. When the second uncle announced the news, Shen Yufei did not have the courage to stand up like Yu Linglong and others. But it was just one night and everything was gone. Yufei, so you are here? I have been looking for you since early morning. Didn't we agree to go to the movies together today? Before Shen Yufei could finish her words, a Mercedes-Benz suddenly stopped next to them. Li Yunyang, the eldest son of the Li family in Yuncheng, got out of the car, spoke to Shen Yufei gently, and handed her a bouquet of roses. This. Shen Yufei was so embarrassed that her toes almost dug a hole in the ground. She originally came to apologize. Why did Li Yunyang follow her at this time? Who was the one who gossiped and told Li Yunyang about his itinerary? It must be my second uncle. Well, Shen Yufei, is this your apology? Are you here to apologize or to show your affection? Su Yixue couldn't bear to see Yifan's dejected look, so she stood up and scolded Shen Yufei. Shen Yufei, let me tell you, I am already Yifan's woman, so please don't harass my husband again in the future. While speaking, Su Yixue held Yifan's cheeks and kissed him tenderly on the lips. This is a pledge and also a demonstration. Snap. When Shen Yufei saw this moment, she seemed to hear her own heartbreaking feeling. Are they really together so soon? Isn't Yifan a fool? Would he do something like that? Yifan had originally felt a little sorry for Shen Yufei, so he was somewhat relieved to see Shen Yufei come forward to apologize to him. But when he saw Li Yunyang also appear here, he suddenly felt a little angry. What's more, Yifan already knew from Zhao Qianlong and Zhao Dechang that the Yuncheng Li family was a vassal family of the Liu family in the provincial capital, and was also involved in the action to ban the Yi family. That is the Yi family's mortal enemy. It would be fine if Shen Yufei broke up with him, but she turned around and threw herself into the arms of the Yi family's enemies. Yifan was very unacceptable to this. He. Yufei, if you don't be my wife, I already have new wives who are prettier than you, and there are 6 of them. Yifan counted carefully with his fingers very seriously. Yifan did it on purpose. Even if you, Shen Yufei, don't follow me, there are still 7 beautiful sisters-in-law who are willing to follow me. Phew. Shen Yufei felt a mouthful of blood surging in her chest, and her throat felt sweet. She forced herself not to spit it out. She staggered and looked at Yifan with a pale face, trying to smile. Brother Fan. As long as you are happy, I wish you all the best. After saying that, Shen Yufei tried hard to hold back the tears in her eyes and walked quickly towards her car. Li Yunyang wanted to help Shen Yufei, but Shen Yufei pushed him away angrily. Get lost. Shen Yufei didn't like Li Yunyang at all, but her second uncle, after knowing that the Yi family had fallen, forced her to date Li Yunyang for the sake of the Shen family's development. Su Yixue went to the company to handle some matters today and was worrying about how to arrange for Yifan. Given Yifan's current situation, Su Yixue is really worried about leaving Yifan alone at home. But if she takes Yifan to the company, Su Yixue will also need to go out for negotiations, which is also a bit inconvenient. However, just when Su Yixue was worried, Wang Fugue drove over. Sister-in-law, just go to work and don't worry. I will take care of your brother. Wang Fugue waved his hand, making Su Yixue feel completely relieved. The relationship between Wang Fugue and Yifan can be said to be that they grew up wearing the same pants. No matter what time, Wang Fugue unconditionally protects Yifan. Moreover, Wang Fugue's strength is constantly growing, so Yifan should be safe with him. Okay. Then I'll leave it to you. I'll be back as soon as possible this afternoon. Su Yixue said something to Wang Fugue and drove away. Wang Fugue took Yifan to his car. After Su Yixue left, Wang Fugue said, Brother. Everyone has left. Stop pretending. I know you are pretending to be stupid. Just like brothers, don't pretend, okay? After returning home yesterday, Wang Fugue felt something was wrong. Yifan's performance at the banquet, and that strange feeling, Wang Fugue always felt that Yifan was different from before. If Yifan was really stupid before, then Yifan should have woken up now. Especially in the middle of the night, Wang Fugue received the news that the Zhao family was wiped out overnight. The first thing Wang Fugue thought of was that Yifan had taken action, but when he called Old Man Yi, he learned that Yifan lived in Su Yixue's villa and had no time to take action. Wang Fugue was puzzled, so he came to find Yifan early in the morning, wanting to test Yifan. Old Wang, what do you want to put in? I have a plastic bag here, do you want to use it? Yifan took out a plastic bag from his body and handed it to Wang Fugue, making Wang Fugue feel a little amused. Is this big brother really still stupid? Brother. I don't know if you are really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, but I will assume that you are no longer stupid. Wang Fugue said to Yifan while driving, since I have nothing to do today, I will take you to the place where we entered. Maybe you can remember something. Wang Fugue's words made Yifan's heart tighten. Where did you often go before you became stupid? Could it be that we are going to those clubs in paradise on earth? Chapter 16, 50,000 for a broken stone. Brother. Did you know? Yesterday, the Zhao family was wiped out by a master. It is said that the master's name is Fan Yi. It's so satisfying. Who let Zhao Qianlong's grandson insult you at the banquet? He deserved it. Brother, you have to be careful of your Shujian and Shudong. They are not good people. I suspect that they are responsible for the trouble with the Yi family. Along the way, Wang Fugui's mouth was like a machine gun, talking non-stop. But it also allowed Yifan to understand some general conditions of Yuncheng. The last place where Wang Fugui parked his car was in front of a dilapidated attic. Seeing the familiar place, Yifan immediately remembered it. This is the largest black market in Yuncheng, and also one of the largest black market in the entire southwest. There are all kinds of good things in it, including elixirs that promote martial arts training, various medicinal materials, and countless rare treasures. As long as you can afford the price, there is nothing you can't buy here. Before, Yifan liked to bring Wang Fugui here to shop and find some good things. How is it? Is this place familiar? Wang Fugui opened the car door and introduced to Yifan, "Brother, you often brought me here before." "Buy things." "Buy things." Yifan pretended to be cute and silly. After getting off the car, he clapped his hands and walked towards the entrance of the black market. The Yuncheng underground trading market is actually hidden underground. So it looks deserted from the outside, but the real bustling area is on the third underground floor. Wang Fugui deliberately followed behind, watching Yifan walking towards the entrance of the black market with a familiar look in his eyes. "Brother, do you still remember the way we went before?" It seems that he is not completely stupid. There is definitely hope that the eldest brother will wake up, and there is still hope for the Yi family. What can I say? How can my elder brother, Lao Wang, be bad? "Brother, wait for me." Wang Fugui shouted while running behind, but he didn't know that what he saw was just what Yifan wanted him to see. It has been 5 years since they last came here. Yifan and Wang Fugui entered the third underground floor together, and the situation inside was still extremely lively. There is a frenzied fighting scene, and there is also a madman who directly presses a beautiful woman on the table. None of these were of interest to Yifan. What was of interest to him was the alley where the black market stalls were set up. 5 years ago, when Yifan was still a genius, he bought a lot of good things here. He also secretly bought a lot of pills, talismans and the like here. The first thing Yifan did after waking up was to see if there was any elixir suitable for Wang Fugui that could help Wang Fugui break through to the Grandmaster level. Yifan remembered that when Wang Fugui followed him before, he ate pills as candy beans, and he almost broke through to the Grandmaster level 5 years ago, but now he is still lingering at the peak of the control level. I must help this good brother who has never left me. "Brother, do you like anything?" "As long as you like it, Lao Wang will buy it for you today." Yifan scanned the area all the way, and the strange magic pupils in his eyes opened, allowing him to see through the surface of some things and the truth inside. Some fake antiques have no scent fluctuations on them, which are fake. There are also some real ones that have ancient scent fluctuations on them, but the prices are obviously inflated. After walking through 1/3 of the alley, Yifan still didn't see anything good. It was not until he passed by a stone stall that Yifan was suddenly attracted by a pitch-black stone. From the outside, the stone looked unremarkable, but Yifan's magic pupils could see through the outer surface and saw that in the middle of the stone, there was actually a yuan chi pill. That was a good thing to help one break through to the Grandmaster level. In the market, even if you offer 1 billion, you may not be able to buy it. Yifan was a little curious. Why would someone seal the yuan chi pill in a piece of broken stone? But since he had met him, Yifan naturally had no reason to let him go. Yifan stopped and pretended to be very serious in selecting other beautiful stones on the ground. "Boss, how much is this?" "That 50,000. This one. 80,000. Yifan repeatedly asked about many stones, until his boss became impatient, and then he turned his eyes to the black stone. "This stone seems to be very interesting, it will be very useful to play with the kitten when I go back." The boss just took a look and said, "If you buy any other stone, this one will be given to you." A barely perceptible smile appeared on the boss's lips. The stone was actually used by his family to pad the table legs, but it looked of good quality, so he took it together with other goods. "I didn't expect that there would be an idiot who likes it." "Okay. I'll take these too." Yifan happily picked up the black stone and another stone priced at 30,000, waved his arms towards Wang Fugui and said, "Old Wang, give me the money. You promised to buy things for me." Wang Fugui followed beside him with a bitter look on his face. "Brother, these two things are obviously garbage. Why waste them?" Wang Fugui was not heartbroken, but just a little regretful. When Yifan was at his peak, his vision certainly wouldn't be so bad. But now, after becoming stupid, can't he even distinguish between good things and bad things? Well. HMPH. Don't you want to spend money on me? If you don't spend money on me, I will pay for it myself. While speaking, Yifan was about to search his pockets. But in reality, where does Yifan have the money? 5 years ago, after Yifan got into trouble, everyone thought he was a fool and would never put any money on him. I'll give it to you. Is it not okay for me to give it to you? Just rest assured, big brother. Wang Fuguei sighed. Now Wang Fuguei is very satisfied with Yifan's performance. At least Yifan still remembered the way to enter the black market and knew how to buy things. After paying, Yifan and Wang Fuguei took the stone and left. They took another look around the black market but did not find any other good things. Just as the two were about to leave, Yifan suddenly heard a few people chatting nearby. Do you know? Something big happened to the Yi family. 10 heroes of the Yi family all died yesterday. But the enemy of the Yi family doesn't seem to let the Yi family go. They hired a strong man who is almost at the level of martial honor. He wants to completely wipe out the Yi family in the next few days. What? A martial master? There are only a few of them in Daxia. Sigh, who did the Yi family offend? To be treated like this, after all, Mr. Yi also made great contributions to Daxia. There's nothing we can do. He must be too successful to be a threat to his master. It's a pity that the Yi family has so many heroic sons and daughters, but in the end, not even one of them can leave descendants. Yifan's heart was shocked when he heard this. Is the other party going to take action so soon? He actually invited a strong man at the martial honor level, intending to kill the last few people in the Yi family. Snort. Now that I have awakened, how could I let you succeed? Chapter 17. Please eat stones. You must eat. Yifan turned around and quietly memoized the appearance of those people. Yifan will find them as soon as possible and investigate clearly where the news came from. Yifan must eliminate that expert before he takes action against the Yi family. Coming out of the underground black market, Wang Fuguei looked at Yifan, who was playing with a few stones in his hand, and sighed helplessly. Could it be that my feeling was wrong? I thought my brother had woken up, but he is still like this. I don't know when he will fully recover. The current Yi family will not be able to hold on for much longer if the eldest brother does not recover soon. Relying solely on those girls, they were unable to stop the enemy's sweep. Old Wang, try it, it tastes very good. Yifan handed the black stone in his hand to Wang Fuguei, making Wang Fuguei laugh and cry, Brother, this is a stone, not candy. You can't eat it. Why can't I eat it? Just bite it like this, and it will break into pieces with a crunch. In order to guide Wang Fuguei to find the vitality pill in the stone, Yifan sacrificed himself and used his teeth to bite a piece of stone into pieces. Yifan's actions made Wang Fuguei's teeth ache. I'd better forget it. Wang Fuguei shook his head and planned to put the stone away. I'll take the stone and eat it when I get back, okay? Not good. Seeing that Wang Fuguei was about to put the stone away, Yifan became anxious. Wang Fuguei, this idiot, couldn't find out what was inside the stone. If he was waiting to bring the stone back, he might just throw it away. You said that good brothers should share happiness and hard times. If you don't eat, it means you don't regard me as your elder brother. Yifan sat on the ground angrily, intending to cheat. Wang Fuguei looked at Yifan bitterly, okay. I'll eat it, is it not okay for me to eat it? Good brother. Wang Fuguei put the stone in his mouth. At most, he would use a little energy to break the stone into pieces and then pretend to do it. Well. At this moment, Yifan was just a child. Why should he bother with a child? But when Wang Fuguei's teeth touched the stone shell, he finally discovered something unusual. This stone is not as hard as imagined. The crust is even a little soft. Crack. Wang Fuguei bit it with his teeth, and without much effort, the edge of the stone cracked in the middle. Wang Fuguei spit out the two halves of the stone from his mouth. After seeing the object in the middle of the stone, his pupils suddenly dilated sharply. Yuanqi Dan Laoshan. Halfway through his words, Wang Fuguei quickly covered his mouth tightly. Then he brought the stone close to his eyes and looked at it carefully several times again. It can't be wrong. It's the Yuanqi pill. This is a very important elixir for breaking through the Grandmaster realm, or even the Martial Master realm. With the help of elixirs, the success rate of breaking through to the Grandmaster level can be increased by 70%, and the success rate of breaking through to the Martial Master level can be increased by 50%. But looking at the entire daxia, there are only a handful of people who can refine UNG pills. Such pills were priced at 5 billion on the market some time ago, but there was still no demand for them. It was impossible to buy them if you had money. If such a pill were exposed, it would immediately be coveted by countless powerful forces. Everyone would grab it at all costs. And now such a pill is in my hand. After confirming that this was the UNG pill, Wang Fugui's eyes changed drastically when he looked at Yifan again. Is this a coincidence, or did Big Brother do it on purpose? Yifan clamored to buy the 2 stones, and then when the stones were opened, there were vitality pills inside. Such a coincidence is even smaller than the probability of winning 200 million in the lottery, right? Brother, are you pretending to be stupid or deliberately hiding it from me? Did you know that there was a vitality pill in it? Wang Fugui was too shocked. It couldn't be such a coincidence. But Yifan in front of him looked bewildered. Old Wang, how is it? I told you it tastes good, right? Come on, eat it while it's hot. Wang Fugui was speechless for a while, and looked Yifan up and down carefully. After making sure that Yifan was not pretending, he carefully put away the UNG pill. Brother, you are really my lucky star. With this UNG pill, I will be able to break through to the Grandmaster level soon. When the time comes, I will be able to protect you even more powerfully by your side. There are not many masters in the whole daxia. Generally, those who have reached this level can rule a region and become the overlord. A master expert is enough to support a super family. Hearing Wang Fugui say this, Yifan secretly said in his heart, you are at least a man with a conscience. Now Yifan still has to play dumb. When there are many things that cannot be done openly, letting Wang Fugui come forward is the best choice. And Wang Fugui's improvement in strength is naturally good for Yifan. The two had just gotten in the car and were about to go home when Yifan's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Hao who called. Dr. Yi, is it convenient for you? I'd like to treat you to a meal and introduce you to a few people. Hao knew Yifan's true situation. At the banquet yesterday, Yifan had already revealed his situation to Hao. Hao knew that he had found a golden pie, so he wanted to introduce his direct lineage in Yuncheng to Yifan today. Eat. I'm hungry and need to eat. Yifan responded to the phone, then turned to look at Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui took the phone and after learning that it was Hao on the other end, he answered and took Yifan to the place Hao had decided. Wang Fugui was also present at yesterday's banquet and knew the relationship between Hao and Yifan. Half an hour later, in the Royal Hotel, in the number 1 private room. Yifan sat at the top, with Wang Fugui sitting next to him. Besides Hao, there were several other men at the table. Among them were Yuncheng's underground godfather Li Hu and Yuncheng's governor Sun Qian. Young Master Yi, let me introduce you to these 2 people. They are from the Xie family. This one is Li Hu, who has a lot of say in some shady matters in Yuncheng. If young Master Yi has any conflicts that are difficult to resolve, you can look for him. After hearing Hao's introduction, Li Hu quickly stood up and bowed respectfully to Yifan, saying, Li Hu greets Master Yi. From now on, I will be at your disposal. In addition, this is Sun Qian, the governor of Yuncheng. In 5 years, he should be promoted to the provincial capital. He is also from my Xie family. If there is anything official, he can help. Sun Qian did not dare to be arrogant, and he also stood up and said respectfully to Yifan, Young Master Yi, if you have anything to do in the future, I will be happy to serve you. Yuncheng is so small that there is actually no need for Hao to introduce Yifan. In fact, Li Hu and Sun Qian also know Yifan. Yifan's situation is no secret in Yuncheng. 5 years ago, Yifan was the most famous genius in the Yi family. He entered the Grandmaster realm at the age of 15 and had a promising future. However, a car accident made Yifan stupid, but it still could not cover up his previous brilliance. The two of them were really confused as to why Hao chose to treat Yifan so respectfully, almost treating him like a father, when the Yi family had suffered such a heavy blow and everyone was avoiding them. But as people trained by the Xie family, they knew that Hao must have his reasons for doing this. They were also wondering in their hearts, could it be that the youngest master of the Yi family has awakened? If that's the case, if we show goodwill to the Yi family now, then we will definitely take off in the future, right? Of course Hao knew that Yifan was awake and could understand everything he said, but in order to cover it up, he still politely explained to Wang Fugui, Master Wang. I know you are Master Yi's best friend. When Master Yi is not convenient, you can contact them directly. Thank you, Master Xia. Although Wang Fugui was a bit honest, he also knew that the Xia family was providing timely help at this moment. In Yuncheng, with the protection of Sun Qian and Li Hu, one openly and one secretly, Yifan will have less trouble. Just as they started eating, Li Hu suddenly received a message from his men. His face suddenly changed. Young Master Yi, President Xia, something bad has happened. My men just sent a message saying that all of Wu Laolang's men have been dispatched, and it seems they are going to hunt down Miss Su Yixue. Chapter 18. Yixue's wife is being hunted? Kindness? Hearing Li Hu's words, Yifan's eyes instantly became sharp. The powerful aura seemed to lower the temperature of their whole room by several degrees. Save my wife. Save my wife. In front of so many people, Yifan couldn't act too obviously, so he could only stand up and rush out of the private room quickly. Su Yixue just became his woman last night, but today she is being hunted down. If I know who they are, I will destroy them to ashes. Xia Hao quickly scolded, don't just stand there, get everyone out immediately. Protect Miss Su's safety at all costs. From Yifan's actions, Xia Hao could see that Su Yixue held a very important position in Yifan's heart. This was the first thing he did after joining Yifan, and there must be no mistakes. Yes. After Li Hu responded, he immediately began to issue orders frantically, pass my order, everyone, start to act immediately. Attack Wu Laolang at all costs, and fight to the death. As an official, Sun Qian couldn't intervene directly, but he quickly made a few phone calls and used all the power he could to try to help. In an instant, the entire Yuncheng was boiling. In the streets and alleys, countless people belonging to Li Hu began to move with their weapons. Everyone's spies were activated and quickly locked onto Wu Laolang's route of movement. Master Tiger, Wu Laolang is leading his men towards Liangjie Lane in the western suburbs of Yuncheng. According to the latest information, they haven't succeeded yet. Miss Su is retreating under the protection of her men. When Yifan, Li Hu and others were riding in a car heading towards the western suburbs of Yuncheng, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the news on the phone. Fortunately, Su Yixue is still safe. Hurry up. Save my wife. Save my wife. Yifan could hardly suppress the anger in his heart. Now that the Yi family has gone through such a drastic change, do those people really think that there is no one left in the Yi family? Anyone can come up and step on it. It's time to show them some color. If the destruction of the Zhao family yesterday might have been an accident, then today, after finding out who is behind it, Yifan will do something even more ruthless. This is a deterrent to those who want to take action against the Su family and the Yi family. Let them know the consequences of provoking the Yi family. Western suburbs of Yuncheng. Su Yixue was sitting in a car that had been hit and shattered. The front of the car was dented and a large part of the rear was missing. In addition to the driver, there were 2 bodyguards in the car, but their bodies were covered in blood. Today, Su Yixue originally went to negotiate with Jing Biao, the Su family's largest supplier, about continuing the cooperation. However, Su Yixue did not expect that Jing Biao had secretly set up an ambush and hired a group of gangsters to bring Su Yixue to the hotel and defile her. Fortunately, the bodyguards around Su Yixue discovered it in time, fought their way out at the critical moment, and escaped with Su Yixue. However, that group of thugs were like leeches, chasing them relentlessly from the city all the way to the western suburbs of Yuncheng. Bang! The vans roared on both sides and hit Su Yixue's car rapidly. They forced Su Yixue's car into an alley next to it. When there was no road in front of the alley, the bodyguard Captain Zhao Datu in the car said, "Boss Su, you go first. You kindly took us in back then, and now it's time for us to repay you. You can run as far as you can, and we will cover you." Zhao Datu was seriously ill under the bridge and was waiting to die. It was Su Yixue who took him in, treated his illness, and then let him work as a security guard in the Su group, where he learned kung fu and later served as a bodyguard. He has always been loyal to Su Yixue. Be careful. Su Yixue knew that now was not the time to be indecisive, so she warned a few people and quickly ran deep into the alley. There was determination in Su Yixue's eyes. From the moment she announced that she was going to marry Yifan, Su Yixue knew that she would face difficulties and obstacles ahead. But Su Yixue didn't expect that trouble would come so soon. But Su Yixue was also prepared. She was already Yifan's woman. Even if she died, she would not let anyone touch her, nor would she let her opponent catch her and use her as a bargaining chip to threaten Yifan. At the back, Zhao Datu and his 2 men, despite the injuries on their bodies, held 3 machetes in their hands, the blades of which were all bent. However, they still formed a blockade line with undiminished momentum, blocking the dozens of thugs chasing behind. Stop struggling. Do you think the 3 of you can withstand the attack of hundreds of us? The leader of the thugs at the back seemed to have suffered a loss at the hands of Zhao Datu. Seeing the formation of Zhao Datu and his men, he did not dare to act rashly for a while. HMPH. If you want to make a move on President Su, just try killing 1 and you'll get your money's worth. Kill 2 and you'll make a profit. Come on if you're not afraid of death. Come on. A fierce light flashed in Zhao Datu's eyes, and he roared at the thugs chasing him from behind. The resolute momentum shocked the whole audience. Those thugs were so frightened by Zhao Datu's aura that they took 2 steps back. Zhao Datu glanced behind him, and he could no longer see any trace of Su Yixue. Now Zhao Datu's goal was to delay for a second, to buy time for Su Yixue. As long as she can leave here, Su Yixue will be saved. If Su Yixue left safely, I would have no regrets even if I died here today. At the moment when everyone was in a stalemate, Zhao Datu suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps coming from behind. Zhao Datu turned around suddenly and saw that it was Su Yixue. Mr. Su, why are you back again? Zhao Datu was shocked. Su Yixue's eyes showed a trace of despair. There's a dead end behind, there's no way out. Hiss. In an instant, the hearts of Zhao Datu and his 2 men felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. There is a dead end behind them, and outside there are hundreds of thugs blocking the way. And judging from the sounds, there seem to be more thugs gathering here. No matter how you look at it today, it's all death. Don't worry about me, they are coming for me. Just go, they won't make things difficult for you. After realizing that this was a desperate situation, Su Yixue looked calm. Although she and Yifan only spent 1 night together, Su Yixue was satisfied. Finally, I did not let the Yi family down. However, I was unable to give birth to more children for the Yi family. I can only think about it in the next life. Su Yixue had already made up her mind that as long as Zhao Datu and others left, she would commit suicide on the spot. But Zhao Datu and the others were only distracted for a short time, and then they made a firm decision in an instant. Lao Mo, Xiao Dao, protect President Su in the middle. We will fight our way out again. Even if we can't, we have company on the road to the underworld, we are not alone. Zhao Datu's chivalrous spirit instantly spread throughout this narrow alley. 3 bloody madmen are protecting a peerless beauty. They know that the road ahead is dangerous, but they still bravely face death. The scene was a bit tragic for a moment. Chapter 19. My hero is coming on a colorful cloud. You guys are messing around. When the thugs at the scene were all infected by the mood of the scene, a rude shout at the entrance of the alley broke the atmosphere. A middle-aged man with a wolf head carved on his arm rushed into the alley quickly, surrounded by a group of thugs. The person who came was none other than the leader of another major underground force in Yuncheng, Wu Laolang. There are only 3 of us, and all of you are just standing there watching, waiting for her to give birth. Wu Laolang angrily shouted at his subordinates. The higher-up said it. No matter if she lives or dies, we must take down Su Yixue today. Come on, everyone. Wu Laolang shouted, stretched out his hand to pull out a sword from the hand of a younger brother beside him, and rushed towards Zhao Datu. Wu Laolang saw that his boss was taking action himself, so he dared not be negligent and rushed forward in a swarm, kill. Although Zhao Datu was brave, he had only 3 people around him. Within 2 rounds, he was pinned to the ground and robbed by a group of people. At this time, Su Yixue was surrounded by a group of thugs. Wu Laolang stared at Su Yixue like he was looking at his prey. Everyone says that Miss Su is the most beautiful woman in Yuncheng, but it's a pity that she has to marry that fool. How about Miss Su agree to spend the night with me, and I promise to give Miss Su a happy death? Wu Laolang stared at Su Yixue without hiding his greed at all. Normally, Wu Laolang wouldn't even dare to think about a beauty like Su Yixue. But this time, with clear orders from above, killing Su Yixue or insulting and torturing Su Yixue would be considered a great achievement, so Wu Laolang naturally had no scruples. Don't come over here. Su Yixue picked up a sword from the ground and held it horizontally in front of her. Don't even think about touching me. Even if I die, I won't let you off easily. After such close contact with Yifan yesterday, Su Yixue could clearly feel that there was a lot more warmth in her body, which made her full of strength and even had some traces of martial arts aura. Holding the sword at this moment, Su Yixue had no fear at all. Little girl, it's already this time, and you're still trying to show off. Beside Wu Laolang, a young man couldn't help but rush forward first, wanting to make a contribution. But just as he approached Su Yixue turned her wrist and chopped off the younger brother's fingers with the sword in her hand. Phew! The gangster didn't react for a moment, and in an instant, his arm was cut off. Hiss! Such a scene stunned everyone present. The intelligence didn't say that Su Yixue knew Kung Fu. But now the movements and skill level displayed by Su Yixue showed that she was obviously a martial artist. What was going on? Su Yixue was also shocked by her own methods. The action of waving the sword just now was almost instinctive. When did I learn martial arts? In a flash, Su Yixue's mind flashed with light, and she thought of the warm current that she had felt from Yifan when she had been in contact with him in the past few days. Could it be the influence of those warm currents? Yifan is indeed an evil genius. Although his IQ has been affected, the warm current generated by close contact can have such magical power. Su Yixue, who was originally desperate, felt more confident. If you hold on for a few more minutes, maybe a miracle will happen. If Yifan was pretending to be stupid on purpose, would he come to save me if he knew that I was in danger? Are you coming to save me on a colorful cloud? Will my hero come? Su Yixue thought about the scenes and started laughing. When she was running for her life just now, Su Yixue didn't have any chance to inform other people. How could Yifan have the chance to know her situation? Su Yixue's sudden burst of power only caused the thugs to hesitate for a moment. But after a few seconds, Wu Laolang was completely furious. Brothers, don't hesitate. Kill them directly, otherwise there will be more trouble. Su Yixue actually knows Kung Fu, this is a very bad sign. Wu Laolang was afraid that the longer he delayed, the bigger the unexpected events would be. No matter what, complete the task assigned above first. The crowd surrounded them again. Although Su Yixue instinctively waved her sword to block for a moment, on the one hand she had no experience, and on the other hand, the other side did have more people. Bang! The sword in Su Yixue's hand was blasted away, and at this time Su Yixue was unarmed. And above Su Yixue's head, countless shining swords chopped down at Su Yixue without any hesitation. The requirement from above is to kill Su Yixue and make an example of her. So, at this time, Wu Laolang and others had only one idea, to kill Su Yixue. Goodbye. Xiaofan. Su Yixue closed her eyes in despair, thinking of the beauty of last night, and sighed in her heart, if there is a next life, I will be your wife again, and you must be well. Wife. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. In a daze, Su Yixue suddenly heard a familiar voice. Is it Yifan? Is it an illusion of my hearing? Did Yifan really come at this time? Buzz. While everyone was still wondering where the sound came from, a figure on a motorcycle came roaring at the entrance of the alley. Even disliked the crowd in front blocking the way, the motorcycle suddenly raised its head, whizzed straight into the alley sideways over the wall. The person who came was none other than Yifan, who was rushing over. Yifan rode on the motorcycle, staring at Su Yixue under the sword and shadow with his eyes. His eyes were flashing with anger, but also full of tenderness. Is it really Yifan who has come? When I was most desperate, my peerless hero actually came to save me on a colorful cloud. Su Yixue saw clearly that it was really Yifan who came, and her originally dull eyes were instantly filled with color. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Although Yifan may still be stupid now, he is sincere. Everything I have done is worth it. Yifan rode on the motorcycle and stepped on the accelerator to the limit. All the movements in the alley seemed to slow down in an instant. At this moment, Yifan didn't care about any reservations and his figure was extremely fast. When the motorcycle was about to hit Su Yixue, Yifan kicked the ground with his ankles, and the moment the motorcycle landed, it swung its tail 360 degrees, sweeping away all the thugs who were besieging Su Yixue. The cold and shining sword cut off several strands of Su Yixue's hair, but in the end, it was knocked away in an instant when it was less than a millimeter away from Su Yixue's skin. Yifan descended from the sky like a god descending from heaven, and hugged Su Yixue tightly in his arms. Yixue, my dear, I was scared to death. I'm so glad that you're okay. So glad. Su Yixue was stunned when she saw Yifan in this state. This is the genius and enchantress that is the pride of heaven. This is the last spark of the Yi family that we must protect. Xiaofan, you've woken up, right? After Su Yixue reacted, she held Yifan's face with a look of surprise and shook it violently. If Yifan wakes up at this moment, the Yi family will be saved, and all the sisters' protection will have hope. Chapter 20: The terrifying power of a fool's explosion. At this moment, Yifan really wanted to tell Su Yixue that he had woken up. But before the real enemy is investigated clearly, Yifan cannot wake up. Yifan has to continue to play dumb. Crash. At this time, at the entrance of the alley, Li Hu and Xia Hao had surrounded the place with a large number of people and were quickly capturing Wu Laolang's people. After the shocked Wu Laolang came to his senses, his face turned pale. Quick! Come with me, kill them quickly. While speaking, Wu Laolang waved the sword in his hand and wanted to attack Su Yixue and Yifan. Li Hu, Wang Fugui and others, who were about 10 meters away, saw the situation and shouted anxiously, "Quick! Protect Master Yi and Miss Su, quick!" But even though they were anxious, the distance between them was more than 10 meters and it was impossible for them to teleport over. You still want to bully my wife? You are all bad guys. When everyone was anxious, Yifan suddenly went crazy. After letting go of Su Yixue, he picked up a sword and slashed at Wu Laolang frantically. Snap! Wu Laolang only fought with Yifan once, and the sword in his hand shattered into pieces. Yifan grabbed Wu Laolang by the neck, swung him up like a chicken, and drove away the thugs who were fighting around him. Then he simply slammed Wu Laolang hard on the bluestone floor. I'll let you bully my wife, I'll let you bully my wife. Phew! Boom! Yifan swung up Wu Laolang's nearly 200-pound body, and smashed it hard to the ground like a wooden stick. With every impact, a large piece of the bluestone pavement on the ground would break off. Poor Wu Laolang, who was originally over 1.8 meters tall, was like a puppet in Yifan's hands and had no possibility of resistance at all. I don't know how many ribs were broken, and blood was coming out of all his orifices. At the beginning, Wu Laolang was still screaming, but later on, he became limp like a dead dog, breathing out more than breathing in. Wu Laolang was smashed to death just like that. Hiss! Around them, the men brought by Wu Laolang were all stunned by Yifan's fierce movements and forgot to attack. Wang Fugui, Li Hu, and Su Yixue who rushed over were also stunned when they saw Yifan's current state. Is this Yifan? He has only shown the tip of the iceberg of his strength. Is it really so terrifying? What would happen if the full strength of the evil genius was unleashed? Xiaofan, Su Yixue called out softly when she saw Yifan's almost insane state. From Yifan's current state, she had already made a judgment in her mind that Yifan should not have awakened, but his instincts were aroused only because he was in danger. But this also shows that it is entirely possible for Yifan to recover. Now I only hope that Sister Linglong can invite the great Xia medical saint to treat Yifan as soon as possible. Wu Laolang was smashed to death, and the other guys around him lost the desire to continue fighting and were quickly captured by the people brought by Li Hu. Yifan woke up from his frenzy and stared at Wu Laolang on the ground with a stern look in his eyes. Wife, who are they? Why are they chasing you? Yifan knew that these thugs definitely didn't really want to attack Su Yixue, and there must be someone behind them. Xia Hao next to him reacted immediately. Yifan was still pretending to be stupid. There were some things that Yifan was not convenient to deal with, so it was time for him to step forward. Wu Laolang was killed, and his capable men were brought over by Li Hu's men, and they all knelt in front of Li Hu, Xia Hao and others. Tell me, who asked your Miss Su to do it? Li Hu dragged the sword in his hand and stabbed one of Wu Laolang's men twice in the chest. Wu Laolang's men immediately confessed, "Don't kill me, Master Hu, it's none of our business." It was Wang Xiao from the Wang family who came to Wu Laolang and asked him to hunt down Miss Su, saying that he wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After some explanation from Wu Laolang's men, Yifan immediately understood. Is this the Liu family from the provincial capital taking action? The Xia family chose to cooperate with the Su group. The current public opinion situation is actually very unfavorable to the Yi family's opponents. They must take action against the Su group as soon as possible and let others see what will happen if they get close to the Yi family at this moment. The Zhao family, the Wang family, and the Li family are all vassal families of the Liu family. Originally, the Zhao family was at the forefront, but they were completely wiped out by Yifan last night, so now only the Wang family and the Li family are left. Snort. I haven't even gone to look for them yet, but they come to me first. Soon, I will let you know the consequences of messing with the Su family. Xiaofan. Su Yixue saw that the situation at the scene had finally stabilized. Her tense nerves instantly relaxed. She staggered and collapsed into Yifan's arms. Save the security captain, Datu. Su Yixue's last words were to remind everyone to rescue the Su family's security captain, Zhao Datuzi. At this time, Zhao Datu was lying in a pool of blood, dying and seriously injured, but still alive. Yifan just glanced over there, and Xiahao immediately understood. Don't just stand there, send Miss Su to the hospital immediately, and take those bodyguards with her, quickly. Half an hour later, in the hospital's intensive care unit. The doctor examined Su Yixue thoroughly and signaled everyone to relax. Don't worry, the patient is just too nervous and has overdrawn some of her strength. She will wake up soon after a rest. After hearing this, Wang Fugue, Xiahao and others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Yifan had already explored Su Yixue's veins on the way here. Knowing Su Yixue's situation, he was not worried. However, Yifan had just heard about the story of the security captain Zhao Datu. A security captain, under such circumstances, tried so hard to protect Su Yixue that he almost lost his own life. This is a person you can trust. Yifan had a lot of other things to do and it was impossible for him to stay by Su Yixue's side all the time. Then, there must be someone who is extremely trustworthy by Su Yixue's side. Yifan had already made up his mind that since Zhao Datu was willing to fight for Su Yixue, he would give him an opportunity. Yifan and Xiahao took a look and said, the security guard. Xiahao was a very smart person. When he heard Yifan's words, he immediately understood that Yifan wanted to go see Zhao Datu, and immediately arranged, young Master Yi, do you want to go see Zhao Datu? His wound has been sutured, and he is next door. I will take young Master Yi to see him now. While speaking, Xiahao called Yifan to leave the ward and walk towards the next room. After entering the ward, Xiahao tactfully stayed outside the ward and said, Yifan, feel free to visit. I'll be guarding the door. Yifan's current identity is not easy to reveal, so Xiahao must try his best to keep this secret. Yifan glanced at Xiahao. Xiahao was quite smart and could be someone who could be trained more carefully. After entering the ward, Yifan stepped forward and reached out to check Zhao Datu's pulse. All aspects of his condition were stable. Zhao Datu had already woken up. Seeing Yifan checking his pulse, he asked in confusion, Master Yi, you? Yifan waved his hand and signaled Zhao Datu, don't move, I'll come over to take a look and talk to you about something. Zhao Datu's pupils dilated in weakness, and he looked at Yifan in shock. Young Master Yi, are you not stupid anymore? Didn't the outside world say that Yifan had been stupid for 5 years? But how could Yifan's current behavior look like that of a fool? Chapter 21, A Reward of 2 billion, Taking Orders to Kill Yourself. Yifan nodded, I have awakened, but not many people know this secret, and you are one of them. I hope you can keep this secret for me before I make it public. Zhao Datu was surprised again and looked at Yifan in shock. Faintly, Zhao Datu felt that he seemed to have encountered a rare opportunity. Yifan is not stupid. Yet, Yixue told him the truth about such an important secret. Yixue must have his own plans. I will keep it a secret. Zhao Datu moved his body, said nothing more, and waited quietly for Yifan's next arrangement. Yifan was very satisfied with Zhao Datu's reaction. This was the quality of a qualified bodyguard. You did a great job today. You protected my wife with your life. In return, I will help you enter the realm of martial arts and give you elixirs to help you improve. I hope that when I'm not with Yixue, you can still protect her for me like you did today. As he spoke, a stream of energy circulated in Yifan's arms, rushing into Zhao Datu's body. Zhao Datu was so excited that he couldn't speak. Martial arts energy. Yixue actually wanted to help me enter the realm of martial arts and practice martial arts. You must know that the path of martial arts, from the transformation of energy to control, the path of cultivation to the Grandmaster, Martial Lord, and Martial Emperor is extremely difficult, and 99.99% of people will never be able to cultivate martial arts energy in their entire lives, let alone continue to improve. A strong person at the martial arts realm is extremely rare and popular in the whole Daxia, even if he is the most basic master of Hua Jin. I just got it by accident. Moreover, after the martial arts energy entered his body, Zhao Datu clearly felt that his internal and external injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this the advantage of a martial arts practitioner? Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zhao Datu didn't know how to thank Yifan. Don't talk, feel the direction of the energy in your body carefully. I will only teach you once. How long it takes you to comprehend it depends on your own talent. After Yifan quickly guided Zhao Dartu to run the martial arts energy, he left a few pills for Zhao Dartu and left the ward. Xia Hao, who was guarding the door, didn't intend to eavesdrop on purpose, but because he was right at the door, he heard the conversation between Yifan and Zhao Dartu clearly. Just because Zhao Dartu protected Su Yixue, he gained such a huge benefit. Then choosing to cooperate with the Su family this time is definitely the right decision. Under the current circumstances, the Liu family has already started the trouble. Perhaps both the Su group and myself will have to suffer some hardships, but as long as we can get through it, the days ahead will be beautiful just to think about. In a villa somewhere in Yuncheng, Shudong and his father sat anxiously on the sofa. Dad. The Zhao family was suddenly destroyed, and we lost our biggest partner all of a sudden. Without the support of the Zhao family, I'm afraid it will be impossible for us to take over the Yi group on our own. Shudong was a little worried. Although they had been running the Yi group for so many years and had placed many of their own confidants in the company. But the Yi group is the Yi family's property after all, and the company's veterans are basically Yi Changfen's die-hard fans. Without the support of external forces, it would be difficult for Shudong and Shujian to control the Yi group relying solely on their strength. How about we find someone to kill the old man and the idiot at home? Shudong was a little impatient. I heard last night that a master named Master Fan Yi appeared in Yuncheng. As long as the price is right, I think he will definitely make a move. Shujian pondered for a long time before speaking. Why are you in such a hurry? With the current situation of the Yi family, there are people who are more anxious than us. The Yi family will not rest in peace until all the direct disciples of the Yi family are dead. Besides, don't forget that although the Yi family has suffered a heavy blow now, Yu Linglong, Su Yixue and others have announced their marriage to Yifan in a high-profile manner. Those families are not easy to mess with. We should just wait patiently. After a pause, Xu Jian continued, but if we don't expose ourselves, we can give it a try if we don't want to expose the master of Yuncheng that you just mentioned. Xu Dong's eyes lit up. Dad. Don't worry, I've got an account, I'll post the task right away. Grandmasters usually have accounts. If that big guy sees it, he will definitely accept the order. At Yuncheng People's Hospital, Yifan had just come out of Zhao Dartu's ward when his cell phone suddenly received an encrypted alert message. Yifan opened it and saw that it was a task reminder. 5 years ago, after Yifan broke through to the Grandmaster realm, he registered an account and took on quite a few tasks at that time. Until now, Yifan has been ranked very high. Originally, Yifan didn't care much about the information, but he unexpectedly saw the two names Yifan and Yichang Feng on it, and Yifan couldn't help but frowned. Someone offered a reward to kill himself and his grandfather? According to the IP, the person who offered the bounty is actually in Yuncheng? Moreover, in the remarks option, the employer specifically instructed that he must meet with the person who accepted the task and witness the target's death with his own eyes. Snort. Do you dare to be so blatant? Yifan snorted coldly, accepted the task, and sent a message, agreeing to meet under the bridge in Yuncheng at 12 o'clock in the evening. Yifan was also very curious, who was so anxious to offer a reward to kill him and his grandfather. The price offered starts at 2 billion. Mr. Yi, Xia Hao called out respectfully when he saw Yifan coming out, observing the changes in Yifan's expression. Yifan nodded, looked around, and when he saw that there was no one around, he continued, "Come with me and cover for me." Good. Xia Hao immediately called Wang Fugue and a group of his men over, saying that Yifan was going out to buy some things, and asked everyone to pay more attention to Su Yixue's situation. Immediately find out where the eldest son of the Wang family is. After coming out of the hospital, Yifan gave an order directly to Xia Hao. It is not difficult to find out where a person is. In the Yuncheng Emperor KTV, Wang Chao, the eldest son of the Wang family, was holding two beauties in his arms, his big hands moving restlessly. Suddenly, he received a report from his subordinates. "Master Wang, something happened. Wu Laolang failed in his attempt to kill Su Yixue. Li Hu took action, and Wu Laolang's entire army was wiped out. It is said that Wu Laolang died on the spot." What? Wu Laolang is dead. Good for nothing. With so many people, they can't even deal with a woman, idiot. Wang Chao kicked the two beauties around him away in annoyance. Get lost. After the beauty left, Wang Chao's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. General Manager Liu from the provincial capital has said that we must attack the Su group at all costs this time to make an example of them. Since Wu Laolang has failed, we can only use another method. Humph. I don't believe that Su Yixue's luck is always so good. Master Wang, there is another situation. According to the feedback from the brothers at the scene at that time, Yifan's strength seems. While speaking, he handed the tablet in his hand to Wang Chao. The scene captured on it was the scene where Yifan rescued Su Yixue and smashed Wu Laolang to death. Wang Chao only took a glance and his expression was startled. That idiot, he still hasn't forgotten his kung fu. What a pity, he's just an idiot. Chapter 22 I'll borrow your life. Wang Chao didn't care much about Yifan's performance. Yifan has been stupid for a long time. The Yi family is now in decline, what waves can a fool like Yifan make? What Wang Chao cares about most now is to complete the task assigned by General Manager Liu as soon as possible, to make life difficult for the Su group, or to kill Su Yixue and let everyone see the tragic end of those who are close to the Yi family. It's just that Wu Laolang was doing so much, but he was suddenly rescued by Li Hu. It is said that the group was led by Xie Hao, and with the Xie family from the provincial capital protecting the Su family, Wang Chao now doesn't know what to do for a moment. With Xie Hao and Yuncheng godfather Li Hu in charge, it is obviously not enough to rely on Yuncheng's people. I'm afraid we can only ask the Xie family in the provincial capital to send experts over. Squeak! Wang Chao was worrying when the door suddenly opened and a strange young man pushed it open and walked in. Who the hell are you? Who let you in? Wang Chao was getting irritated. When he saw the young man coming in, he immediately started to curse. What do you guys do for a living? Are you all dead? You can't even stop a guy like this. The person who came was none other than Yifan in disguise. Yifan heard clearly the conversation between Wang Chao and his men just now. No need to shout. I have knocked them all down. Yifan sat down on the sofa and looked at Wang Chao and his men indifferently. Wang Chao glanced at the door and saw several of his bodyguards lying on the ground in a mess. He suddenly felt his penis tighten. What do you want to do? Another tough guy coming? Things are a bit unsettled in Yuncheng lately. It was said that the Zhao family had provoked a man named Fan Yi yesterday, and then the whole family was wiped out overnight. Now another big guy has come looking for them, and no one knows what is going on. Don't be nervous. I'm here to help you solve your problem. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Fan Yi. I heard that you want to take action against the Su group. If the price is right, I'd be happy to do it for you. Yifan stared at Wang Chao with a smile. Last night Yifan deliberately left a letter in Zhao Dechan's study. I believe that the name Fan Yi has become famous in Yuncheng. Are you the master Fan Yi? Sure enough, when Wang Chao heard Fan Yi's name, he was shocked, but a hint of joy appeared on his face. Is it true that just because I feel sleepy, someone will come and bring me a pillow? Master Fan Yi came to me on his own initiative and wanted to cooperate with me to take action against the Su family. Master Fan Yi was a skilled fighter. He could eliminate Zhao Dechan and Zhao Qianlong, father and son, overnight without anyone noticing, and wipe out the Zhao family overnight. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with the Su group? It's me. It's great that Master Fan Yi can help. Wang Chao couldn't help but get excited. Master, what conditions do you need to help? 2 billion, I can make the Su group disappear from this world. You know my strength. Yifan looked at Wang Chao indifferently and the price he opened made Wang Chao gasp. Although the Wang family is also a wealthy family in Yuncheng, the size of the entire Wang group is only around 10 billion. It is still very difficult to come up with 2 billion at once. Mr. Fan, this is a bit too much, Wang Chao said a little nervously. Although Mr. Liu from the provincial capital has promised that as long as the Su group is brought down, the Liu family can let the Wang family take over all the industries of the Zhao family and the Su group, which is more than 10 billion yuan in assets. Compared with the tens of billions of assets, the cost of 2 billion is indeed not worth mentioning. But what if the Liu family fails to fulfill their promise? A lot. Yifan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Thinking that it was this bastard in front of him who almost killed Su Yixue, Yifan's anger rose sharply. Are you doubting my strength? A powerful aura was released, covering the entire room. Yifan's sharp eyes made Wang Chao feel creepy. Wang Chao understood that since this deal was delivered to his doorstep, he had to take it. He had no choice at all. The problem now is that Wang Chao doesn't know, after he gives the money, will Master Fan Yi really take action against the Su group? If things go wrong, Fan Yi will suddenly attack the Wang family, causing the Wang family to suffer the same fate as the Zhao family, and then they will be doomed. Wang Chao Yu became more and more scared, and now he just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Wang Chao felt very uncomfortable with this Master Fan Yi. Moreover, although Fan Yi looked very strange, Wang Chao always felt that he was somewhat familiar with him. No, no. I naturally believe in Master Fan Yi's strength. How about I go back right away and ask my family to raise money? Wang Chao said tentatively to Yifan, his feet just raised. Call out. A straw flew out and stuck at Wang Chao's feet, which scared Wang Chao to death. No need to go back, start raising money now. You have 10 minutes, get started. Yifan looked at Wang Chao coldly. Now that Yifan was here, how could he let this man who wanted to kill his wife go so easily? This. Wang Chao wanted to continue to explain, but seeing Yifan's terrifying eyes, he immediately dared not say anything more. He turned around, took out his mobile phone, and called his father, Dad. I met the master-level Master Fan Yi here. He agreed to help my Wang family deal with the Su family, but he wants 2 billion. Wang Chao kept calling to urge them, and Wang Chao's father also tried every possible way, even if it meant preparing funds illegally and borrowing money. Within 10 minutes, they actually managed to gather 2 billion. Transfer it to this account. Yifan gave Wang Chao the safe account that Zhao had prepared in advance. After a series of operations, Yifan received a message from Zhao, confirming that the money had arrived. Wang Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, the money has arrived. Can I go to the absorption room? Wang Chao had already judged that his 2 billion would probably go down the drain. But even if that happened, there was nothing he could do. He could just regard the 2 billion as buying his life. Yifan smiled. Why are you in such a hurry? Your problem has been solved, now let's talk about mine. Yifan's words instantly made Wang Chao uneasy, and an ominous feeling emerged in his heart. What else does this big guy want from me? Under Wang Chao's shocked eyes, Yifan reached out and rubbed his face a few times. Next moment, Yifan's appearance had changed, and a familiar figure appeared in front of Wang Chao. Yifan, how could you be Yifan? At this moment, Wang Chao's mind was working rapidly, and he thought about Fan Yi's name for a few seconds. Fan Yi? Fan Yi? Isn't it Yifan when it's reversed? Isn't it the homophone of Yifan? It turns out that the boss Fan Yi who attacked the Zhao family was really Yifan. But, all the information from the outside world shows that Yifan has been stupid for 5 years, right? Are you pretending to be doing this? Phew. After realizing the truth of the matter, Wang Chao's legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Everyone knew Yifan's monstrous talent. 5 years ago, Yifan had already reached the peak of martial arts master strength. 5 years later, who knows what terrifying realm Yifan has reached? In front of Yifan, Wang Chao had no chance of escaping at all. Wang Chao, you are so brave. You actually want to kill my wife. Yifan stared at Wang Chao with contempt. Since you have done it, you must pay the price. Lend me something. Wang Chao's heart skipped a beat. He had already given out 2 billion. What did Yifan want to borrow from me? What good things did I have that was worth borrowing from Yifan? What do you want to borrow? Wang Chao shivered and his heart turned cold. Borrow your life. Chapter 23. Let them fight each other. While speaking, Yifan took a step forward, stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Chao's neck. Wang Chao lifted his feet off the ground and looked at Yifan in horror. No. No, Master Yi, spare me. It's not me who wants to attack the Su group. It's the Liu family in the provincial capital. Do you mean that Liu Ran from the provincial capital wants to take action against the Su group? Humph. Don't worry, I will naturally settle the score with Liu Ran. However, in Yuncheng, it was you who directly took action against Su Yixue, so you must pay the price. Yifan responded to Wang Chao coldly. Wang Chao was completely desperate. Now he finally understood the fate of the Zhao family. He was afraid that Zhao Qianlong was also in such despair when he died at the hands of Yifan. Originally, everyone thought that the demise of the Zhao family was just a coincidence. But now it seems that everything was designed by Yifan. Those forces and families that are unfavorable to the Yi family and the Su family will be ruthlessly crushed. The key is that Yifan quietly solved everything. In the eyes of everyone outside, Yifan is still that fool. No. This news must be spread somehow so that Mr. Liu in the provincial capital can know. He couldn't breathe through his throat, but Wang Chao still wanted to reach out for his cell phone to inform Liu Ran. Bang! Yifan's chi surged and easily knocked Wang Chao's phone down. It's already this time, are you still trying to do something? Phew! When the whistling martial arts energy completely enveloped Wang Chao, in the blink of an eye, Wang Chao turned into a pile of powder and disappeared down the toilet. After doing all this, Yifan picked up the phone on the ground and sent a message to Wang Chao's father, Wang Zhang, Dad. I've been kidnapped. At 12 o'clock at night, at Yuncheng Middle Bridge, come and rescue me. After doing all this, Yifan returned to his unfamiliar appearance, quickly left the KTV, and got into Xia Hao's car. Mr. Yi, has it been resolved? Do you need me to do any cleanup work? Xia Hao said respectfully in front. Su Yixue was attacked, and Yifan came out in such a hurry, naturally to attack the Wang family behind Wu Laolang. But the Wang family is backed by the Liu family in the provincial capital, and if Yifan acts too hastily, he might get into trouble. No need. Yifan said calmly, come out with me tonight and watch a dog-eat-dog show. At the Wang family in Yuncheng, the head of the family, Wang Caizhong, was very excited at first when he received a call from his son Wang Chao, who said that he had invited Master Fan Yi to deal with the Su group. But later I heard that the other party wanted 2 billion as a reward for the action, and I became hesitant. But Wang Chao kept urging him, and his words and expressions made it seem that he could not get away. Wang Zhang had no choice but to grit his teeth and mobilize so much money to transfer the money. Then wait for news from Wang Chao. But when Wang Zhang saw the message on his phone, he was stunned. What? Kidnapped? Who is this bastard? Is he crazy? What happened to the Wang family today was very unfortunate. Wang Chao received an order from the Liu family and asked Wu Laolang to attack Su Yixue, but failed at the critical moment. Li Hu, led by Xia Hao, took action in time and rescued Su Yixue. Now his only son has been kidnapped again. What on earth is going on? Immediately pass on my order. All members of the Wang family, start moving and set up an ambush at the central bridge in Yuncheng. I want to see who kidnapped my son. When Yifan and Xia Hao returned to their hospital together, they brought some fruits, which looked like they were bought outside. Wang Fugue, Li Hu and others didn't have much doubt. When Yifan arrived at the ward, Su Yixue also woke up. Seeing Yifan gently accompanying her, a smile appeared on her face. It's great that I'm still alive. At that time, Yifan's handsome action of saving people was really cool. Yixue, my dear, are you awake? The doctor said you are just too tired. It's okay. Eat an orange and then we can go home, okay? Yifan handed the peeled orange to Su Yixue with a gentle look on his face. This former sister-in-law, to protect the Yi family, to protect herself. Willing to marry myself who is still a fool. It has brought such a huge crisis to the Su group and put himself in danger all the time. Yifan was very moved. It would have been fine if he hadn't woken up before, but now that Yifan has woken up, he will use all his power to protect the Su family, the Yi family, and avenge the dead heroic souls of the Yi family. Thank you, Xie. Su Yixue finished eating the orange, struggled to get out of bed, and shook her head, I can't go home yet. The company is going to release a new drug soon, and there are still many things to do. When I'm done, I'll come back early to accompany you, okay? Su Yixue looked at Yifan gently. Seeing Xia Hao staring at her, she became a little shy. Boss Xia, Master Tiger, thank you for what happened today. Today, if Yifan, Xia Hao, Li Hu and others had not arrived in time, Su Yixue would have really died there. Miss Su, you are too polite. Master Yi saved my life before, so my life belongs to Master Yi. It is our negligence that Miss Su got into trouble. Xia Hao bowed respectfully, Master who is one of us. In the future in Yuncheng, if Miss Su has any needs, she can just ask. Su Yixue naturally understood that Li Hu belonged to Xia Hao. Yifan saved Xia Hao 5 years ago, and today he got such a big reward. This can be regarded as another kind of blessing in disguise. Su Yixue wanted to say something when she suddenly received a call from her secretary. What? Our prescription was leaked. The rival company has released a new drug today. How is this possible? Yes. Mr. Su, please turn on the TV, it's broadcasting live. Su Yixue turned on the TV with an incredible look on her face. The launch of a new drug was being broadcast live on TV. A young man in a suit stood on the stage. It was Li Yunyan, the eldest son of the Li family in Yuncheng. Everyone, this is a beauty pill that our Li family has carefully developed over the years. We spent tens of billions of dollars on it. The effect is amazing. Take it for a month and you will see immediate results. Shameless. Listening to Li Yunyan's endless talk on the stage and the part of the formula he announced, Su Yixue couldn't help but curse, that is obviously the hard work of our Su group. These bastards. Damn it. I don't know what means Li Yunyarn used, but he actually stole the core prescription of Su group right under Su Yixue's nose. This is totally cutting off the source of the problem. Over the years of development, the Su group has used almost all of its resources on the research and development of this prescription, and is just waiting for a comeback after the prescription is released. Especially recently, the Su group has been banned by many partners. If there is no flagship product to break the deadlock, the Su group may be crushed. Mr. Xia, Mr. Wang, I need to go back to the company right away. I'd like to ask you to take care of Xiafan. I'm leaving first. Su Yixue hurriedly greeted Wang Fuguei and Xia Hao and quickly rushed to the company. Such a major event happened in the company, so Su Yixue naturally had to rush out to deal with it as soon as possible. Yifan looked at Su Yixue as anxiously leaving back, muttering to himself, "Isn't it just a prescription for beauty pills? You should have said it earlier. Any prescription I can come up with would be enough to amaze the world, right? But if a fool like me takes it out, even if it's true, I'm afraid no one will believe it, right? How can I make Su Yixue believe that my prescription is real?" Chapter 24, Back to the Past. No way back. If you just ask someone to give the prescription to Su Yixue, they will definitely not take it seriously. Yifan suddenly remembered that Yu Linglong had said that she would invite Lei Qinjue, the medical saint of Great Xia, to come and treat him, but she didn't know when he would come. Let Lei Qinjue give the prescription to Su Yixue. Considering Lei Qinjue's ability, it should be enough. At that time, I can ask Lei Qinjue to give the prescription to Su Yixue, which should be able to solve the difficulties faced by the Su group. As soon as Su Yixue left, Yifan's phone rang. It was Shen Yufei calling. "Brother Fan, I know I am sorry for you, but can you do me a favor?" Shen Yufei seemed to be in a bad state on the phone, and her voice was filled with tears. Although Shen Jingguo announced the cancellation of the engagement with the Yi family in front of so many people, Yifan could not hate them in his heart. "Ex-wife, what's wrong with you? Did someone steal your lollipop? If someone steals your lollipop, I will help you get it back." Yifan responded honestly into the phone. Only this tone was in line with his current identity. On the other end of the phone, Shen Yufei felt sad. Perhaps with so many people around her, everyone is staring at her identity, status, or beauty, and only Yifan treats her sincerely. No, it's much more serious than snatching a lollipop. "Brother Fan, do you know? My second uncle betrothed me to Li Yunyang, and tonight is the engagement dinner, but I don't want to get married." Shen Yufei seemed to have found someone to confide in, and she told him about her inner frustration. "Forget it, Brother Fan, where are you now? I'll pick you up and we can talk when we meet." Shen Jingguo betrothed Shen Yufei to someone else so soon. Or Li Yunyang? Yifan snorted coldly. Judging from the current information, the Li family, the Zhao family, and the Wang family are all vassal families of the Liu family in the provincial capital, so the Li family must have participated in the extermination of the Yi family. And Shen Yufei actually wants to marry her enemy. This is something Yifan cannot accept no matter what. Moreover, in Yifan's plan, after destroying the Wang family, the Li family will also be eliminated. Since Li Yunyarn plans to marry Shen Yufei, even if she is a woman he doesn't want, that won't work. The worst that can happen is that he can bring the elimination plan forward. Yixue's wife is injured, I'm at the people's hospital. Yifan tried his best to make his tone sound more honest, not wanting to reveal too much in front of everyone. In the Shen family compound, Shen Yufei hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. Well, how great would it be if Brother Fan wasn't a fool? Back then, when Brother Fan was still a genius, he was full of vigor and vitality. If someone dared to take advantage of his wife, I'm afraid Brother Fan would have jumped up in anger, right? 20 minutes later, Shen Yufei drove to Yuncheng People's Hospital. What? Shen Yufei, you have broken off the engagement with my eldest brother, and you still want to use my eldest brother as your shield. Do you still have any humanity? Hearing that Shen Yufei wanted Yifan to accompany her to the engagement dinner, he was the first to jump out. You think my brother is embarrassed enough, or what do you want? Wang Fuguei was very excited. Brother, don't go. Although Wang Fuguei usually looks a bit honest, his protection of Yifan is genuine at all, otherwise Yifan would not have made a special trip to the black market to buy the Yuanqi pill for Wang Fuguei. Now that Yifan is in a state of dementia, he naturally has to stand up and protect Yifan with all his strength. Brother Fan, I know what I did was too much, but I really don't want to get married, Shen Yufei said desperately. The engagement with the Li family was a family arrangement and also her destiny. Now the Li family is at its peak and has tremendous power in Yuncheng. Even if Shen Yufei wants to find another shield to play along with her, few people will offend the Li family for Shen Yufei. The only person Shen Yufei can think of to rely on now is Yifan. When Yifan told Shen Yufei the address, he had already agreed to her in his heart, so he naturally would not refuse. No. No. I will help you chase him away. Brother. When Wang Fuguei saw that Yifan actually agreed to Shen Yufei, he was anxious and wanted to speak up to stop him. Xie Hao next to him knew Yifan. Since Yifan had spoken, he must want to help Shen Yufei. Master Wang, Master Yi has been with Miss Shen for such a long time. If Master Yi wants to go, we will go with him. Xie Hao smiled at Wang Fuguei. Besides, we will be with him, right? Master Yi will be fine. This. Wang Fuguei looked at Xie Hao with some confusion. He always felt that something was strange, but he couldn't figure it out for a while, so he just didn't bother to think about it. A few minutes later, Yifan was pulled into Shen Yufei's car. Shen Yufei was driving while looking at the handsome Yifan beside her. He still had that handsome face and that familiar aura. Brother Fan. Can we go back to the way we were before? Shen Yufei's heart trembled, and she said these words inexplicably. Yifan was stunned when he heard this. Going back to the past. There's no going back. Before, Yifan treated Shen Yufei with almost all his heart and doted on her in every way. But the Shen family broke off the engagement in public, and Yifan was hurt. How could the broken glass be intact again? Back where? Back to their hospital. But didn't we just come out of the hospital? Why should we go back? Yifan didn't know how to answer, so he just talked nonsense. Shen Yufei was observing Yifan intently from the side, trying to find out some clues from his expression. Yifan hit it very well. Although Shen Yufei's sixth sense about Yifan was different from before, she still couldn't find any flaws. Brother Fan. I really don't know if you are really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, but what I want to tell you is, I have always liked you and loved you very much. It was not my intention to break off the engagement that day. It was my second uncle who forced me to do so. You also know that if my father does not have the follow-up medical expenses, he may die at any time. I have no choice. When she talked about the latter part, Shen Yufei was about to cry. 5 years ago, around the time Yifan had a car accident, Shen Yufei's father also had a car accident and became a vegetable, requiring high medical expenses. Although Shen Yufei took over the Shen group later, she did not actually hold much power because of the presence of her second uncle and other elders. On the day of the cancellation of the engagement, her second uncle said that if Shen Yufei did not agree, he would not continue to provide medical expenses for Shen Yufei's father. The corner of Yifan's mouth twitched when he heard this. Yifan also learned something about the situation of the Shen family in the past 2 days. But the damage caused to Yifan by Shen Yufei's silence that day will take time to heal. Yuncheng Paradise Hotel, this is where the Shen family and the Li family's engagement dinner was held. At the entrance of the hotel, Li Yunyang was wearing a handsome suit, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand, and surrounded by a few brothers. Congratulations, Mr. Li. Finally your dream has come true. Yes. The Shen family has finally come to their senses. Breaking off the engagement with the Yi family and choosing young Master Li is the best choice. I heard that young Master Li is going to be adopted as a godson by the head of the Liu family in the provincial capital. That means he will definitely be very successful. Young Master Li must not forget about us when the time comes. Amidst everyone's compliments, Li Yunyang felt like he was about to float up. This bunch of rubbish only saw the surface power of the Shen family, but they had no idea that behind Shen Yufei's mother, there was a hidden power that they could not imagine. This was the reason why Li Yunyang tried every means to take down Shen Yufei. Here it comes. Someone in the crowd shouted, and everyone looked towards the road. Shen Yufei's car slowly stopped, and under Li Yunyang's expectant eyes, a pair of long white legs stepped out of the car. Slender, straight and smooth. Thinking that the owner of those beautiful legs would be his woman in the future, Li Yunyang's heart trembled. But when he saw the subsequent scenes, the smile on Li Yunyang's face froze instantly. Isn't Shen Yufei alone? Instead, she intimately held a man's arm, got out of the car with a loving look, and walked towards Li Yunyang. What do you mean? Today is the engagement dinner between me and Shen Yufei, and Shen Yufei brought a man with her, and this man is Yifan. Is this sending the green hat to your home? Chapter 25 I want to marry. Yifan is my husband. Li Yunyang instantly felt that he had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. Yufei, what's going on? Why did you bring this idiot here? Li Yunyang suppressed his anger and asked Shen Yufei as elegantly as possible. The buddies around Li Yunyang also stopped their restlessness at this time. They had to hold the Easter eggs in their hands awkwardly, ready to be unscrewed. Li Yunyang, how dare you talk like that? Show some respect to my big brother. Before Shen Yufei could speak, Wang Fuguei beside her spoke first. My big brother's name is Yifan. You can either call him Master Yi or Brother Fan. If I hear you call me a fool again, I'll give you a slap in the face. Wang Fuguei was already angry, and now that he saw that Li Yunyang was actually going to marry his ex-sister-in-law, he became even angrier. At this time, Wang Fuguei also understood why Yifan came with Shen Yufei. After all, my brother is still worried. Wang Fuguei, who do you think you are? Do you think that idiot is still the young master of the Yi family? Let me tell you, now that the Yi family has fallen, it won't be long before that old man in the Yi family and that idiot will be reunited with their families. What are you bragging about? Snap! Snap! Without any hesitation, Wang Fuguei took 2 steps forward and slapped Li Yunyang twice in the face. After being hit left and right, Li Yunyang's face suddenly became swollen and 2 of his teeth fell out. Don't you have any memory at all? I told you to respect my big brother, but you ignored my words. Wang Fuguei shook his palm. Fuck, your face is harder than dog shit. Fuck. Wang Fuguei, are you looking for death? How dare you hit me? Li Yunyang staggered, rubbed his aching face, and stared at Wang Fuguei angrily. I don't dare to touch the Yi family, so how can I not touch your Wang family? Come on, kill him for me. Crash. As Li Yunyang called out, a large group of strong bodyguards suddenly rushed over, holding weapons and ready to attack Wang Fuguei. Trash. Wang Fuguei glanced at the bodyguards. These ordinary bodyguards who didn't even have martial arts energy were not taken seriously by Wang Fuguei at all. Master Li, calm down. Today is Master Li's big day. I came here uninvited to congratulate Master Li. Master Li will not be unwelcome, right? When the 2 sides were on the verge of a fight, Xia Hao got out of the vehicle behind, followed by Yincheng's underground godfather Li Hu and his Ravager subordinates. Such a scene made Li Yunyang frown. All the people from the Xia family in the provincial capital have come, and Lord Hu has also come with his men. Did Shen Yufei come prepared for today's scene? But Li Yunyang couldn't figure it out. With the power of the Shen family, it was not enough to mobilize the people of the Xia family and Li Hu. Could it be Yifan? But knowing that the Yi family has already fallen and become a grasshopper in autumn, why are these people still trying to seek death by getting closer and closer to the Yi family? Okay. Go in. While the guests from both sides are here, there are some things I need to clarify in person today. Shen Yufei held Yifan's hand tightly, and glanced at the hotel door with burning eyes. It seemed that she had made some kind of decision in her heart. Shen Yufei, you'd better think clearly about what you are doing. Li Yunyang looked at Shen Yufei and had a vague ominous feeling in his heart. If Shen Yufei caused any trouble at the banquet today, the Li family would be extremely embarrassed. But thinking of Shen Jingguo's guarantee, Li Yunyang felt a little more at ease. Can this Shen Yufei escape from my hands? But when he saw Shen Yufei holding Yifan's hand so tightly, Li Yunyang felt furious. Where the hell did I lose? Can't you even beat a fool? On the 8th floor of the Paradise Hotel, in a banquet hall that can accommodate thousands of people. The door opened, Shen Yufei took Yifan's hand and stepped into the banquet hall. The originally noisy hall suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked at the scene in front of them in shock. After 3 seconds of silence, everyone finally couldn't help but start whispering. What's going on? Isn't today the engagement dinner for Shen Yufei and Li Yunyang? What's the meaning of Shen Yufei bringing that idiot from the Yi family here? Really? I don't understand either. Didn't Shen Yufei announce yesterday that she had broken off the engagement with the Yi family? If she brings him here now, wouldn't that just be rubbing the Li family's face in the ground? This is interesting. I'm afraid the Shen family and the Li family's top executives will be embarrassed today. Everyone turned and went to the table at the front of the hall. At the table, Shen Jingguo and Li Yunyang's father, Li Zhang, were originally chatting and laughing, discussing the subsequent cooperation between the two families. The sudden situation brought their conversation to an abrupt halt. Shen Jinghua, what do you mean by this? Li Zhang looked at Shen Jinghua with a gloomy face and said, didn't you say that everything was settled? Now Shen Yufei shows up here with that idiot from the Yi family. Isn't this a slap in the face of my Li family? Shen Jinghua was also confused, I don't know what's going on either. There were thousands of guests at the scene, all of them were well-known and upper-class people in Yuncheng. Just yesterday, Shen Jinghua represented the Shen family to break off the engagement with the Yi family, and now Shen Yufei appeared in pairs with that fool from the Yi family. Did he not keep his word? Yufei, what are you doing? When Shen Yufei walked past Shen Jinghua whispered to her and scolded her. But Shen Yufei just turned her head to look at Shen Jinghua, then took Yifan's hand and continued to walk towards the stage. Everyone. I'm Shen Yufei. With so many people here, I want to announce this. I broke off the engagement with the Yi family yesterday. That was just my second uncle's idea. I didn't agree. Shen Yufei took the microphone from the host on the stage and raised Yifan's arm high with a smile. Yifan and I have been engaged since we were young. We grew up together as childhood sweethearts. My husband will always be Brother Fan. Please bless us. Phew. Li Yunyan, who followed in from behind, felt as if his heart was stabbed by a knife when he heard Shen Yufei's words. Bless you, Nima. Today is my engagement dinner, I am here to bless you, so what should I do? Wearing a hat. At this moment, Li Yunyan felt greatly insulted. Shame opens the door to shame, shame is at home. What are you still standing there for? Turn off the microphone immediately. Li Yunyan became so angry when he saw the staff members who were still confused that he yelled at them crazily. Crash! Shen Yufei's words were like a huge rock hitting the lake, and the entire scene exploded. Fuck! Is it so explosive? Yesterday, the second son of the Shen family broke off the engagement, and today Shen Yufei announced in a high-profile manner that the breakup was invalid. Things are not that simple. There is obviously something wrong within the Shen family. There must be something wrong with the car accident that happened to the Shen family boss. At the Li family's engagement dinner, the future daughter-in-law showed off her affection with another man. The Li family is so embarrassed today. After everyone was in an uproar, everyone looked towards the first table. Bang! Li Zhang couldn't hold it back any longer, and slammed the wine glass in his hand onto the table, shouting at Shen Jinghua, did your Shen family come here to mess things up on purpose? Give me a reasonable explanation, or this matter will not end. The scene instantly became quiet, and everyone stared at this side intently. The atmosphere at the scene instantly began to solidify. This engagement dinner may seem simple, but in fact, it involves the three families of Yi, Shen, and Li. If you are not careful, you will be doomed. Chapter 26 Gatling Gun with Blue Flames. Looking at the out-of-control situation, Shen Jinghua was almost going crazy. Don't be angry, Brother Li. There must be some misunderstanding here. Please wait a moment, I will handle it. Shen Jinghua hurriedly greeted Li Zhang and walked quickly towards Shen Yufei. Didn't we agree on this yesterday? She had announced her breakup with the Yi family in front of so many people, and now Shen Yufei said her breakup was invalid. Isn't this equivalent to spitting and then swallowing it back? Yufei? Do you know what you are doing? Shen Jinghua walked onto the stage, stared at Shen Yufei angrily and said, you are dragging the Shen family into eternal damnation, do you know? Shen Yufei held Yifan's hand and did not let go. She stared at Shen Jinghua with the same burning gaze and said, second uncle, I am already an adult. I know exactly what I am doing. I just want to follow my heart and make the right choice. It was not my original intention to break off the engagement with Yifan yesterday. You forced me to do it, second uncle. You want me to marry Li Yunyang again today. I will never agree to it. You. Shen Jinghua waved his palm angrily, wanting to hit Shen Yufei, but he finally held back and continued to persuade her kindly, but, Yufei, don't you see? Yifan has become a fool. He is not the evil genius before. And now the Yi family has fallen, and there are very powerful opponents dealing with the Yi family. Can't you see it? So what? So what if he's a fool? He's 1,000 times better than Li Yunyang, that beast in human form. Shen Yufei glanced at Yifan beside her, her eyes full of tenderness. Yifan also felt Shen Yufei's mood changes, and his mood was a little complicated. This silly girl, had she made the decision when she asked me to come along? It was against the wishes of her family and she had to make such a treasonous announcement of her feelings at Li Yunyang's engagement dinner. Shen Yufei indeed mustered up great courage and endured a lot on her own. Is this making up for the harm done to yourself? But, what did Shen Yufei do yesterday? Well, Shen Yufei's voice was not loud, but Li Yunyang, who had just approached, happened to hear Shen Yufei's words clearly, and was immediately hit hard 10,000 times again. Damn it! Why am I such a beast in human form? What the hell did I do wrong? Even if Brother Fan is a fool, I am willing to protect him. This is my own choice, second uncle. If you want to marry into the Li family, you should find someone else to marry him. After saying that, Shen Yufei took Yifan's hand and prepared to leave the scene. Crash! In an instant, countless strong bodyguards emerged from around the stage and surrounded Yifan and Shen Yufei. Stop! Do you think this is a vegetable garden? You can come as you please and leave as you please. Li Yunyang walked out from behind the bodyguards and stared coldly at Yifan and Shen Yufei. Shen Yufei, I really don't know if you have lost your mind. You have to follow a fool. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Li Yunyang felt his anus tighten. Just now outside the gate, Li Yunyang was beaten up by Wang Fugui. Wang Fugui said that if he dared to call Yifan a fool again, he would slap him in the face. However, with so many bodyguards around him now, Wang Fugui should be unable to do anything, right? Li Yunyang hurriedly covered his face, then looked around and did not see Wang Fugui, so he took his hands away with relief. Bang! But the next moment, a big hand suddenly slapped Li Yunyang in the face from the side and back. Li Yunyang was slapped hard on the face again. Li Yunyang, you really don't have a long memory. I've said before, if you dare to scold my elder brother again, I'll beat you every time you scold me. Wang Fugui jumped onto a table and swept his eyes over everyone, not only Li Yunyang, but everyone here. Don't let me hear you scold my elder brother in the future. Fuck! Your uncle! Li Yunyang went completely crazy. Just now, he was attacked unexpectedly outside, but Li Yunyang endured it. But now, in the banquet hall, with so many bodyguards around him, he was still beaten. The key is that there are so many guests around, so it's not his face that is being hit, but the face of the entire Li family, and even the face of his godfather Liu Ran. Li Zhang next to him couldn't sit still any longer. Wang Fugui. Even your father has to be polite to me. What kind of bastard are you? Come, teach him a lesson for his parents. Li Zhang waved his hand, and more masters rushed out, including many martial arts masters. The scene suddenly became depressing. A big war seems to be about to begin. Boom boom boom. Li Hu knocked on the table with a wine bottle. What are you doing? What are you doing? Can't we discuss it in a civilized manner? Why do we have to resort to violence? If you are not afraid of death, you can try it. Li Hu, the underground godfather of Yuncheng, may not speak loudly, but he still carries a lot of weight in Yuncheng. The restless bodyguards at the scene suddenly calmed down. On the one hand, it is naturally the pressure from Li Hu. On the other hand, damn it! Behind Li Hu, a shirtless burly man actually brought out a Gatling gun that was emitting blue flames. A circle of black holes locked onto Li Yunyang, Li Zhang and others. Is there still law? Is there still justice? Among martial arts masters below the grandmaster level, as well as ordinary people, there is no one who is not afraid of bullets. Is Li Hu so arrogant? He even brought Gatling. Li Yunyang, Li Zhang and others were stunned and dared not move. Can we have a good talk now? Li Hu asked calmly. Li Zhang couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. How did Li Hu, the underground godfather of Yuncheng, get involved with Yifan? In this way, even with Liu Ran's support, the Li family's actions in Yuncheng are still a bit troublesome. When Shen Yufei saw the scene in front of her, she was also stunned. She had just heard about Su Yixue being hunted down. It was said that Li Hu and the governor of Yuncheng came forward together to rescue Su Yixue, and Wu Laolang was completely killed. Why would these people, who could make Yuncheng tremble with just a stomp of their feet, help Su Yixue? It can only be done for Yifan's sake, but does Yifan really have that much face? I hope I can have good results in the future. Li Zhang and Li Yunyang no longer dared to move. Shen Yufei took Yifan's arm and prepared to go outside. But Shen Jinghua suddenly spoke up, wait. Yufei, you should first check on your father's condition in the hospital before making a final decision. While speaking, Shen Jinghua dialed the video call on his mobile phone and then handed the video to Shen Yufei. In the video, Shen Yufei's father Shen Jinghua was lying on the hospital bed, and next to him, a middle-aged man in a white coat was holding a syringe filled with green liquid in his hand, with the tip of the needle pointing at Shen Jinghua's neck, ready to inject at any time. "Second uncle, what are you doing?" Shen Yufei's face suddenly changed when she saw the scene in front of her, and she stared at Shen Jinghua angrily. Shen Jinghua's mouth twitched, and he whispered, "Yufei, you forced your second uncle to do this. The doctor didn't prepare anything else, just arsenic or something like that, which can make your father never wake up. If you dare to leave this hole today, you will have to think about the consequences yourself." Chapter 27 Trash, do you only dare to hide behind women? Threaten. A naked threat. Shen Jinghua, are you still a human being? The one lying on the bed is your biological brother. Shen Yufei stared at Shen Jinghua with great anger, her eyes almost spitting fire. She couldn't believe that her second uncle, who looked so kind, could do such a thing. Humph. So what? Shen Jinghua and Shen Yufei had completely fallen out at this point. Originally, if you had just married young Master Li obediently, I wouldn't have to go this far, but you insisted on making so many troubles, so don't blame me. Why did the old man hand over the Shen group to your father? Why should your eldest wife control the Shen group? Today it's finally my turn. You have 10 seconds to think, take back what you just said and marry Li Xiao obediently, otherwise. Shen Jinghua didn't say anything else, but the result was obvious. Mean. Shen Jinghua had planned everything long ago to use Shen Yufei's father to control her. Yifan stared at Shen Jinghua coldly, then looked at Shen Yufei, and his attitude towards Shen Yufei changed slightly. So, it was Shen Jinghua who was causing all the trouble? You are shameless. Shen Yufei stomped her feet on the ground angrily and looked at Yifan with some sadness. Originally, Shen Yufei thought that her resistance today could give her the opportunity to be with Yifan. As a result, it seemed like it was about to succeed, but in the end it ended up like this. Brother Fan, Shen Yufei was very conflicted. Deep down, she had never given up on Yifan. Even though Yifan had been stupid for 5 years, Shen Yufei would often come to accompany Yifan. It was obvious that Yifan was still very important in Shen Yufei's heart. But Shen Yufei's mother left after giving birth to her. It was her father who raised her. It was impossible for Shen Yufei to ignore her father's kindness. The conflict between love and family affection is an eternal problem. The scene became deadlocked again. The guests in the entire hall could not hear the conversation on the stage at all, as they were quite far away, nor could they see what was happening. They only saw Li's bodyguards and Tiger Lord's men in a stalemate, and they couldn't get close at all. Everyone began to discuss in whispers. On the stage, Li Yunyang and Li Zhong breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Shen Jinghua had Shen Yufei under control. Li Yunyang married Shen Yufei not for love, but to make it a done deal, because he was attracted by the power behind Shen Yufei's mother. So, no matter what means he used, as long as he could get Shen Yufei, that was enough. HMPH. Yifan, you are such a fool, such a rubbish, and you still dream of being with Yufei? Dream on. Li Yunyang walked towards Yifan with a smug look on his face. Damn it, just because I scolded you, you got beaten up. I must fight back. Wang Fugui knows martial arts, so Li Yunyang can't attack him. But after Yifan became stupid, he lost all his skills. The key point is that Shen Yufei is now being controlled by Shen Jinghua, and Li Yunyang can't get rid of this anger. You dare. Shen Yufei saw Li Yunyang was about to attack Yifan, and immediately stood up to block Yifan. Li Yunyang, this is a matter between my Shen family and your Li family, do you dare to touch Yifan? Li Yunyang didn't take Shen Yufei's threats seriously at all. Har har. Is it just a matter between the Shen family and my Li family? Shen Yufei, you think too simply. You brought this idiot to the scene today, and you have already mixed up the Yi family. Of course, even if he doesn't come today, he will soon go to reunite with his brothers. Li Yunyang glanced, walked around Shen Yufei, stared at Yifan and said, trash, is all you can do to hide behind a woman. Li Yunyang was so focused on speaking frankly that he didn't notice that Yifan's eyes had gradually become gloomy. Chapter 28 Revenge never takes place overnight. I don't believe you. Li Yunyang withdrew his arm and looked at a small red lump on his arm. He instantly felt very uncomfortable and it seemed that he was having difficulty breathing. There was also some force in his body that twisted his internal organs and tendons. Yifan must have done something to himself. However, looking at Yifan's cute look and clear eyes, everyone would think that Yifan was a fool. How could he do anything to Li Yunyang? Yifan, I'm going to kill you. Li Yunyang wanted to continue attacking Yifan, but Li Zhang beside him quickly scolded him, Yunyang, stop. Today is your engagement day, don't dirty your hands. As Li Zhang spoke, he turned his gaze towards Shen Jinghua. Shen Jinghua also reacted at this time, staring at Shen Yufei and said, 10 seconds are up, make a decision. 3, 2, 1. I'll marry you. When Shen Jinghua counted down to 1, Shen Yufei cried, I'll marry you, please don't hurt my father. Shen Jinghua hung up the video on his phone with satisfaction. How long should it have been like this earlier? Come on, give her the microphone and let her explain it clearly to all the guests. Shen Jinghua signaled to Li Yunyang and others, and soon someone handed the microphone to Shen Yufei. Shen Yufei looked at Yifan with despair, her makeup stained with tears. Brother Fan. I'm sorry, I can't help it. Shen Yufei swallowed her tears silently. Are she and Yifan destined to be together after all? You can go now. Shen Yufei bowed to Yifan, and then bowed to Xia Hao, Li Hu, Wang Fugui and others. Thank you. These people came today with the intention of helping Yifan complete the wedding robbery. As a result, Li Hu's men did take control of the scene, but something went wrong on Shen Yufei's side and she retreated halfway. After saying that, Shen Yufei took the microphone and walked towards the front of the stage. Xia Hao turned his gaze to Yifan, wanting to see what Yifan meant. The muscles on Yifan's face twitched. He is sick. Mr. Li is sick and can't get married, har har. You are the one who is sick, and your whole family is sick. Li Yunyang got angry when he heard Yifan talking. Seeing Yifan and others still standing in the hall, he shouted at the bodyguards around him, what are you still doing? Why don't you kick them out? We don't welcome them here. Before the bodyguards could make a move, Yifan had already stepped outside. This is not fun. Someone is going to die, someone is going to die. No one paid attention to Yifan's words. Only Xia Hao's eyelids twitched violently a few times. Combining his previous experience, Xia Hao was sure that the Li family was going to suffer. Wang Fugui was still a little angry. Brother, are we just going to let this matter go today? It's obvious that Sister Yufei was forced. As long as you are willing, I will help you get Sister Yufei back. Yifan did not respond, but just smiled foolishly, leaving Wang Fugui speechless. Xia Hao hurriedly explained, Master Wang, I told you not to worry. Maybe the Li family's engagement party won't be held today. You said don't be anxious, but now it's like this? How can I not be anxious? While the two were arguing, Shen Yufei had already picked up the microphone on the stage and began to speak to the crowd. Everyone. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. I was drunk and said that. Today is my engagement dinner with Li Yunyang, and everyone is welcome to come and support us. Shen Yufei was talking, but her eyes were fixed on Yifan's back. Shen Yufei knew that today, from the moment Yifan stepped through the door of the banquet hall, there would be no possibility between the two of them. Just live your own life in different places. Although she was helpless, Shen Yufei had no solution. Yes. Yufei was drunk just now and said some bad things. Please don't mind it. We would like to continue our engagement dinner and invite tonight's protagonist Li Yunyang, Mr. Li, to make a shining debut. Shen Jinghua is a bootlicker who enthusiastically helps to smooth things over. Brother, please say something. I really can't stand this anymore. If you just say the word, Lao Wang will beat that bastard so hard that he will have to lie in bed for the rest of his life. Chapter 29. You are too nice, be careful or I will hit you. The scene was in chaos and no one paid attention to Yifan and others who left. No one paid attention to Shen Yufei and Shen Jinghua anymore. Let's go. Shen Jinghua was a little bored. He had originally planned to cooperate with the Li family by marrying Yufei to Li Yunyang, so that Shen Jinghua could take control of the Shen family more quickly and safely, and even cling to the Liu family in the provincial capital. Although the Shen family of Zhuangzhengguo has great prestige and can interfere with Zhuan Yufei in many matters, Zhuan Yufei's lineage was appointed by the old man himself. If Zhuangzhengguo directly seizes power, the power is still not enough. And now, Li Yunyang died at the engagement ceremony. The engagement was naturally over, and since Li Zhang's only son was dead, this matter would definitely not be let go so easily. It was still uncertain whether Li Zhang would cause trouble for Shen Jinghua at that time. HMPH. Shen Yufei snorted coldly at Shen Jinghua. Without even looking at her second uncle, she quickly walked out of the hall. Because of what happened today, Shen Jinghua and Shen Yufei completely fell out. The current situation is not as simple as Shen Jinghua not paying for the medical expenses for Shen Yufei's father, but that Shen Jinghua is controlling Shen Yufei's father in disguise. Therefore, what Shen Yufei is thinking about now is to get her father out of the hospital arranged by her second uncle as soon as possible. Shen Yufei hurried out of the hall and chased downstairs, but did not see any trace of Yifan. Yifan, Xia Hao, Wang Fuguei and others left in a car. It was still early and Su Yixue was still busy with company matters. Yifan suddenly remembered that Shen Jinghua had just used Shen Yufei's father to threaten Shen Yufei, so he thought about helping Shen Yufei solve this hidden danger. But after Wang Fuguei came out of the hotel, he kept sticking close to Yifan, and Yifan didn't have any chance to speak to Xia Hao. "Brother, have you woken up? Just tell me, I promise not to tell anyone else." Wang Fuguei stared at Yifan intently. This was the 30th time he had asked Yifan. "Lao Wang, why do you keep asking me if I'm awake or not? It's still daytime and I haven't slept at all. It's so hot, can you please stay away from me?" Yifan was speechless. Although this silly brother of his was a little simple-minded, he was actually not stupid. After so many coincidences happened, he finally realized that something was wrong. While Wang Fuguei was moving to the side, Yifan quietly sent a message to Xia Hao. After seeing the message, Xia Hao quickly ordered Li Hu to investigate the situation of the Shen family, and the news was quickly passed back. "Turn around. Go to the Third People's Hospital." Xia Hao gave an order to the driver in front. Wang Fuguei looked curious. "Boss Xia, it's almost dark now, shouldn't we go home immediately? Why are we going to the Third People's Hospital?" Xia Hao glanced at Yifan, feeling somewhat helpless. He couldn't say that it was young Master Yi who was going to save his ex-father-in-law, right? So he could only say helplessly, "Oh. Didn't I see Miss Shen's father in the hospital before? Let's go and see if we can help in any way." That's it. Wang Fuguei touched his head in confusion. "Boss Xia, you're a little too nice, be careful or I'll hit you." Wang Fuguei, this fool, always felt that there was a strange smell in the air. A top boss in a provincial capital, a wealthy man who dominates the southwest region, has nothing to do every day and follows a fool around. Just because Yifan saved his life 5 years ago, he helped Yifan in every way regardless of the cost. Not only did he help Su Yixue, but he also helped Shen Yufei, and now he even wanted to help Shen Yufei's father. But Wang Fuguei's stupid mind couldn't figure it out for a while. By the time he figures it out, Yifan might have already made a high-profile comeback. Chapter 30, Military personnel also intervene. Xia Hao and Li Hu looked at each other, both feeling helpless. Wang Fuguei was immediately unhappy. "Boss Xia, what are you trying to hide from me? Do you really not trust me?" Xia Hao looked at Wang Fuguei unhappily. "Believe what you say? You might as well believe that there are ghosts in the world." Seeing that Xia Hao was unable to persuade Wang Fuguei, Yifan had to speak up himself. "Old Wang, I need to check his body and help him catch bugs. Can you please go out first?" "Shame on you." Wang Fuguei would not listen to anyone else's words, but he would definitely listen to Yifan's words, no matter whether he was right or wrong. "Okay. Big brother, I'm right outside. If you need anything, just call me anytime." After Wang Fuguei left, Xia Hao respectfully closed the door and stood guard at the door. Yifan didn't hesitate at all. He quickly felt Shen Jinghua's pulse and checked his eyelids. After just 2 glances, Yifan immediately understood. 17 kinds of toxins were used. How cruel. In fact, there was nothing wrong with Shen Jinghua's body. The car accident that year only caused some superficial injuries, and Shen Jinghua should have woken up long ago. The reason why he has been unconscious is that someone actually injected 17 kinds of toxins into Shen Jinghua's body, and they were combined toxins. For a toxin like this, if the detoxification order is slightly wrong, it would be enough to kill Shen Jinghua. Shen Jinghua, the younger brother, really put in a lot of effort to deal with his older brother. Yifan sneered. If other people encountered such a situation, they would not be able to discover it at all, let alone solve it. But the inheritance that Yifan obtained from the dragon patent ring is far beyond what ordinary people can understand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without any hesitation, Yifan quickly swung the silver needle in his hand and stabbed it towards Shen Jinhua's blood vessels. 13 Gigu needles, use all of them. Soon, countless black lines began to gather in Shen Jinghua's veins, and finally all flowed out from the wounds on Shen Jinghua's fingers. There is a foul odor in the room. Some of the paper towels in the basin were corroded and disintegrated. This shows how powerful and harmful these toxins are. Yifan had just retracted half of the silver needle when Shen Jinghua hummed and slowly woke up. Seeing that it was Yifan in front of him, he called out in surprise, "Xiao Fan." "It's me." Yifan made a silencing gesture to Shen Jinghua, "Uncle Shen, don't be too loud. I believe the walls have ears." Over the years, Shen Jinghua has always been good to Yifan. Yifan and Shen Yufei grew up together and had eaten a lot of meals made by Shen Jinghua. Shen Jinghua nodded, "I know, even though I'm in a coma, I can hear everything that happens in the outside world clearly." Chapter 31, The King of Heaven is suppressed by the Xuanwu banner. "Commander, we cannot stop you from doing your job. Please produce the relevant documents, otherwise we will not let you do it." After all, Li Hu is the underground godfather of Yuncheng and has seen big scenes. After a moment of panic, he immediately calmed down. He is just an unconscious patriarch of the Shen family. He usually behaves himself. What could he have done wrong? Besides, the person is unconscious now, and the military is still coming. This is definitely not normal. Procedures. Li Hu's question stumped Guofei and the adjutant beside him. They stammered and didn't know how to explain. They came here this time to help Shen Jinghua to intimidate Li Hu, Yifan and others. Why would they need any procedures? How dare you? Our military is carrying out a top-secret mission. What procedures are required? Do I need to explain it to a bunch of ants like you? Get out of the way. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame the bullets for being blind. As a major, Guofei reacted very flexibly and resolved the situation with just one sentence. "Without the formalities and Master Yi's order, we cannot obey." Li Hu responded coldly, and called out to his men around him, "Brothers, grab your weapons and get ready to fight. I want to see how the military dares to attack us." Crash. In the corridor, all of Li Hu's brothers took out their weapons and confronted Guofei's men. The men Li Hu brought with him were all his direct subordinates, who had fought with Li Hu and had experienced bloodshed before. They would resolutely carry out Li Hu's orders. At such a close distance, even if Guofei's men had guns in their hands, they were outnumbered. If they really fought desperately, Guofei's men might not necessarily gain any benefits. "What do you want to do?" "Rebellion." Guofei shouted at Li Hu and others with sharp eyes and some worry in his heart. Are these people so desperate? Is your own camouflage uniform no longer intimidating? Guofei was also a little worried. If the matter really got out of hand and his superiors found out, he would be in big trouble. "Sir, don't put such a big accusation on us. We just want to see the procedures." Li Hu continued to retort, "We really can't think of a comatose patient lying in the ward who is connected to any top-secret mission." "How dare you?" Guofei shouted, but he couldn't find any words to refute. "Brothers, get ready." Snap. Snap. It's the sound of the bolt being pulled. All of Guofei's brothers raised their guns, and a murderous atmosphere instantly filled the air. A big war could break out at any time. Squeak. At this time, Yifan and Xiahao walked out of the room. Seeing the situation in front of them, Xiahao was stunned. Before he could speak, Yifan spoke first, "Hey. Why are there so many soldiers here? Are the guns you are holding real?" Yifan walked forward curiously and reached out to touch the barrel of the gun in one of the young man's hands. The young man swayed his body and avoided Yifan. "You're looking for death. Get out of here." While speaking, the young man reached out and pushed Yifan. Bang! As Yifan's body shook, a metal object fell from his body and rolled to the feet of Adjutant Guofei. The adjutant picked up the metal object, glanced at it casually, and didn't pay much attention to it. He turned around and prepared to throw it into the trash can next to him. What is it? Although Guofei only took a quick glance at it, he felt that the pattern on the object was somewhat familiar, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh! I can't tell. It's a round piece of metal with a turtle pattern engraved on it, and 4 golden stars. The adjutant took the object in his hand and looked at it twice, then reported to Guofei, who knows where this garbage dump was picked up from. Boom! The adjutant threw the thing directly into the trash can. Wait! After listening to the adjutant's description, Guofei's heart was pounding wildly and he hurriedly yelled at the adjutant, but it was too late. Chapter 32. There's no going back to the past. When Guofei looked at Yifan with doubt, he suddenly saw a sharp flash in Yifan's eyes. The threat in his eyes was very obvious, and he nodded secretly. Boom! A thunder suddenly exploded in Guofei's head. The young master of the Yi family is not a fool at all. Quietly became one of the 4 kings of the Xuanwu war zone. This should be the highest military rank achieved by the younger generation of the Yi family, right? The old man of the Yi family founded the Qianlong army. He was the king of Beiliang and was eventually feared by the royal family. Now, although the Yi family has been ambushed, does it have a successor? After just a few seconds of quick thinking, Guofei immediately understood that Yifan wanted him to keep the secret and get out immediately. I'll take my leave. I will obey the king's orders. Guofei quickly got up from the ground and called his men. When he turned to leave, Guofei did not forget to remind them, "Young Master Yi, please pay attention to Shen Jinghua." In fact, Yifan knew without Guofei's reminder that these were the reinforcements invited by Shen Jinghua. "Brother? What was that thing you just used? It was so powerful. It could frighten a major so much. Brother, are you hiding something from me? Let me see." As soon as Guofei left, Wang Fuguei stepped forward and grabbed Yifan's arm, wanting to see the token. Wang Fuguei's grandfather was the deputy general of Yifan's grandfather, and Wang Fuguei also knew something about military affairs. The 4 heavenly kings of the Xuanwu army are the ones who dominate the entire Daxiar. The old man of the Yi family once said that if there was just one heavenly king in the Qianlong army, he wouldn't have to worry about the Qianlong army being disbanded. Don't even think about it. Old Wang, do you want to steal my gold? Let me tell you, even if you are my brother, you can't do that. Yifan quickly covered his pockets tightly, as if he was afraid that Wang Fuguei would snatch his token away. A frown appeared on Xia Hao's face as he watched from the side. He was very clear about Yifan's situation. Well, it's really hard for Yi Xiao. He has obviously woken up, but he still has to pretend to be a fool. However, Yi Xiao's acting skills are really amazing. The fool Yi Xiao is playing now is not like a fool, but exactly like a real fool. With Yi Xiao's level, he will definitely win an Oscar for villain if he goes to Hollywood. If you don't want to look, then don't look. Brother, I'm just curious. Wang Fuguei never went against Yifan's wishes. Since Yifan didn't agree, Wang Fuguei didn't continue to ask. But Li Hu and his brothers at the scene suddenly changed their attitude towards Yifan, and they no longer had any intention of looking down on him. Before, Xia Hao was flattering Yifan, but they didn't understand. Although he followed Xia Hao's orders and was respectful to Yifan, that was all because of the authoritative suppression of Xia Hao and Li Hu. But now, a token that fell casually from Yifan made the major in camouflage uniform kneel down in surrender. In their hearts, Yifan had become an inviolable person. Shen Jinghua in the room also got a rough idea of the situation outside through the crack in the door and heard everything clearly. Damn you, Shen Jinghua. What you did could have brought great wealth to the Shen family, but you just pushed it away. I really want to strangle you to death. No. We can't let such a great son-in-law go just like that. But Master Yi also said that he would continue to pretend to be asleep in front of Yu Fei. So how can I remind Yu Fei? I have to think of a way. At the door of the ward, Yifan, Xia Hao and others didn't have to wait long before Shen Yufei hurried over with several security guards. Seeing the bodyguards lying on the ground, as well as Yifan, Xia Hao and others, Shen Yufei immediately understood. His second uncle must have sent people to kidnap his father, but Yifan, Xia Hao and others arrived in advance and rescued his father. Fortunately, Yifan, Xia Hao and others took action, otherwise by the time I arrived, I would have thought that my father had already been taken away by my second uncle's men. My father is being held hostage by my second uncle. Although Shen Yufei has the support of many veterans of Shen Group, she will always be cautious. Brother Fan. Thank you. Shen Yufei's face was full of affection. She walked forward and hugged Yifan's neck, intending to kiss Yifan on the mouth. Chapter 33, Want to kill the great Xia medical saint. Yifan looked at Shen Yufei's lonely back and felt a little uncomfortable. But now Yifan couldn't explain many things too clearly. Moreover, Shen Yufei tacitly agreed to break off the engagement. If she wanted to go back to the past, she would have to pay some price, right? Anyway, I am a fool, no matter how outrageous the things I do are, everyone can understand me. What Yifan is worried about now is that Su Yixue's company's prescription has been stolen. How to solve this problem? Yu Linglong said that she wanted to invite Lei Qinjue, the medical saint of Great Xia, to come and treat her illness. I hope that old man can come sooner. Just as Yifan thought of this, his cell phone rang. It was his wife Su Yixue calling. Xiaofan. Good news, Sister Linglong is already on her way to Yuncheng with Grandpa Lei. With the help of Grandpa, the Great Xia medical saint, your dementia will definitely get better. Listening to what Su Yixue said on the phone, Yifan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Lei Qinjue is here, it will be easy for Yifan to solve the problem of giving the prescription. But Yifan was a little worried that Lei Qinjue came to cure his dementia, and he was afraid that some people would not be so happy about it. Will they create obstacles for Mr. Lei on the road? Yixue, my dear wife, when will they come? Are they coming by plane? Yifan decided to pay a little attention. After all, Lei Qinjue is the medical saint of Daxia and a very respected medical talent for Daxia. He must not die in the struggle. At the same time, Yifan also wanted to follow the clues and confront those who attacked the Yi family head-on. Are young Master Wang and President Xia with you? Give them the phone number and I'll tell them. Su Yixue was still a little worried about Yifan. She was afraid that even if she told him, Yifan might not remember it. Yifan smiled bitterly and handed the phone to Xia Hao beside him. Su Yixue quickly explained the flight information and time to Xia Hao. When Xia Hao handed the phone to Yifan, he immediately understood that Yifan wanted to go to the airport to pick up Mr. Lei. The current situation is complicated. Although Yu Linglong is with him, Yifan still has to ensure Mr. Lei's safety. This must be something that Yixue has considered. Let's go. Let's go to the airport. At this time, it was less than an hour before the flight landed, and Yifan, Xia Hao and others went there at just the right time. While Xia Hao greeted everyone, he gave an order to Li Hu. Brothers, be alert. If you see anyone suspicious, report to me immediately. Li Hu and his brothers are now full of energy. They have already seen that Yifan's foundation is very strong. Even if Yifan is a fool, Yifan has not suffered any losses so far when the Yi family was suppressed. Moreover, the Zhao family, which was against the Yi family, was mysteriously wiped out. Li Yunyan, who wanted to touch Shen Yufei, died on the spot. Although they were not smart, they vaguely knew that Yifan was probably planning a big move. If Yifan wakes up one day, then those who follow Yifan will benefit greatly. While Yifan and others were taking action, in a secret residence somewhere in the northwest, an old man was quietly listening to his subordinates' reports. Lord! I just got the news that Yu Linglong actually asked the Great Xia medical saint to treat Yifan, and they are already on their way to Yuncheng. The middle-aged man in front of the old man responded gloomily, Lei Qinjue had a very good relationship with Yi Changfeng before. If it really works this time, with Yifan's talent, we are afraid we will be in trouble. The old man turned the teacup in his hand, frowned, and said calmly, So, what do you want to do? I have sent people to lurk at the Yuncheng airport, and they will stop and dissuade Mr. Lei halfway. I hope he will listen to my advice, otherwise, I will be sorry. The middle-aged man made a gesture of wiping his neck, and his meaning was very clear. He planned to kill Lei Qinjue directly. You have to think clearly. Mr. Lei is a national player appointed by the royal family and a treasure of Daxia. If anything goes wrong, you know what the consequences will be. The old man did not clearly express his attitude, neither supporting nor opposing. Chapter 34. The killer was dragged back. In fact, even though Li Hu's men didn't say anything, Yifan and Wang Fugui both noticed it. The three men over there were hiding among a group of passengers, but the martial arts aura on their bodies could not be concealed. When Yifan looked over there, they were also looking over here. They were the core members of this operation. They just found out that within just 2 minutes, those people deployed at the airport suddenly could not be contacted. So they began to look around, trying to find their subordinates, and then they saw Yifan, Xia Hao, Wang Fugui and others coming. Boss! That idiot Yifan is here too, and with him is that old bastard Xia Hao. The situation isn't good. One of the thin men looked at Wang Fugui and others who were coming over, and said nervously to a young man with glasses next to him. The young man with glasses was relatively calm. What are you afraid of? We didn't do anything. There are so many people here, what can they do to us? The young man with glasses had just said half of his words when he suddenly saw the airport exit and saw several of his men being escorted out by Li Hu's men. He instantly became uneasy. Those subordinates were all personally trained by the young man with glasses. They were already martial arts masters. How could they be captured without any warning? After a little thought, the young man with glasses immediately realized that those subordinates he could not contact were probably all out of the control of Yifan and Xiaohao's men. So strong? Except for the three of them, everyone else was controlled in an instant. How did they do it? He is not afraid of other people, but Wang Fuguei himself is a powerful man who has mastered the realm of martial arts. If their commotion gets out of hand, this is Yuncheng International Airport after all, and their official strongmen in charge. It will be difficult for him to end up like this then. I came here to stop or assassinate Lei Qinjue. If I was delayed by other things, I would have a hard time explaining to my superiors. What's even more annoying is that in addition to Wang Fuguei, when the young man with glasses looked at Yifan, he found that Yifan was also surging with martial arts energy, and it was not weak. What's going on? Didn't the intelligence say that Yifan lost all his powers after becoming stupid? How come Yifan's strength has recovered now? You guys stop them. I'll go and stop Lei Qinjue. The young man with glasses glanced at the big screen, which showed that Lei Qinjue's flight had arrived, and Lei Qinjue's figure could be vaguely seen in the exit passage. According to the above instructions, it would be best to intimidate Lei Qinjue first and make him retreat. If Lei Qinjue insists on entering Yuncheng to save Yifan, they will really take action. Although the two brothers of the young man with glasses were unhappy, they dared not disobey the young man's orders. When Xiaohao, Wang Fuguei and others gathered around, the two young men had already walked out on their own initiative. You are so brave to ruin our good thing. The two young men locked onto Wang Fuguei and immediately started to attack him. The strength of those two young men is also at the level of martial arts control, and Wang Fuguei's strength is about the same level. If it is 2 against 1, Wang Fuguei will really have a hard time. Big brother, why are you running? You took my doll, give it back to me. Yifan stared at the young man with glasses who was leaving, and while scolding him, he rushed over. The moment his body flashed, a melon bullet shot out from his hand, just blocking the bloodline of one of the two martial arts masters who were fighting against Wang Fuguei. Phew! The martial arts expert had almost rushed to Wang Fuguei, and just as he was about to take action, his body suddenly stiffened. Before he could react to what was happening, Wang Fuguei punched him and knocked him to the ground. To outsiders, this scene seemed like the martial arts master had voluntarily offered himself to die and be beaten up by Wang Fuguei. Oh shit! Wang Fuguei was also stunned by what he saw and didn't know what was going on. But after one of the two martial arts masters fell, it became much easier for Wang Fuguei to deal with the remaining one. With just 2 or 3 punches, the martial arts master was beaten back step by step. Suddenly seeing Yifan chasing after another young master with glasses, Wang Fuguei became anxious. Brother, don't run around, wait for me. The strength of that young man with glasses is only higher than Wang Fuguei. If Yifan rushed forward and something unexpected happened, how would he explain to Sister Yixue? Chapter 35 Superb Body Skills, The Passage of Time. Oh shit! Damn it! Fuck you! The young man with glasses shouted out all the traditional Chinese culture in his heart. Get lost! I didn't take any of your shitty dolls, get out of here! The young man with glasses stared at Yifan with murderous intent in his heart. Anyway, the instructions from above are not to let Lei Qinjue successfully cure Yifan. Then if I kill Yifan directly, wouldn't that be considered completing the mission? When pushing Yifan, the young man with glasses used a little strength in his hands, and there was a faint energy rushing towards Yifan's body. Even if he couldn't kill Yifan, at least he could cripple him on the spot. But after a stream of energy rushed out, the young man with glasses found something wrong. He realized that after all his martial arts energy rushed towards Yifan, it was like a drop in the ocean, with no reaction at all. Yifan's body stood there without any movement. More importantly, as Yifan turned his wrist, the young man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Then a powerful force of qi rushed into his body, instantly corroding his tendons and vital energy. In just a moment, the young man with glasses realized that his martial arts skills had fallen from the Grandmaster level to the martial arts control level. What is going on? What on earth did you do to me? The young man with glasses shouted in horror, trying to distance himself from Yifan. At this time, Yu Linglong had already reacted. Seeing the young man with glasses pushing Yifan, she was furious. How dare you? What are you doing? You're courting death by touching my man. Boom! Without any hesitation, Yu Linglong unleashed all of her master-level strength and punched the bespectacled young man in the chest. Snap! Snap! The young man with glasses almost instinctively swung his arms to block, barely blocking Yu Linglong's attack, but the bones in his arms were shattered and his body staggered backwards. The young man with glasses was still thinking about how to organize an effective counterattack, but his body twitched violently, and then blood came out of all his orifices. He fell directly to the ground, and instantly lost all his vitality. Dead? Seeing this situation, Yu Linglong and Xia Hao, Li Hu and others who came over were all stunned. Yu Linglong's pupils dilated, she herself knew best how much strength she had used. It was obvious that he was just using his strength at the peak of his control. He could indeed seriously injure the young man in front of him, but it was unlikely that he could kill him with one strike. What is going on? Yu Linglong suddenly remembered that the young man with glasses was scolding Yifan, saying that Yifan had stabbed his hand. Could it be that Yifan took action? But Yifan is clearly in a state of dementia now. How could he possibly kill this Grandmaster-level expert so easily? Moreover, even if one wanted to kill him, what effect would a series of needles have? Yu Linglong was looking for Yifan with a puzzled look on her face. At this time, Yifan had already flashed behind Lei Qinjue. Behind Lei Qinjue, another young man in a plaid shirt approached Lei Qinjue and whispered in his ear, "Mr. Lei, you'd better leave Yuncheng immediately. Don't interfere with the treatment of the young master of the Yi family, otherwise, we will have no choice but to send you on your way." Kindness? Lei Qinjue is the medical saint of Daxia. Apart from his amazing medical skills, he also knows some martial arts. Lei Qinjue's network of contacts in Daxia is extremely powerful, so powerful that almost no one dares to touch Lei Qinjue. And now, someone actually comes to threaten me. Lei Qinjue's face was filled with anger. You rubbish? Threatening me? Humph. Do I need you to teach me how to do things? You're courting death. Chapter 36. Who saved me? In the young man's increasingly confused consciousness, he finally understood one thing. I've been fooled. His strength is higher than that of the young man with glasses, and it is the last trump card to attack Lei Qinjue. The young man with glasses died inexplicably at the hands of Yu Linglong, but before his death, he had contact with Yifan. Now he was in trouble too, because Yifan had just put his wrist on his shoulder. He understood that Yifan must have done something. But none of this matters anymore. Because, even if he knew the truth, there was no way to change it. Thump! The young man in the shirt fell in a pool of blood. The loud noise made Lei Qinjue open his eyes, which had been closed, again. He looked at his chest with some confusion. No scars, no wounds. Am I not dead? What's going on? I didn't die, but the killer who wanted to kill me was suddenly killed by my own hidden weapon. What kind of miracle could achieve a distance of 1 meter? Lei Qinjue glanced around in confusion. Beside him, besides the ordinary bodyguards arranged by Yu Linglong, there was Yifan, who was grinning foolishly, 2 meters away. See? I told you not to bump into me, now you're getting your comeuppance. You deserve it, you deserve it. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like Yifan saved himself, right? Was there a master hidden among those bodyguards who suddenly saved him? Impossible. Lei Qinjue was very clear about the strength of those bodyguards. It was impossible for them to have that kind of strength. Is it Yifan? Lei Qinjue looked at Yifan in confusion. Although he was a genius and a master 5 years ago, he is now in a state of idiocy. Moreover, even if Yifan has recovered to normal, it is not something that a master-level strong man can do to save himself and escape unscathed at such a close distance and under the attack of a rain of pear trees. Unless one has reached a level above that of a martial arts master. But, is that possible? Moreover, Yifan was so close to him. If he started fighting, he was also a martial arts master. How could he not feel any fluctuations in his qi? Lei Qinjue excluded Yifan. So apart from Yifan, Yu Linglong is the only one who has this possibility. When Lei Qinjue turned his head to look at Yu Linglong, he saw Yu Linglong's equally confused eyes. Yu Linglong was still immersed in the shock of killing the young master with one move. How could she have the chance to save Lei Qinjue? In just the blink of an eye, another powerful master killed himself with the pair rain. What's weird is that the opponent first activated the pair rain, then quickly changed direction and rushed to the poison needle, using himself as a living target and letting the poison needle shoot himself to death. Is there something wrong with your brain? This is so unreasonable. Yu Linglong reacted first and rushed to Yifan first. She stretched out her hand and grabbed Yifan's arm and said, "Yifan, tell me, have you woken up? Are you lying to us?" Chapter 37. The medical saint of Daxia was shocked and numb. That's right. I have awakened, but I have another top secret plan that I can't reveal to outsiders. Since Yifan had spoken, he had no intention of keeping it secret in front of Lei Qinjue. After all, there are two very important things that require Lei Qinjue's help. Lei Qinjue was completely shocked. This Yifan, his acting skills were too good, right? He actually fooled everyone. So, everything about the operation at the airport was planned and directed by you, young Master Yi. Lei Qinjue was curious in the first place. Now all the families were staying away from the Yi family, while the Xia family in the provincial capital was desperately circling around Yifan. It didn't make sense. Moreover, in a short period of time, he cleared out so many assassins lurking in the airport. Yifan also coincidentally cleared out the assassins who were against him twice. It turned out that all this was not a coincidence at all, but the result of Yifan's careful planning. Yes. Yifan nodded. Xia Hao is the only one who knows that I have awakened. I need him to carry out my plan. Then it was you who saved me from that young man in the shirt. When Li Baoyu was attacking me with hidden weapons, you used your ultimate body movement skills like Dozhuan Xingyi. Lei Qinjue was so shocked that his beard was shaking. He knew exactly what this meant. The stars are turning, that is a skill that countless people want to obtain. Since Yifan knows this skill, then Yifan must have more martial arts skills. As long as Yifan wakes up, with his terrifying talent, the Yi family will not fall. Those who want to deal with the Yi family are probably in trouble, right? It's me. In order not to be exposed, my methods were a bit clumsy. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Mr. Lei. Yifan continued to nod. So, you have to keep everyone in the dark. Lei Qinjue was not stupid. After noticing Yifan's thoughts, he immediately understood that Yifan would definitely not expose himself in front of outsiders for the time being and would continue to play dumb. Then young Master Yi, wait for me to come. What do you need my help with? Lei Qinjue's expression was somewhat solemn. Don't worry, Master Yi and I have been friends for many years. I will keep your situation confidential, and I will definitely not refuse if I can help. Yifan nodded. Mr. Lei, I'll wait for you. There are two things I need your help with. One is that Yixue's company's beauty and skin care prescription has been stolen. Now the company's new product introduction meeting is about to be held, and I need you to help get a prescription for her. Lei Qinjue frowned, but I don't have any useful anti-aging prescriptions, right? I have it. Yifan said as he glanced around the room, took a notebook from the table, tore off a piece of paper, and quickly wrote down a prescription on it. This beauty cream is an extinct prescription in the Shen Classic. Remember the temperature. It must be controlled at 323 degrees and burned for 8 minutes. Not a second can be wrong, otherwise the ointment will not be made. Lei Qinjue took the prescription and took a careful look at it. Seeing the combination of the medicines and the slight difference in dosage, his expression became more and more solemn the more he read. Although most of the above medicinal materials are common, the key is the ingenious combination that makes these medicinal materials seem to produce some wonderful reactions, which is completely different from normal thinking. Great. It's really great. Why didn't I think of it? Extinct prescriptions are different. Lei Qinjue became more and more excited as he read it. His old face flushed red, but a moment of doubt appeared in his eyes. Master Yi, you have such a top-notch prescription. Why don't you give it directly to Yixue? Lei Qinjue already knew everything that Su Yixue, Yu Linglong and others had done. In such a desperate situation, Yu Linglong, Su Yixue and others announced without any hesitation that they would marry Yifan and continue to stay in the Yi family. That requires tremendous courage and deserves everyone's admiration. Yifan smiled bitterly. Mr. Lei, do you think that I am a fool, and even if the prescription I handed over is true, will anyone believe it? Moreover, even if someone believes it, how can I continue to pretend? As soon as Yifan said this, Lei Qinjue immediately understood that Yifan wanted to use his identity to help cover up for Yifan. Okay. No problem, I will definitely pass the prescription to Yixue. I will go back and make the ointment myself in the evening. After it succeeds, I will go to the scene to personally guide Yixue and the others. Lei Qinjue looked at Yifan meaningfully, and he couldn't help but feel pity for those who attacked the Yi family. You are going to be killed and you won't even know how you died. Master Yi, what is the other thing? Yifan said with a heavy face, Mr. Lei, do you know my grandfather's health? After so many years of hidden illness and the recent blow, he has reached the point of being exhausted. Lei Qinjue nodded, alas. I know about Master Yi's physical condition. I have helped check it before, but my medical skills are limited. I am afraid that he can't last long just relying on medicine. What's the matter, Master Yi, do you have a solution? So, the second thing is. I hope Mr. Lei can help me treat Grandpa, at least let him live another 20 years. Of course, in order to facilitate Mr. Lei's action, I will teach you a set of acupuncture. While speaking, Yifan took out a silver needle from his body. Mr. Lei, please see carefully, the first needle, Guanyin has tears, the needle tip enters the Tanjung point 3/10. Use the chi force to impact the needle tip and tremble, and gently rotate it, using the needle tip to stimulate the blood vessels. The second needle, Great Compassion Buddha's Mercy, enters the Phoenix Pond for tenths, the chi force impacts, locks the vitality. After explaining the acupuncture method, Lei Qinjue was completely numb. Master Yi, is this the 13 Gigu needles? The lost unique skill of the 13 Gigu needles in the Shen herbal classic. You actually mastered such a unique skill, a powerful needle technique that can snatch life from the hands of the king of hell and bring death to bones. Lei Qinjue jumped up from where he was in shock. This set of acupuncture techniques is beyond belief and is the ultimate dream of all medical practitioners. However, everyone has only heard of it in ancient books, but no one can master it, let alone learn it. And now Yifan not only knows this set of acupuncture techniques, but also passed them on to himself without keeping any secrets. Lei Qinjue suddenly thought of a question. 5 years ago, a legend appeared in the southwest. It is said that a young medical immortal appeared, who saved countless big men, and with his acupuncture, he brought countless people back from the brink of death. At that time, the name of the young medical immortal was vaguely similar to that of a thunderbolt. Lei Qinjue also secretly learned about many cases treated by the young medical immortal. In terms of various techniques and medications, he was indeed far superior to himself and was more than qualified to be his master. But after Yifan had a car accident, the young medical genius disappeared in an instant. Now that the past and present events were connected, Lei Qinjue's pupils dilated. Young Master Yi, could it be that the young medical genius whose name resounded throughout Dashir 5 years ago was you? It's me too. Yifan said calmly, do you remember the acupuncture method just now? If not, I will practice it again. Lei Qinjue quickly said respectfully, I've got it clearly in mind. Thump. The next moment, Lei Qinjue knelt down in front of Yifan without any hesitation. Student Lei Qinjue, thank you for your teaching, Master. Chapter 38 The Medical Saint with Social Compulsion. Lei Qinjue's actions made Yifan stunned for a moment. Mr. Lei, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Yifan taught Lei Qinjue the 13 Gigu needles just to ask Lei Qinjue to help treat his grandfather. Lei Qinjue is a highly respected medical master throughout China. Yifan has always respected him. He asked Lei Qinjue to be his master, but Yifan was afraid that it would shorten his life. When Yifan wanted to reach out to help Lei Qinjue's attitude was very firm, Master. Please don't refuse. You should also know how rare and precious the Gigu 13 needles are. It is a method of acupuncture that can change fate. You passed the acupuncture method to me, and from today on, I am Master Yi's apprentice. I have also studied the cases that Master Yi treated before, and I am indeed ashamed of myself. I also thank Master for his guidance. Lei Qinjue's actions made Yifan smile bitterly. He was only in his early 20s, but he accepted a 70-year-old man as his apprentice. But seeing Lei Qinjue's firm attitude, Yifan did not refuse. Mr. Lei, you should get up first. It doesn't matter what you call me in private. But when there are people around, you should still call me Yifan, don't expose yourself. Yes. Master. Lei Qinjue stood respectfully at one side, looking like a well-behaved primary school student. Then how do I explain Master's condition to General Yu and Yixue? Yifan frowned and thought for a while. It would be wrong to expose himself now, but if he said that he couldn't be cured, it would make the girls worried. How about this? You tell them that my condition is slowly improving, and my brain and nerves are not injured. It is entirely possible to cure it, but it just takes time to recuperate. There was a flash of depth in Yifan's eyes. Once this news is released, those who are targeting the Yi family will definitely panic. The Yi family's fool has hope of recovery, which means that the Yi family still has hope of recovery. They will definitely test me slowly and then do it to me again. Yifan, on the other hand, will hide in the dark, follow the clues to find the real culprit behind the scenes, and seek justice for the innocent souls of the Yi family who died. Yes. Master. At Su Yixue's residence, outside the bedroom door, Yu Linglong and Su Yixue were both there. Both women looked at the door anxiously, waiting for Lei Qinjue's diagnosis results. Su Yixue's fingers were twisted together nervously. Thinking of Yifan's brave performance in bed last night, Su Yixue was a little confused. Yifan didn't look like a fool last night. But why hasn't Yifan woken up yet? What is going on? Xie Hao was sitting on a chair next to him, looking calm. Yixue is obviously sober, but he deliberately hides himself. It is really hard for Yixue. Squeak! The door was opened, and Su Yixue and Yu Linglong almost jumped out. Mr. Lei, how is Yifan? Lei Qinjue smiled and said, "Don't worry. Yifan's brain and nerves are not injured, it's just that some parts of his body have been stimulated and are temporarily stuck there. I need to help him recover slowly. Yixue should be able to return to normal soon, so you don't have to worry too much." Lei Qinjue's words made Su Yixue and Yu Linglong look at each other and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaofan, you will be well soon, do you know that?" After all, Su Yixue already had that kind of relationship with Yifan, so she had to be more natural when talking to Yifan. She walked forward, took Yifan's hand, and came to him with a doting look on her face. If Yifan woke up and slept with me again at night, how embarrassing would that be? Thinking of certain scenes, Su Yixue's face turned red. Chapter 39. Don't touch me. Yi Chanfeng, who had already gone to bed, had never expected that his home would be so lively tonight. Old friends who I haven't contacted for a while, all gathered at my house tonight. Old Lei, what's going on? Were all of them cold here? What's the situation? Is there any new change in Yifan's condition? Yi Chanfeng sat on the bed and asked Lei Qinjue beside him. Some bigwigs who had already arrived at the Yi family pricked up their ears, intending to listen to what Lei Qinjue had to say. This is also what they care about most. Lei Qinjue came to Yuncheng at this critical moment to help the Yi family and save Yifan. This was actually a very risky move. Everyone knows that the Yi family is being targeted. Lei Qinjue's choice to tie himself to the Yi family at this time is very unwise, but Lei Qinjue is not stupid, and he must have his reasons for doing so. As for young Master Yi's condition, according to my examination, his brain and nerves have not been affected much, so there should be hope for him to wake up. I need to continue observing and treating him for a while. Lei Qinjue described the situation very vaguely. This was all Yifan could explain, and he could not reveal too much of himself for the time being. Yifan hid in the dark, so many things could be done easily. Oh. Is that so? Yi Chanfeng was a little disappointed. Some of the big guys who came to the scene were also feeling disappointed. I thought Yifan was about to wake up. If Yifan woke up, with his terrifying talent, he would be able to completely take over the Qianlong army, and the Yi family would be able to rise again quickly and return to its peak. But Yifan now only has their hope of waking up, which is a long way off. After some big guys learned the truth, they immediately pretended to answer the phone and then sneaked away. A declining Yi family is not worth wasting time here. And there is a possibility that the family will be implicated. But there are still some big guys who think more deeply. Lei Qian is definitely not a brainless person. Since he dared to come to Yuncheng and was willing to take action for Yifan, and he specifically called so many people in the middle of the night, it must not be that simple. Har har. You guys are really kind-hearted. Good people will be rewarded. Come on, let's drink. Old Yi, there must be enough wine at home, right? Tonight, we won't go home until we are drunk. Lei Qinjue, a person with social compulsion, was the atmosphere creator on the scene. He didn't regard the Yi family as someone else's home at all and just created an atmosphere in the Yi family. In Su Yixue's villa, after Lei Qinjue left, Xia Hao, Li Hu, Wang Fugui and others also left tactfully. Su Yixue and Yu Linglong were the only ones left in the villa. Seeing the intimate movements of Su Yixue and Yifan, Yu Linglong blushed. Yixue, you too? Yixue looked shy, but still nodded, yes. The action is quite fast. Yu Linglong glanced at Yifan and thought that this guy was really lucky. 7 stunning beauties, all chose to marry Yifan at the same time without any regrets. Yu Linglong was actually a little curious about what she was thinking at the time. Perhaps, deep down in my heart, I am not averse to Yifan. Sister Linglong, do you want to sleep with me at night? It's very comfortable. While Yifan was speaking, he walked over and hugged Yu Linglong again, and his big hand touched Yu Linglong's buttocks unscrupulously. Snort. This Yu Linglong even threatened to chop me up, so I should at least charge some interest. Anyway, I am in the state of a fool now, so no one will care even if I do something. What are you touching? Yu Linglong became stiff after being touched by Yifan. Go touch Yixue, I'm leaving. Yu Linglong felt hot all over, and she stood up in a hurry, said goodbye to Su Yixue and Yifan, and left quickly. This Yifan is still in a state of idiocy and is so restless. If I wait until he wakes up, won't I be bullied terribly? Snort. I will practice martial arts well and make sure you can't beat me. Seeing Yu Linglong running away in panic, Yifan's mouth curled up. If you want to fight me, I will whip you into submission. Chapter 40. Do you think I still have a chance? Just wait for me here. Yifan told Xia Hao, then he flashed and rushed out from behind the altar, blocking Shudong's car. Damn it! Are you going to die? Don't you look at the road. Shudong, who was looking at the navigation, was suddenly shocked when he saw someone blocking his way. He opened the window and started cursing outside. But when Shudong saw clearly that it was Yifan who was blocking him, he was a little confused. Yifan. It's you, you stupid idiot? What the hell are you doing here in the middle of the night? Shudong stopped the car and looked at Yifan with some curiosity. After what happened yesterday, didn't Su Yixue take Yifan home? Damn it. Yifan, this fool, is so lucky. Even though I'm so stupid, I'm still favored by 7 sisters-in-law, and all of them want to marry Yifan. How come such a good thing doesn't happen to me? Am I not also a member of the Yi family? It's already the middle of the night, and Yifan is not at Su Yixue's house, but he is wandering around here doing nothing. It's Brother Dong, that's great. Brother Dong, I can't find the way home. I'm so hungry. Can you please take me home? Yifan stepped forward, reached out and grabbed Shudong's arm and shook it, looking pitiful. Shudong looked at Yifan with some doubt. Is that really the case? Get lost. For normal people, it is really nothing, but Yifan is a child with an IQ of only a few years old, so it is normal to say that he is lost. Get away. I'm very busy now and don't have time to deal with you. Shudong pushed Yifan away with some disgust. It was almost 12 o'clock, and Shudong had an appointment with the mysterious master to meet at the Zhongqie Bridge in Yuncheng. Shudong dreamed of killing Yifan, and this time in the wilderness was indeed a good opportunity to take action. But Shudong was afraid that there were other bodyguards around Yifan who were secretly observing him, so he didn't dare to do it himself. Brother Dong, please, can you send me back? Or can you call my grandfather and ask him to pick me up? Yifan stared at Shudong, wanting to ask Shudong for help. It was to give himself a chance, as well as a chance to Shudong. As long as Shudong still has a little kindness in his heart, calls his grandfather, or sends Yifan home, Yifan will spare his life. But unfortunately Shudong had wanted to kill Yifan for a long time. Now that Yifan was here, he would soon meet that mysterious master. Wouldn't it be very convenient for him to take action? Hee. Okay, you stupid fool, just wait for me here obediently, I will find someone to send you back right away, okay. A sneer appeared on Shudong's face, thinking that after Yifan and Yi Changfeng died, the huge Yi family would all be his property. How wonderful it would be to live a comfortable and glorious life. When I gain power, I will definitely take in all of Yifan's 7 sisters-in-law and play with them well. Buzz. As soon as Shudong finished speaking, he stepped on the accelerator and threw Yifan's arm out. The car sped away and headed towards the Yuncheng Middle Bridge, still muttering, idiot. Just wait to die there. When I meet that mysterious killer, I will send you to the west to meet your brothers. Although Shudong's voice was very soft, Yifan, who had keen hearing, could still hear it clearly. Yifan's face gradually became gloomy. You asked for this, so don't blame me. Yifan had put Wang's cell phone in Shudong's pocket when Shudong was not paying attention. Later, the Wang family will find that Wang's cell phone is in Shudong's possession. Even if Shudong has 100 mouths, I'm afraid he won't be able to explain it clearly. Let's go. Let's go and watch the show. Yifan got into Xia Hao's car, motioned Xia Hao to drive over, found an excellent observation position, and observed quietly behind the bushes.